Ladies and gentlemen, welcome as we are live for today's running of the NASCAR Cup Series Ally 400 at the Nashville Superspeedway. We are just about a half hour away from the drop of the green flag today, so as usual, at about that time, we start our pre-race live stream coverage of the live commentary right here on KRC. Thanks for everybody tuning in today. I'll be mentioning this all throughout the course of the race, but of course at the start of the stream as well. Like and subscribe for more daily NASCAR content, live race commentary for real NASCAR races on the race weekends. We did the Truck Series race 2 nights ago at Nashville, and we are time to give another live commentary of a Cup Series race this season. Unfortunately, I've not been able to do so the last few weeks. Last weekend, obviously the Cup Series was off, so we did the live stream of the Truck Series race at Knoxville as a replacement. And then also the week before that, I was supposed to do live commentary of the Sonoma race, but unfortunately had a circumstance where my phone had gotten stolen and or misplaced, and I ended up having to get a new one and missed the very start of the race, so I wasn't going to be able to do that live stream as mentioned. And then the 2 weeks before that, I was at Gateway, so the race highlight video of the Cup Series race from the grandstands is on the channel if you haven't checked that out already, as well as the Indy 500 race highlights from the grandstands, because I was at the Indy 500 the week before that and didn't get home until midway through the Coke 600. But today, I'm in the comfort of my own home in time for the start of the race and ready to bring you guys the commentary and the action today. Wade Zielinski, Forward Stock Car Racing Association, and Derek Booth and others, welcome into the stream. 10 people already watching. There is a poll in the chat. Make sure you do so. The poll will end as soon as the drop of the green flag starts. That will be the vote that you guys will have as the fans for today's race. The top three options are the top three in qualifying, and then other also is on the option. So I asked you guys who was going to win the Ally 400 at Nashville Superspeedway for the Cup Series today, and right now it looks like 67% out of the 6 votes has said other, 33% say Kyle Larson, Joey Logano and Denny Hamlin still at 0 as of right now. And we're going to get into today's pre-race coverage. Billy Carjoy, weather expert, welcome to the stream as well. 70% chance of rain, 94 degrees, the low is 75. It's going to be interesting to see how that is going to play out. This is the first NASCAR Cup Series race on NBC. The Xfinity race yesterday was on the USA Network. I was at a local dirt track last night, was not able to watch it, but it did seem like the racing so far this weekend has been pretty good. Obviously, we watched the truck race together on Friday night for those of you that tuned in for that stream as well. Wind moving 10 to 15 miles an hour. Yeah, the heat is going to be the big thing. There were definitely a lot of heat issues with the drivers in the Xfinity race yesterday. Definitely a hot one this weekend in Nashville. It was pretty warm there last year, too, when I was there. It was about 90 degrees as well. So time to get those fantasy predictions in. And we're going to start things off with, first and foremost, telling you guys to join the NASCAR Fantasy League on the NASCAR mobile app or website. Search for KRC in all caps, capital L on League, with a space in between. I'll put it in the chat right now. KRC League, again, on the NASCAR mobile app or website. It is free to join. Sign up with your email and search for KRC League. If you win the regular season or playoff championship, you win 2 tickets to any NASCAR race if you're choosing in 2023. We did the same thing last year. Inside Uranus won the regular season championship. I won the playoff championship, so only Inside Uranus was the only winner last season on the channel, but he ended up choosing to go to Fontana earlier this year and had a couple tickets for that race. So definitely don't want to miss your chance to win. Now, you can't win the regular season championship if you're not already in it and haven't been playing, but you can get some practice in, and everybody's qualified for the playoffs as long as you are in the league when the playoff starts at Darlington for the Southern 500 in September. So definitely want to get in there. Patricia Toms, welcome to the stream as well. Truck race was good being there. Yeah, you said you were at the race. If you're at the race again today or yesterday, stay hydrated, stay cool, and hopefully you have a fun time. Going to race a 300 lap Daytona race on Forza Motorsport 7. Well, good luck with that. All right, time to get into the predictions for today's race. Of course, you guys want to know that fantasy advice and the drivers who I think will run well and not run well throughout the course of today's race. And usually I start off with the drivers who I don't think are particularly going to run well. So we'll start off with them again today. I'm going to start off with the guy who mentioned earlier this week and during the NASCAR off week that he will return for Joe Gibbs Racing in 2023, and that would be Martin Truex Jr. Signed a contract extension earlier in the week. He will be sticking around, but I do not think he is going to have a great run today. I think you should stay away from Martin Truex Jr. in your fantasy lineups. Truex finished 22nd at Nashville last year. He did not score a stage point last year either. He was outside the top 10 all day, stage 1, stage 2, and of course, again, that 22nd place finish at the end of the race as well. He only has one top 10 finishes in his last 5 races on concrete ovals. That would include his last 2 races at Dover have been finishes outside of the top 10, last year at Nashville, and then of the last 2 races at concrete, Bristol as well has a finish outside the top 10. So that is not good for him. I think for whatever, and it's weird because usually he's good at Dover, but lately he hasn't been, and obviously that hasn't translated well to Nashville in recent years. Well, between last year and even this weekend as well. He was 10th in qualifying in practice this weekend, but a lot more of the Toyotas for 2311 seemed to be pretty quick in practice. They didn't qualify too well, but the Toyotas were very hit or miss. And I will say of the Joe Gibbs Racing Toyotas, Truex looked noticeably slower than the other 3. And even the 2311 cars when you consider the practice. So I would say stay away from Martin Truex Jr. I'm unsure that he's going to have a good day, and in fact, I am choosing him to actually finish outside the top 10 today with putting him in the don't haves prediction list. Alex Bowman is another driver who I think you should stay away from today. Of course, he is racing in the Ally Financial car in the Ally 400, but I don't think that's going to bode for good luck for him. He finished 14th at Nashville last season. He did score a couple stage points at the end of stage 2 in that race, but primarily ran outside the top 10 most of the day. He was 15th in practice and 12th in qualifying. He was definitely far and away the worst Hendrick Motorsports driver throughout practice on Friday and qualifying yesterday evening. Qualified William Byron, but in practice, Byron was quicker than Alex Bowman, and Byron had a lot better success at Nashville last year. He finished top 5 in the race and actually finished top 7 in the first 2 stages as well. So between that and the fact that we know on history, William Byron's typically more consistent than Alex Bowman. Again, I would be more safer going with the other 3 Hendrick Motorsport Chevrolets, but I would stay away from Alex Bowman today. So Bowman, Truex, those are my don't haves, I almost said must haves. Those are the don't haves. I do think at the end of the day, they will both have finishes outside the top 10. Let's see here. Dakota Rooser, welcome to the stream, Reeser. Hopefully I said your name right the first time. NASCAR Cup Series, Nashville Speedway. They're still marketing it as Nashville Superspeedway. I thought when SMI bought them out that they were going to change it to Nashville Motor Speedway, but they didn't. But I think it's still Nashville Superspeedway. But yeah, NASCAR in Nashville this weekend. I think a lot of people are typically excited about that. I'm glad they decided to go into the Nashville market last year. It was definitely long overdue for the NASCAR Cup Series side. And even really when they moved the truck and the Xfinity Series out of there, about a decade ago into the early 2010s as well. Definitely a place they should never have gone away from. Nashville really is one of the, obviously a major city in the South where NASCAR originated, and I'm surprised that it took them a while to go back, but I'm glad they're back. They sold out last year. I have no word on if they sold out again this year or not. It's not Father's Day weekend like it was last year, so that might hinder some of the tickets, plus the heat as well, but we'll see. Hopefully, I'm sure it'll still be a packed crowd today, even if it isn't 100% sold out like it was last year. Melinda Everett, welcome into the stream. She says, go Chase number 9. And actually, when I was looking at Racing Reference earlier in the week, Chase Elliott did not have a great finish at Dover last season. He actually ran great. He won a stage, and he ended up finishing in the top 10 at the end of the race. But I completely forgot that Chase Elliott had ended up actually DQing at the end of the race. He failed post-race inspection, and lost out on his top 10, lost out on his playoff point for winning a stage. So he actually didn't have a great finish last year. So it was tough for me to gauge Chase Elliott going into this weekend based off of last year's success, because, again, he had a car that failed post-race inspection. It was a car in which was cheated, I guess. So I don't know how well his run last year will correlate to this year, even though he looked fast in practice and qualifying. So I didn't want to really base any major predictions on Chase Elliott today, but I did want to on Alex Bowman because I don't think he's going to run particularly well. Toxic Punk Young Boy, welcome into the stream as well. Brian Chastain, R6R6 Earl Arnold Jr. Thanks for everybody tuning in. Well over 30 people watching the stream already today. Let me get the, I don't know why I was still on that screen the entire time. Sorry for that. You can see the starting lineup on the left side of the screen now. I meant to have that as soon as the stream started today. But thanks for everybody tuning in. The race is not going to start. Coverage is going to be on in a few minutes here. But as far as the actual race itself, drop of the green flag is in about 10 to 15 minutes. Drop of the green flag is scheduled for 5:11, so we are just over 10 minutes away from the drop of the green flag. So that means fantasy lineups will close in 9 minutes, so I'll hurry up with my predictions here. Again, Alex Bowman, Martin Truex Jr. on the don't haves. Sleeper picks, I accidentally said his name just moments ago, so I'll mention him here. Kurt Busch is one of my sleeper picks. I think he will definitely get a top 10 at the end of the race today. He was 6th fastest in practice yesterday, and his teammate Bubba Wallace timed in at his exact quickest. I mentioned the Toyotas were a little bit better in practice than qualifying yesterday, excluding, well, even Martin Truex Jr. wasn't bad in practice qualifying, but he was noticeably off compared to the rest of the Toyotas. That's why I had him between that and his lack of success rather on the concrete ovals is why I put Truex in the don't haves. But Kurt Busch, he ran really good at Nashville last year. He ended up finishing 8th, had some stage points throughout the race, and also has been really good on intermediate tracks as of late. He has finished in a podium spot in 2 of the last 3 intermediate racetracks, excluding his Coke 600, in which he got in a big wreck middle of the race on one of the restarts that took him out and put him back in a 35th place finish. But he won at Kansas 4 races ago, but 3 intermediate races ago. And then his last intermediate racetrack, he ended up finishing in the 3rd place position as well. So I am definitely high on Kurt Busch today. I think he will at least get a top 10. He is one of my sleeper picks. Another one of the sleeper picks this weekend is going to be Ricky Stenhouse Jr. for JTG Doherty Racing. Stenhouse also signed a contract extension earlier on in the week, and this is actual for multiple years for JTG Doherty Racing, so at least through 2024 he will be racing with them. He finished 6th at Nashville last season. Most people probably forgot about that. It was one of his better runs of the year, and he actually finished 6th and 7th in the first 2 stages last season as well. He's on a hot streak this year when you look at how he has been running as of late. He's had 4 top 10s in the last 5 intermediate racetracks, and that's not even including the All-Star race, in which he ended up winning the very first stage of the Open, getting his way into the All-Star race, and had a good run there as well. So Stenhouse is definitely going to be the one to beat. He didn't run well at Sonoma last weekend, but that's a road course, and he isn't typically great at road courses, but on the intermediates, he has been fast as of late. And I would look for Ricky Stenhouse Jr. to at least have a top 10 today. Is going to be my prediction. I think he keeps a little bit of that hot streak rolling under the hot sun at Nashville Superspeedway today. The 2 must-have picks that you should absolutely have on your fantasy lineups, and one of these 2 drivers I'm picking to win today's race. I'm going to start off with Ross Chastain. Ross Chastain ran really good in practice and qualifying. He was 7th in practice overall and also qualified 7th. He was 3rd in 15-lap average in practice and 4th in 10-lap average, so the longer runs seem to play into Chastain's favor. I do think there will be some long runs in today's race. Maybe not a lot because the next-gen car and the intermediates have been very difficult to handle, but I do think that there will be at least a stretch or 2 where we'll have long green flag runs, and you'll see Chastain towards the front of the field in that. He finished 2nd at Nashville last year, and that was with Chip Ganassi Racing. I think we can easily say that Trackhouse, at least out of the gate this year, is better than what Chip Ganassi Racing was for all of last season. And even if you look at Trackhouse's success last year, Daniel Suarez, although it was just a 1-car team at the time, Suarez finished in 7th place at Nashville. So even if you're looking maybe at Daniel Suarez to be a good underdog pick for today as well, I wouldn't doubt it. I'm not going to guarantee he's going to get a top 10 like the other 2 I just mentioned, because only so many drivers can finish in the top 10. And if I start to go on and on and on about drivers guaranteeing in top 10s, not all of them are going to be able to do that. So I try to limit the size down. But I think Chastain will have a good day, and I think he will definitely be a threat to win later on, as long as he can, of course, make it to the end of the race. And my race win pick today, easy for me to say, Kyle Larson. If I had to vote in the poll, which I can't vote in my own poll, I would have picked Kyle Larson in that poll. Kyle Larson had a great a great weekend so far. He was third in qualifying yesterday, fourth in practice overall on Friday afternoon, and he was in the top 4 in both 5, 10, and 15 lap average times. Led 264 of the 300 laps last year as well. Got a stage win in stage 2 and dominated the Ally 400 a season ago at Nashville Superspeedway. So I think Kyle Larson, even if it's not in dominant fashion, will be in the top 5 at least all day today. And I do think Kyle Larson will win today's race. Now, I did predict the truck race correctly, saying Ryan Preece was going to win, and he ended up leading the most laps, winning the race. And I do have to say that I've been on a little bit of a streak picking the Cup Series races. 2 of the last 4 races I predicted the Cup winners correctly, and I'm feeling very confident with today's pick as well. So, again, that is my fantasy analysis for today's race. Going to open up the comments section on my phone now because I still have to do that. We have 45 people watching. Thanks for everybody tuning in so far. Official Landon Castle, Santiago Kid, Pooping My Butt, Patrick Shadley, LGBT NASCAR fan, Larry Mack loves boy booty, DW's booty cheese. Man, what's with these names? Saya Z. They love Mason. Welcome into the stream. Hopefully I've gotten everybody shouted out that has been at least in the chat that I can see. I farted on them, son. Welcome to the stream as well. Thanks for everybody tuning in. Glad that you guys are back, and I'm glad I'm back for another live race commentary of the Cup Series races again this season. So this is going to be a fun one today. The intermediates have been a lot of great shows. I think one of the funnest live commentary streams I have had, maybe ever on the channel, was the last intermediate track we did, and that was at Kansas. Points race. I would have done the Texas All-Star race, but we all know that was fun with Blaney winning, and me being a Blaney fan. Outside of that, it was pretty bad. But as far as the last points race on an intermediate I've done live commentary for at Kansas, it was a lot of fun. I think today's going to be a lot of fun. It's going to be hot, slick. Track temp is 103, or I should say, I don't know what the track temp is. It's probably a lot warmer than that, but the actual feel, humidity, 103 degrees is the actual feel. It's going to be hot inside those race cars all day long. Just over a 4 o'clock start time for local time at Nashville, so most of this race will take place under the sunlight unless we have a red flag of some sort that ends up prolonging the race potentially. I know there is rain in the area. Hopefully they could get today's race into its fullest, and if not, we'll be back again tomorrow, but we are going to hope for the best today. Again, the race is on NBC, the main NBC network, for the first time this season. Yeah, vote in the poll in the chat, by the way. You guys have until that green flag drops today on who you think is going to win today's race as the fan vote. They will be going green here shortly. We'll check out the point standings, though, before we get through the starting lineup today. Chase Elliott comes in as the regular season points leader by 16 points over Ross Chastain. Mentioned Chastain was going to be a threat to likely win today's race. He's only 16 points back. 15 playoff points are awarded to the regular season champion. We have 10 races left in the regular season heading to today's race. Kyle Busch also close in that battle, 23 points out of the lead. That was even with a rough race at Sonoma. Ryan Blaney only 25 points back, coming in off a top 5 at Sonoma 2 weeks ago in the last race. And Joey Logano, although didn't have a great run at Sonoma 2 weeks ago, he is only 30 points back. 55 points back is Truex in 6th, although winless this season. Definitely going to need some playoff points going into the playoffs. And Kyle Larson 60 points back at 7th. So the top 7 are all within 1 race worth of points after 16 races. That's how competitive it has been this NASCAR Cup Series season. To add into the competitive season, we have had 11 different winners who are locked into the playoffs, and being Chase Elliott with 1, Ross Chastain with 2, Kyle Busch with 1, Joey Logano with 2, Kyle Larson with 1, William Byron with 2, Alex Bowman with 1, Chase Briscoe with 1, Daniel Suarez with 1, Kurt Busch with 1, and Denny Hamlin has 2 wins on the season. Those are the 11 drivers in with the win. The drivers who are above the cutoff line on points right now, and so far 5 drivers are 95 points to the good is Ryan Blaney in 11th in the playoff standings, but 4th in the regular season standings. Truex, who's 6th in the regular season standings, is only 65 points above the cutoff line. That is pretty close, all things considered, even though that is a little more than one race worth of points ahead. That's why a win would be so important for that 19 team, and I do think he is going to struggle today. It was my prediction, or at least at the end of the day, finish outside the top 10, so he's going to have to hope that he proves me wrong. 28 points to the good is Christopher Bell, even though he is still in the top 10 in the regular season standings as well, with all the drivers below the cutoff line getting the wins this season. Cindric has a win also, so 4 drivers below 16th in the driver standings have wins, so that cutoff line pretty tight because of it. 12 different winners, this year instead of 11. My bad on that one. Eric Almirola, final driver above the cutoff line, coming into today's race by 7 points over teammate Kevin Harvick, even though those two are 11th and 12 in the regular season standings. And a little bit bigger gap back to Tyler Reddick, who is 42 points below the cutoff line, but with 10 races to go, that is definitely manageable. Can't be waiting until that last minute, though. Got to get going. Same goes for Austin Dillon, who's 47 points below the cutoff line, and Eric Jones for Petty GMS, 55 points back. And then you look back, Michael McDowell, who is 28th in the driver's standings right now and would be 20th in the playoff standings as well, is 93 points below the cutoff line. Even though he had a great run at Sonoma last week, that's going to be very difficult to point your way in these final 10 races. I think he on back is likely going to need a win to get in, but McDowell's had good runs this season on road courses, and honestly, all things considered, with 6 top 10s on the year, he's already got one more top 10 than he did last season. And considering the fact that he won the 500 and made the playoffs last year, that's pretty good for Michael McDowell and Front Row Motorsports Equipment. So that is the points talk heading into the race today. It should be a fun one. Jay Farmer, welcome to the stream. He says William Byron. Yep, definitely put your vote in the chat down below. The voting poll will close for who you think is going to win today's Nashville Superspeedway Ally 400 for the NASCAR Cup Series. Definitely make sure you vote. And again, the race is on NBC today. Everything is locked already for the for the fantasy. You can still join at any point in time. Again, if you go onto the KRC League, KRC in all caps, capital L on League, on the NASCAR mobile app or website. Sign up with your email. It is free to join. Chance to win 2 tickets to any NASCAR race if you're choosing in 2023, excluding the Daytona 500, if you win either the regular season or playoff championship. The cars are on the field for their parade laps right now. We'll go through quickly the starting lineup for today's race. Denny Hamlin, Joey Logano will be on the front row, both with 2 wins apiece this season. Hamlin with his second pole in the last 4 races as well. Kyle Larson, Chase Elliott will make up the HMS row number 2. Elliott DQ'd here at Nashville a season ago, looking for a bounce-back performance at the track this year, and Kyle Larson won this race in dominating fashion, winning a stage along the way. Daniel Suarez and Ryan Blaney will be in row number 3. Suarez also had a top 10 at the racetrack last season and won the last time the NASCAR Cup Series was racing 2 weeks ago at Sonoma. Blaney ended his day early with a brake failure, but he is also coming off a top 5 at Sonoma 2 weeks ago. Ross Chastain and Kevin Harvick will be in row number 4. Chastain with a stellar season, 2 wins so far, only 16 points behind Chase Elliott for the regular season points lead to today's race. Harvick comes in 7 points below the cutoff line, needing a great day. Christopher Bell and Martin Truex Jr. will be in row number 5 for today's race, rounding out the top 10. Truex was one of the don't-haves. Christopher Bell hoping for another good run today, 28 points to the good above the cutoff line. Eric Almirola, Alex Bowman will be in row number 6. Row 7, William Byron, AJ Allmendinger. Row number 8, Chris Buescher, Tyler Reddick. Row 9, Cole Custer, Michael McDowell, Kurt Busch, Austin Dillon. Row 10. Row 11, Justin Haley and Corey LaJoie. Eric Jones and Daytona 500 winner Austin Cindric will be in row number 12. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. and Harrison Burton in row 13. Brad Keselowski, Chase Briscoe in row 14. Ty Dillon, Bubba Wallace in row number 15. Row 16, Cody Ware, J.J. Yaley, Todd Gilliland, and Josh Bilicki will be in row 17. And rounding out the field today will be B.J. McLeod and Kyle Busch. Kyle Busch qualified last after spinning on his qualifying lap in yesterday's on-track action. Bob A. Bong, welcome to the stream. Robbie Harris, welcome. I'll say Bowman shows up and wins, so he is complete opposite of what I think Bowman will do today. Stephen McPeak, welcome to the stream. Has the race started? The race has not started yet. I had to fly through the intro there. I usually try to, give all my analysis for every driver in the starting grid at the start of the race, but that is not the case here because they are about to go green already quickly, trying to get the race in with rain threatening today's action. The pace truck is pulled on to pit lane. The field is heading into the Geico restart zone, and Hamlin, after electing the inside, will lead the field to the green as we are underway in the Ally 400 at Nashville Superspeedway. Hamlin's going to be clear down into turns 1 and 2, and Kyle Larson is actually going to get around Logano, or at least to the inside of him for second place in the first corner. Larson will be clear with a slide job off the exit of turn 2, and Logano did not take off well in the outside lane, and he'll fall back to third, right in front of Daniel Suarez in the 99. Suarez with a little bit of a momentum surge off of turn 4 might have a shot to get around Logano on the front stretch. He'll look to the inside for third. Logano with a block to hold on. Lap 1 will be led by pole sitter Denny Hamlin, who is looking for his third win of the season today. Chase Elliott and Christopher Bell side by side for about 6th place right now, with Elliott on the outside, Bell on the inside. Bell gained a couple spots off that initial start. The inside lane taking off really, really well on the start. Single file through the top 5, 2 by 2 through the rest of the top 10 behind them. Suarez still keeping a lot of pressure on Joey Logano. Seems to be getting off of turn 4 a little better than the 22, but hasn't found his way around him yet. Elliott loses the front nose of his race car in the outside lane, which maybe not rubbered in up to this point early in the race. And after that big wiggle, he saved it, but unfortunately will lose the battle for 6 to Bell, and Harvick will now get to the inside of the 9 of Elliott. Beautiful red apple bush light paint scheme for Kevin Harvick this weekend. Could not make the pass on Elliott through 3 and 4, and Elliott clears him on the front stretch for 7th place. The lanes should be widening out on this concrete surface throughout the course of the day, as we have seen in the other series races so far this weekend, and it may rubber in a bit quicker today considering the fact that there has already been 2 races on this surface this weekend with the trucks in the Xfinity Series. Nearly 3 wide in the middle or second half of the field right now in front of Kyle Busch in the pedigree number 18 Toyota, with Austin Cindric, Corey LaJoie, and Ty Dillon all battling for position in front of him. Busch trying to come from the rear of the field after spinning out in qualifying yesterday. Backed it into the outside wall off of turn 4 in the process. Toyotas have been, for the most part, pretty fast this weekend. Corey LaJoie getting tight in the dirty air behind the side-by-side action in front of him, and nearly gets into the wall off turn 4, allowing for Kyle Busch and Bubba Wallace to get around. Martin Truex Jr. and William Byron battling for the 10th place position. Nice Valvoline paint scheme on Byron's car this weekend as well, getting a little bit of a run off of turn 2 on the outside lane of Martin Truex Jr., and he'll clear him off into turn 3. Slides back down to the middle to bottom groove to take away the line from Truex and try to keep him behind him, but Truex gets a great drive off 4 and pulls right back to the inside of Byron again on the front stretch. Chris Buescher in the 17 car closing in 11th place behind them. Well, he would be in 12th considering the battle for 10th is side by side, but he is right there with those 2 cars in front. Hamlin's already pulled out to about a 1.4 second lead over Kyle Larson in the clean air advantage. Larson was fastest in 5, 10, and 15 lap average times, though, in yesterday's was in the top 3 in the 15 and 10 lap average times, and he was in the top 4 in both overall practice time as well as in the 5 lap average. So I'm sure he will be in the top 5 through most of today's race as well. Update on Kyle Busch after starting in the last place position today. Is already up to 24th, just 9 laps into the race. A 12 spots gained from the start. And Bubba Wallace, who did not qualify particularly well after being fastest in practice yesterday, has gained a few spots from the start of the race right behind Busch as well. Busch has just passed another car getting around Daytona 500 winner Austin Cindric. After a tight battle as they were nearly making contact off the exit of turn 4. Daniel Suarez has finally gotten his way around Joey Logano for 3rd place and is quickly driving away from him. And now Logano is starting to slowly see the next Trackhouse car of Ross Chastain behind him getting a little bit bigger in his rearview mirror. Logano's hooking right around the bottom. It seems like the Trackhouse cars are running that middle to upper groove in the early going. One thing with Trackhouse racing that I've noticed so far this year, it feels almost as if it's a replication of what Chip Ganassi Racing did when they teamed up with Sabco back in the early 2000s, and Sterling Marlin was competing for a championship almost immediately following the team's merger with one another. That's kind of what I feel out of Trackhouse, the speed that they've had, championship competitive speed for a relatively new team into the NASCAR Cup Series. Hopefully, unlike Chip Ganassi Racing, they can keep that over the longevity of their tenure in the Cup Series and keep a highly competitive team alive, because that will only be better for the sport. Again, hit that like button, subscribe for more daily NASCAR content. Should hit 2.3 thousand subscribers on the channel today. You won't want to miss the action on the daily on the channel. Live race commentary on the weekends, of course, with the real races. Video game live race commentary during the week. I'll likely be at the IndyCar race next weekend at Mid-Ohio. So I'll be having some highlight stuff in the track then as well. Take a full field running order at the start of today's race as they go to the first full screen commercial in today's action. Denny Hamlin is the race leader by 2.1 seconds over Kyle Larson. Daniel Suarez is in 3rd, Ross Chastain 4th, and Christopher Bell rounds out the top 5. Joey Logano's fallen back to 6th, Chase Elliott 7th, Kevin Harvick 8th, Ryan Blaney 9th, and William Byron rounds out the top 10. Martin Truex Jr. in 11th, Chris Buescher in 12th, Kurt Busch is 13th, AJ Allmendinger 14th, Tyler Reddick is 15th. Eric Jones 16th, Alex Bowman's fallen back to 17th, Michael McDowell 18th, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. up to 19th, and Eric Almirola is 20th. Kyle Busch already up to 21st, Keselowski to 22nd, Bubba Wallace 23rd, Cindric 24th, Custer 25th, and Ty Dillon is 26th. 27th is Justin Haley, Harrison Burton in 28th, Briscoe 29th, and Corey LaJoie is 30th. 31st is Austin Dillon, who has fallen way back at the start of the race. Todd Gillen 32nd, Josh Bilicki 33rd. 34th is J.J. Yaley, Cody Ware 35th, and B.J. McLeod will round out the field right now and is in danger of going a lap down any moment, as we are at lap 16 of 300 today and lap 16 of 90 in stage number 1. Opinion on AEW and New Japan Forbidden Door pay-per-view tonight? I don't know. I don't really watch enough of AEW to know I don't even know what any matches on the match card, to be completely honest. Anything of AEW I usually see are like highlight stuff on YouTube. So I honestly have no clue what the card is. Is it the Money in the Bank pay-per-view like next week for WWE? I usually pay more attention to that. Yeah, and I think it's not that I have anything against AEW or anything, because I do enjoy it when I do watch it. It's just kind of a sentimental thing. You know, you grow up watching WWE, and it's hard to watch pro wrestling that isn't it, because that's really all you've known. TNA was around when I was younger too, but they've really fallen off the map over recent years. Now known as Impact. Hamlin has led all 18 laps so far in the race today. There were no tire failures in practice earlier this week, but the issues on the intermediate tracks in particular are the left rear tires. When you get about 30 to 40 laps into the run, there tends to be tire failures. Hopefully we don't see that today, but we'll keep an eye on that if we have long enough green flag runs that get to that range of laps. And as of right now, we are at lap 20 with Hamlin in the lead so far as we run caution free to start this race. 111 degrees early on is the temperature inside of Daniel Suarez's race car. It is going to be a hot day for these drivers inside those hot box race cars. It's like stepping into an oven, I'm sure, on a day like today. .9-second lead now for Denny Hamlin following the commercial break. It was 1.4 leading up to that point. So he is continuously pulling away. It is a mostly cloudy day, it seems like, as it's overcast on the track right now. They're just talking about how that is going to change the track conditions, which I'd have to agree with, because obviously when you are in shade and in cooler track position or track conditions, it's going to give the track maybe a little bit more grip. But if you have a car that maybe has a little bit of a snugger setup because of you expecting it to be hot and slick, and you get maybe a lot of shade, that could tighten the car up almost too much. Track temp is 124. Thanks for letting me know on that. They didn't show that at the very start of the race, so I missed it. I could hear only so much in my ear because I'm talking constantly, so I tend to miss some of the stuff that the NBC or earlier in the year, the Fox broadcast would end up saying. But I have that stuff in my ear so I can relay some of that message to you guys as well along the way. Obviously, any driver interviews we get throughout the course of the day, you guys will get to listen to, whether it's during the stage breaks or somebody exiting the race at any point in time as well. Kyle Busch is on a rampage right now. He is all the way up to the 17th starting spot, already passing just over half the cars in the field. Quick little update on the drivers that I had mentioned in the pre-race coverage and how they are faring so far. The two must-have picks of Kyle Larson, Ross Chastain, who I expected would be contenders for the win. And my pick, Kyle Larson, they are both inside the top 5, with Daniel Suarez actually just making a pass on Kyle Larson for second place. So that moves Larson back to third. Ross Chastain is in the 4th place position. And then the two sleeper picks I had from the start of the race today of Kurt Busch and Ricky Stenhouse Jr., both on their way upwards in the running order. Kurt Busch, who qualified 18th, is up to 13th, slowly moving forward, and Stenhouse, who qualified in 27th, is already up to 20th. So those two guys on their way forward after poor qualifying efforts, but I expected them to have speed today. They are trying to get things done the hard way, I guess you would say, in the early going of this race. The two don't have picks that I expected to both finish outside the top 10 today and at least struggle with their finish was Alex Bowman, Martin Truex Jr. Bowman dropping like a rock from the start of the race. He is back to 18th, and Martin Truex Jr. in the 19 car is in 9th currently in the top 10, but we still have a long ways to go. Again, only lap 26 of 300 and 26 of 90 in stage number 1. Daniel Suarez, though, after clearing Kyle Larson, Larson has now moved up to that middle to upper groove, trying to change his lane, but Suarez is still getting away in that middle groove, and now actually has been running the bottom a little more often as the run has picked up. And lately, Daniel Suarez has been running lap times that are quicker than race leader Denny Hamlin. As soon as he got to the 5 of Larson and had passed him, he was only 3.4 seconds off the lead, and now he's down to 2.9 seconds off the lead just 2.5 laps after. So Daniel Suarez is running down Hamlin on a pace of about 0.2 of a second, if not a little more than that quicker, and may get to Hamlin within the next 10 laps or so. Hamlin is just getting into lap traffic as well. Suarez has not caught any major lap cars yet, so that could also be helping the 99 and why he is just over 0.2 of a second quicker than Hamlin. Larson dropping off that middle to upper groove now to run in the middle to bottom lane again, maybe far enough behind Suarez he doesn't have to worry about dirty air anymore, so that might have been why he moved up as wide as he did. Oh no, back to the outside again through 1 and 2, I guess. I mentioned Suarez is faster than the leader, but I think Kyle Busch may be the fastest car in the field if he could get track position. He is already up to 15th as he makes the pass on A.J. Allmendinger into turns 1 and 2. He's 16 seconds off the race lead right now, so interval-wise, I'm not really paying attention to that too much, considering the fact he's probably burned through his tires, passing as many cars as he has in the early going of today's race. Up 21 spots from the start of the race, and the other two big movers also racing for Toyota. Both the 2311 cars of Bubba Wallace and Kurt Busch. Wallace up 10 spots, and Kurt Busch up 6. Mentioned the Toyotas primarily were fast in practice yesterday, but not great starting spots for those three drivers I just mentioned, and they're on the move early on. February 18, 2001. It's Sheared, welcome to the stream. I'm not going to say that name. The name with Bubba Wallace in it, welcome to the stream. Is that a South Park reference, though, by the way, too? Yep, air temp 94. It should slightly cool off throughout the course of the day, you would think, considering it's a little bit later start time. And I wonder if that might have played into a little bit later start time. This race started at about 2 o'clock local time last year. This year it is starting at just after 4 o'clock local time and 5 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. Yeah, Hamlin dominating the laps led category, and actually, even though Daniel Suarez was closing the gap there initially after passing Kyle Larson, is still slowly getting away from Larson. I think Hamlin's opened it up a little bit more because he's not dealing with as heavy of lap traffic as he was earlier, and sits at about a 4.2 second lead over Suarez. Again, it was 2.8 just a handful of laps ago, but I think now that Suarez has caught lap traffic also, that is why the lead is starting to go back into Hamlin's direction. Or the battle for the lead. Still caution free, 33 laps in. Pit window is going to be right around 70 laps today, so they will have to make a pit stop at some point in stage 1. It'll be interesting to see if teams will try to split the stage in half. If that is the case, you're going to be seeing some pit stops in about 10 laps or so. Maybe drivers will pit just before that, trying to gain an advantage, but then again, if they do that, they're going to be running 60, maybe more laps on their tires, and that could be tough. We're also in that stretch of, again, that 30 to 40 lap stretch I mentioned at the very, very start of the race, where we've been seeing some left rear tire issues on the intermediate tracks this season. With being at lap 34, we'll have to keep a close eye on that throughout the course of today's race if there are any issues with it. Remember that episode? I've seen only that clip from that episode, but I know of that. But I'm not gonna say. But welcome to the stream. I appreciate it. Everybody hit that like button. Subscribe for more daily NASCAR content. Again, these are our most viewed streams, usually of the live race commentary. And the last 2 live race commentary live streams that we have had on the channel for the Cup Series was the Texas All-Star race and the Cup Series race the weekend before that at Kansas, where we had viewers up over 900 concurrent viewers throughout the course of the stream. We'll see if we break a stream record throughout the course of today's race. It's going to be tough considering I haven't done any of these in the last few weeks, unfortunately, but we'll see. Plus, the race is on cable television, which I think the last time I commentated a race on cable television was Talladega. Because there haven't really been that many of them in recent weeks. But between this week and the next week for the Cup Series at Road America, they will be on the main NBC channel. First race on the USA Network later this year is not going to be until they go to Atlanta, which is the second race of the month of July. And the third race of the NBC portion of the year. Thunderstorms surrounding the area. Rain for now, 20%. Well, that is feeling more comfortable. Really, when it's under 50%, that means there's more of a chance it won't rain than it will rain, so that's always good. In the sake of trying to get the race in. Kurt Busch has moved into the top 10 following the second commercial break now that NBC is back from that break. Mentioned he was on the move before that. He battles Kevin Harvick for 9th place currently. Heading down into turns 1 and 2, Busch has a really big run, and he's going to go to the middle of the upper groove this time. Harvick to the bottom. This could definitely allow Busch to get a better run on Harvick, and he does. Center of the corner off. He is going to fly around the outside of Harvick. Harvick's just going to let him go without a major fight. And Busch is up to 9th, while the other Busch, Kyle, is already up to 15th. They're starting in the last place position today. 4.5 seconds is the lead between Hamlin and Suarez. Currently the top 5, you have Denny Hamlin leading by 4.5 seconds over Suarez in second. Ross Chastain's in third, Kyle Larson in fourth, and Christopher Bell rounds out the top 5. Make that Bell fourth, Larson fifth, as Bell has just made the pass on Larson for position. Reagan Fans 6. Craig Dunko, welcome to the stream. Kyle Busch is passing cars like nothing. That's why I'm a big fan of him. Bad starting position, could still make the top 10 or even top 5 and win. Yeah, he definitely looks like he's got a car capable of the win. There's a slow car right now on the front stretch. That's going to be the 77 of Josh Bilicki. He'll get to the access road, which is used in turns 1 and 2 for cars coming off the pit lane to get onto the racetrack, and he's going to try to limp that car around to pit road. Will stay green unless he ends up extremely slow and looks as if he is going to stall out if he doesn't stall out before that. And caution is going to wave. So the caution's out for Josh Bilicki being very slow on the racetrack. And there could be potential fluid on the track as well, which is probably why they are throwing the caution, because the 77 was slow on the inside lane of the front stretch before he actually got to the apron in turns 1 and 2. So potential fluids likely on the racetrack from Josh Bilicki after some sort of a mechanical issue for that Spire Motorsports Chevrolet. And he didn't pit that time either. He stayed out after the caution came out, which is also weird. We're about halfway through the stage, so you're definitely going to be seeing some drivers pit here as they can make it to the end of stage 1 on fuel, plus the fact that they have over 40 laps on their tires. But this is the first caution of the race today. Again, Josh Bilicki slow on the racetrack. Stephen Barnes, welcome to the stream. Thanks for tuning in. 35 likes now on the stream. Let's make our goal 150 likes today. I think we can get to there. So NASCAR is going under red flag conditions right now. Lightning has stricken within about 7 miles of the racetrack, and rules in pretty much every sporting event across the U.S. at least is that if there is a lightning strike within 8 miles of the facility in which you are hosting that event, and obviously it's outdoors, then there will be a 30-minute delay. Hopefully there's no other lightning strike in the area, and hopefully the track could stay dry as well. So it looks like under this caution period, we will have red flag conditions. You could see on NBC's camera work in turns 1 and 2 right now that it does look like there's rain off in the distance. It is not raining on the track right now, but obviously there's rain within an 8-mile radius in which lightning has stricken. So again, red flag, and any driver interviews you will get to hear, so don't go anywhere. And hopefully in about a half hour we can get back to racing. And there are no other lightning strikes, so as soon as that lightning's stricken, they'll start the clock, which would already be running. I would imagine drivers are still going to get out of their cars considering the fact that it is extremely hot. I don't think they're going to want to be sitting in there any longer than they have to. It does look like the storms that were around the track were splitting around it as if it should stay clear. They just showed a radar on NBC. Maybe even no skill. Ty Dillon could win. Not today, at least. I don't think. He's 24th. Free pass is going to go to Cole Custer during this caution. Whenever they end up going back to green, as he was the first car lap down in 28th. I just realized I don't think I ended that poll in the chat earlier. And 91 votes, but it was pretty unanimous that you guys said other. 51%, 25% said Kyle Larson was going to win. Denny Hamlin at 13%, Joey Logano at 9%. Hamlin right now is dominated and has led every lap from the pole, but Larson's been in the top 5 all day, and there are a lot of other picks, obviously, in the top 5 as well. Both the Trackhouse cars looking fast. Christopher Bell's on an upward trend right now, up to 4th, right before that caution. Ryan Blaney's moving through the field. He's in 6th. Kurt Busch, obviously. Kyle Busch, both on the move. Bubba Wallace has passed a lot of cars as well. All 3 of those guys had pretty poor qualifying efforts yesterday afternoon. So again, a lightning strike within 8 miles of the racetrack, so that has put a delay of 30 minutes, and that means we are under red flag conditions, which also means that means the race is automatically going to end about a half hour longer, if not more, obviously, if we have more than just that one lightning strike in the area. Which could lead to the race ending potentially under the lights, which would really change the track conditions, and that's not something these teams had prepared for, was this race to end under the nighttime. So that could definitely affect the balance of these race cars quite a bit. Severe thunderstorm warning has been issued east of Nashville. Yeah, the radar that they did show, there was some, like a small patch of like yellow and red on the actual radar that they showed around the racetrack, but not at the racetrack itself. Yeah, in any interviews, you guys will get to listen in. Seems to have this issue, but at the same time, for safety reasons, is why we are under the red flag. Severe weather in the area. Even though it is not currently raining. It did look like Parker Kligerman for NBC was right next to Kyle Busch, so I'm sure we'll get an interview from him very soon. He seems pretty happy when he's talking to one of the MRN reporters, pit reporters. And hopefully we can get the race in today. At least have to get to halfway at some point. Not raining at the track right now. You just hope that the showers don't keep popping up behind the ones that have already split the track. Lap 41 is where we're at right now. Temperature has dropped 3 degrees, and I wonder if that's with the storms in the area. From what it was at the start of the race less than an hour ago. course, when it's a lot warmer and the humidity is higher, especially at this time of the day, you tend to see pop-up showers. And that's been part of the reason why I think most fans have been vocal, too, about the later start times on the tracks that are closer to the East Coast, Nashville Central Time Zone. But again, even local start time just after 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. There was no rain earlier in the day at the Nashville Superspeedway that if the race would have started, say, at about 1 o'clock local time, the race would be about over by now, if not already over before this became an issue. Hopefully, again, that this is all it is, and we don't have to get the jet dryers out on the track and prolong this event any longer than it's already being prolonged. Ghetto Streamlabs, welcome to the stream. You're an hour south of Nashville. The outside feels like in the Gulf right now. Does that mean it's wet? Is that what you're implying? It is raining? As if you're drenched in water in the Gulf? It was 85 degrees where I was at today, but it was windy, so it was nice. It was a nice 85 degrees. It didn't feel that humid. Last night was pretty warm at the racetrack before the sun went down. It was like 94 degrees, and there was no breeze at all. It almost felt like a dry heat. It almost felt like I was in the desert for a day in Northwest Ohio. So again, so far, Denny Hamlin has led the first 42 laps. He had about a 5.2 second lead over Daniel Suarez in second when the caution came out for Josh Bilicki being slow on the racetrack. And then there was a lightning strike within 8 miles of the racetrack during the caution period, which has now led us to a red flag condition. No rain at the track currently. Hopefully it stays away, but with lightning within the area, there has to be a 30-minute delay. And every time there's a lightning strike within an 8-mile radius of the racetrack, then they have to start that delay clock again. And repetitively until there is no lightning within a 30-minute stretch. Cole Custer will get the free pass during this caution period. It's the first caution of the race today, as it's been incident-free so far. Rod G, welcome to the stream. Black Sheep 214. Rain tires, let's go. Well, they're not actually, it's not raining right now, so it's not the rain, it's just the lightning in the area, and it's more for the fans and competitors on pit road sake more than anything else, obviously, that if you don't want fans in metal bleachers when there's lightning in the area, so I don't. It stinks that this has to happen, but at the same time, for safety measures, which I can completely understand and get behind. One thing I can also get behind, like I mentioned moments ago, was an earlier start time that this race would have started at 1 o'clock local time. It would have been over by now. I mean, that's one thing, too, with the races on the West Coast. You know, they start them at 3:30. Well, for instance, I was at Fontana for the Cup race earlier this year at the Auto Club Speedway. That race started at 12:30 local time, which was nice actually when I was there. Got out of the racetrack and it was only, I don't even think it was 4 o'clock yet. It was about 4 o'clock when the race ended. But compare that to when I go to Michigan every year. And that race starts at like 3 o'clock. Or just after 3 o'clock by the drop of the green flag. And I don't get out of that place until probably like 6:37, and I have about an hour and a half drive home with the traffic following the race. I don't get home until like close to 8 o'clock almost all the time. Obviously can't get anything else done the rest of the day after that. Austin Omano, welcome to the stream. Why the cars are pushback? Talk about pit road, that's because there's lightning in the area. If you're asking why they're covered or on pit road right now. Am I in Illinois? No. I live in Northwest Ohio. But Michigan's my home track for the Cup Series because I only live like an hour and a half away. So Daniel Suarez is sponsoring Tootsie's, which is actually a bar in downtown Nashville, and they have Rutledge Wood on location at Tootsie's. They're in the race today. They just went into him. A good time to go into him, though, while it's under a red flag. I guess I have to fill some airtime. Surprised there hasn't been any interviews yet. I'm very shocked. I'm going to be shocked if we don't get an interview this entire red flag sequence. Because you guys will get to listen to it. Travis Glanton, welcome to the stream. One hour, 20 minutes away from Charlotte. Awesome. I wish I lived in that area because not only did I have Charlotte, but I'd have like Bristol within a few hours, Martinsville within a few hours, Darlington within a few hours. And I mean, they race at those tracks twice a year. That's literally 8 races I could go to and make those one-day trips. That's better than, right now I live like 8 to 9 hours away from all those tracks. Daytona would only be, like 5 hours away? 7 hours? Something like that. I live 15 hours away. I'd be going to the 500 every year if I lived that close. I didn't get to my first one till last year. There's a good chance I'll probably go next year. Not 100% on that yet, but I'd like to go. I'd like to go every year if I really had the chance. I just live too far away right now. Hour, 15 minutes from Bristol, no joke. Yeah, no, I can see how that is. I know Bristol's only a few hours away from Charlotte. And if you're an hour and a half away from Charlotte, then hey, you'd be pretty close to Bristol. You probably wouldn't be that far from Martinsville either within a couple hours. Again, like and subscribe for more daily NASCAR content. Up to 40 likes on the stream. Our goal is 115. Or sorry, 150. 115 would be kind of odd, but 150 is our goal for likes on the stream. I think we will get there today. We've had over 80 people watching. Some of us have gone away during this commercial break so far, or not commercial break. But during the red flag. Any rain on the track? No rain on the track yet. Still just the lightning delay right now. And even the 2 storms that surrounded the racetrack, which was the cause of the lightning, have been moving further and further away from the track. It doesn't look like anything has popped up behind them so far, so that is good. Cheetos Cup Series, welcome to the stream. 1 hour from the paperclip. That's awesome. And here's an interview coming with William Byron.
24.
Yeah, it's been okay. We had a good start to the race and got up inside the top 10. And then a couple of Toyotas got us there on the long run, and we're back to 11th. But I feel like our race car is good. We had a little bit of a weird tire sensation there at the end of that run, so I was kind of glad the caution came out because, I don't know what that was or how we diagnose it, but hopefully we put a new set of tires on and everything goes back to normal.
So we have, Dale Jr. and Burton up there scribbling madly now, and Steve Letard, because you just talked about a weird tire thing. Can you describe it a little bit in detail like you did for me?
Yeah, it was weird. Like I was having to, 4 or 5 laps, at the end of that run, I was having to hold the car on the straightaway a lot, to the right. So I don't know why or what that is, but felt odd for sure, and then just a little bit of a vibration. So hopefully, yeah, like I said, hopefully we get a pit stop in and can change these tires and get back to normal.
As you looked at the season coming into your 16 races down, what was your expectation for Nashville? What did it need to be for you, Rudy, and the whole 2014?
Yeah, it's just another good test, another good test to kind of see where we are on these flatter tracks. We're always trying to learn and get better, and we worked hard after Gateway to kind of come up with something that we thought was better, and so far so good. The car feels good, and we just got to get a little bit of track position, hopefully get ourselves into that top 6 or 7 range and have a different race from there. So it's been a good weekend so far, I'd say.
The weekend started out super hot. Obviously, we've got the cloud cover now, so it's cooled down a little bit, but we've been talking about all the different devices drivers use and everything. What's your choice? Do you wear a suit of any kind? Do you wear just the helmet air? What do you do?
Yeah, I wear this cool suit. Dale knows a lot about it from Jimmy's days, so I wear the cool suit, and it's helped a lot. I mean, definitely on days like today, it'd be pretty unbearable without it, I feel like, and just trying to, do conditioning and work with Pit Fit and back in North Carolina and kind of work with him on heat training and physical conditioning. So these are the days that you kind of prepare for based on that. So it's nice to have a background and kind of feel like I'm prepared coming in here.
Dale Jr., you do know what he's talking about in the cool suit that he's wearing?
Yeah, I think Jimmy Johnson was the first guy.
Again, that was William Byron, and I'm sure we'll get a little bit more of the driver interviews during this red flag period for a lightning delay, just about 24 minutes into today's race. 41 laps complete so far. I literally just banned that bot. What is going on? Just have to ignore them. They've been an issue off and on with the channel over the last couple months for some reason. I don't know what's... Like, we'll go like a week without having them, and then they'll pop up like randomly throughout a stream like today. Oh, this is back with Byron again. Hang on.
It's nice to have it, definitely on days like today.
So last thing, how do you refocus when we get started again? You and Rudy have, I'm sure, a routine. What's yours to say, okay, I've got to make sure I do this, this, and this before I go back to green here?
Yeah, just really kind of thinking about pit road, making sure we have a smooth pit stop, good roll time, and everything's so tight on pit road this year that, a lot of it is the pit stop, but a lot of it, too, is, what your job as a driver is. So trying to make sure we have a good pit stop and hopefully get ourselves a couple spots better for the restart.
Fantastic. All right, Steve, would you allow all these cool suits and boxes to go in your race car and places to put them even though they weigh something?
Well, we have been onboarding.
I wasn't expecting them to go back to Byron as quickly as they did after I thought the interview was done. Dale Jr. started talking about the cool suits. Thanks for that, by the way, Santiago kid. Just over 70 people watching the stream right now. Again, like and subscribe for more daily NASCAR content. Live race commentary of today's Ally 400. The Nashville Superspeedway for the Cup Series is here on KRC. I'm going to try to do live commentary for the Road America Cup race next weekend. And I'm actually going to look up some details on that right now while we're under the red flag. I was going to do that after the stream today, but I have time during the red flag now. And the details I was going to look up, I need to look up what time the Mid-Ohio race starts for IndyCar, because I'm going to that race before I make it official whether or not I'm doing the Cup Series live stream next week. So I'm not sure on the start times for both of them. If they're too close together, I'm not going to be able to get home in time. It'll be very similar to how the Indy 500 and Coke 600 worked, where I was at the Indy 500, but I knew for a fact that day, living 4 hours away from Indianapolis, I wasn't going to be able to make it home in time. Let's see. Gavin Fremo, welcome to the stream. At work right now, can't see what's up with the race. The little race got rain. There's a chance we get back to racing. So it's not actually raining at the racetrack. Never did. They're under the red flag currently because of a lightning delay. As there was lightning in the vicinity around the racetrack, but the storms themselves had split around the track, luckily, that it did not dampen it in any way. So as soon as the 30-minute clock for lightning runs out, they're going to get back to racing. And it didn't look like there were any storms behind the ones that went through. I was wondering, with the humidity and the fact that it's above 90 degrees at Nashville, if there were going to be some more pop-up showers behind it, but it doesn't seem to be the case every time NBC has been showing the radar on the telecast. So yeah, Gavin, we should get back to racing here fairly shortly. Marquise Carter, welcome to the stream. Let me just Google it. Mid-Ohio IndyCar 2022. Start time. I can't find it anywhere. Does anybody know what time the IndyCar race starts next week? Mid-Ohio? It's not showing it on Mid-Ohio's website. Go on IndyCar's website. It's probably more up to date. IndyCar.com. Jeez. Keeping the chat up for you guys. I'm trying to get to the bottom of something. I want to make sure I'm going to have enough time to get the... Oh my goodness. Alright, so an update on the current lightning clock. 4:52 local time was the last lightning strike, so they had to restart the clock, which means that we were about 7 minutes of the 30 into the next lightning delay. So we got about 23 more minutes roughly before that clock ends up coming to an end. $12:30 is the Mid-Ohio race. How many laps is it? I don't know enough IndyCar to know how many laps the race is. And I've never been to the Mid-Ohio. It's the Honda Indy 200. I would assume that's 200 miles. Probably like 70-something laps, maybe 80-something. Race details. The air time is 12:30 to 3. I think the the Road America Cup race starts. Let me look. Trying to find it. Starts at 3. I don't think I'm going to be home in time. And actually, next week's race is actually on the USA Network for the Cup Series, which I was not expecting. I thought it was supposed to be on the main NBC, but I guess not. So it doesn't look like I'll be able to do live commentary of the Road America race next week, unfortunately. Clayton iPad, welcome to the stream. 4KJ, welcome. IndyCar 1230. Oh, sorry, I didn't see your comment in the chat. I have the chat on my phone, and I was looking for it on my phone so I could keep the leaderboard on the channel screen. When is it restarting? So the clock right now, last lightning strike, as of NBC's word over the broadcast from Rick Allen, was at 4:52 local time, which would be 5:52 Eastern Standard Time. Half hour from that would be 6:22 Eastern Standard Time, is where we're looking at getting this race restarted. As of right now, again, if there's another lightning strike within that 8-mile radius, and they'll have to start that clock again. Here is a driver interview coming with Daniel Suarez.
Not so fast the other, and he said, except for Trackhouse. How do you feel about how you guys have run this season?
It's been fun, you know. It's great when you have a team like the one that we have at Trackhouse. You know, the 1 and the 99, we both are fast, pretty much week in and week out. But well, let me tell you, this wouldn't be possible without all our partners. You know, starting with Chevrolet, Tootsies this weekend, Comscope, and Coca-Cola, and so many people that help us to put fast race cars every single weekend. You know, I feel like the 99 has been very strong the last couple months, but we were not able to close the deal until 2 weeks ago. And I feel like right now the entire team is very, very excited. We have momentum, we have confidence, and who knows, we have another fast race car, so why not to make it three weeks of celebration?
You want to see the Sonoma highlights again?
Yeah, that'll be fun.
Okay, let's show them, because Daniel's right here. Talk about what's going on right here. I'm pretty sure you're coming to the checkers here. We'll see.
Right there, I'm yelling in Spanish. I'm yelling in English, maybe languages I don't even know. But yeah, that was very special. And, you know, that's something that it was also very special to me. You know, see a lot of friends, competitors happy for me. Chase, Ross, many of them. That was very, very cool as well. That's huge respect for mutual respect to all these guys. And yeah, man, it was special. It was a lot of fun in Sonoma. I enjoy it. Trust me, I enjoy every single moment of it. Now we're here in Nashville, home of Tootsies. Looking forward to try to do it again.
And I'm hearing that Party City can't keep the taco piñatas in stock, so I hear that's a little bit of a problem. But Daniel, then you have to walk into this and say, okay, clear the slate. We've got to go again. We've got to race again. How did you personally do that? Get away from all the congratulations, even get away from all the positivity, maybe not positivity, but you know, people were pumping you up. You've done it now, you're Danny. But how do you get away from that and say, okay, back to business?
Well, you know, luckily I had 2 weeks of that. You know, I was able to slow down, take one day at a time, take everything in, enjoy the moment, because you only win your first race once. And you know, it was really history, not just for myself, but for my country and for the sport. So I really tried to take one day at a time, enjoy the moment. Now we're here in Nashville. We have another fast car, like I said, and you know, I personally already flipped the page. I did already what I had to do with celebrations, and now we are trying to make a second one.
he flipped the page, Rick, and as you know, he actually got to go home to Mexico as well. So he got to go home and celebrate here. In his mind, I'm sure there's still some celebration, but he's back to business today.
Yeah, Monterrey, Mexico, and really the whole country.
We've had a lot of first-time winners this season already in the NASCAR Cup Series. Of course, Austin Cindric winning the Daytona 500, Chase Briscoe winning back at Phoenix earlier this year, Ross Chastain with a couple wins on the year, his first at COTA, and Daniel Suarez, now his teammate at Sonoma last week. 4 drivers have had their first career win. Tyler Reddick's been close a few times to that first career win so far this year. Who knows, maybe somebody else that we're not thinking of could also potentially get their first career win this season. You never know. Come on, Jace, put the pedal to the metal. Yeah, he's, let's see, 8th place right now. By the way, I saw who somebody asked me who my pick to win was. Kyle Larson was my pick to win today's race. I had a poll in the chat, the pre-race. Went live about a half hour before the race started today. And you guys said that other was going to be the option. So I'm curious to know, of the drivers that are not Kyle Larson, Denny Hamlin, and Joey Logano, who are on that poll, who do you guys think will win today's race if it's not going to be one of those 3? Both the track house cars look fast again this week. Kind of expected that. Christopher Bell in the top 5 early on. Blaney's had a good run early on. Both the Busch brothers have had fast cars, and especially Kyle Busch has passed a lot of cars from the start of the race. Bubba Wallace has passed a lot of cars from the start of the race as well, following Busch. Billy Carjoy says Bubba Wallace. He was fastest in practice on Friday as well. Track conditions have primarily been the same all weekend, so even though practice was Friday, qualifying was yesterday for the Cup Series, a little unique with the newer track on the circuit. They raced at Nashville last year, but still relatively newer. Well, Linda Everett probably rooting for Chase Elliott, I would have to assume. Maybe that's her pick to win. I should have the vlog also up on the channel tomorrow from my local dirt track last night. I'm not sure, exactly what time it'll drop, but it will likely be up on the channel tomorrow. Marquise Carter says Kyle Busch is going to win. He definitely looks fast. Definitely going to have to get that track position. Considering him and Denny Hamlin are teammates, and Christopher Bell. Hamlin's led every lap. Bell's in the top 5 after not qualifying particularly well. I mean, he was all right in qualifying, but he definitely has gained quite a few spots from the start. Even Truex is up to 7th. Gaining a few spots from the start. I would not doubt it if Kyle Busch got up there and competed as well. William Ayers going for Daniel Suarez or Ross Chastain. So he's pulling for Trackhouse. Also grieving over the weather, as I'm sure we all are right now. They're watching the race today. Again, next Sunday, the NASCAR Cup Series heads to Road America, and it will be on the USA Network. And the race will start at 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Likely not going to be able to do live commentary for that race. I won't, actually. The IndyCar race will literally have to get done by like 2 o'clock for me to maybe get home in time. And I probably still won't even get home in time. So no live commentary for the Cup Series race next weekend on the channel. If for some reason something changes between now and then, obviously I'll let you guys know in the community tab on the channel. How many minutes left on the clock? 12. Unless they started it over again, but they haven't mentioned that they've started it over. I wish they had the clock on the lower right-hand corner of the screen. That'd make things a lot easier. In case there was another lightning strike. we would know by now. Caroline W., welcome to the stream. Hopefully I can get this in. It's not raining where you live in Kentucky, 2 hours from Nashville. Yeah, they'll get it in. It's just a matter of when this lightning's going to move through. It's the only reason we're under a delay right now. It hasn't rained at the track, which is nice because they will not have to dry the track. It was right around 5:40 Eastern Standard Time when this red flag started. So it's been a little over a half hour now. They had to restart the clock once. Billy Carjoy going for both 2311 drivers. Going to watch the Indy Cup race live. Oh, right, awesome. Is IndyCar running that Saturday before like they did last year too? I don't know if they are or not this year. But hopefully you enjoy it. Or if it's like last year's Talladega, I hope not. Showing the radar again. Okay. So the last lightning strike in the area was at 5:57, so there was another one 5 minutes after the one before that, but the storms that were in the area have now moved more than 8 miles out of the area, so at 6:27 Eastern Standard Time, which would be 5:27 local time and Central Time where Nashville Superspeedway is at, we will go back to racing. So about 15 minutes away. And they shouldn't have to restart the clock due to lightning again. So 6:27 Eastern Standard Time is where we're looking at getting this race picked back up again. Got to refill my water before they go back to green. I'll wait till the next commercial break just in case there's any more driver interviews. Surprised there's only been 2 of them so far, considering that they've been under red flag for over a half hour. Gotten to listen to interviews from Daniel Suarez and William Byron. Sharik B., welcome to the stream. Live 20 minutes from the track and it is pouring rain. Yeah, it's split right around the racetrack. No vortex theory needed. They parked the cars and the rain still stayed away. Ran the truck race under the lights, that is true. Most of that race was ran Friday night. This race is likely going to end under the lights now. I'm only being 42 laps in. Forgot they have lights. Yeah, they do have lights. They'll get the race in. You don't have to worry about getting the race in before dark. If that was the case, they would not have started it at 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Then again, you look at New Hampshire last year. I mean, they have not had the covers on the cars this entire time, which also goes to show that they weren't really in any danger of getting rain. It was just the lightning in the area. Here is Ross Chastain standing with Parker Kligerman.
For a second, you noticed him bouncing through the corner and you said, my car doesn't do that. You're also in third, he's not. Does that have something to do with it, you think?
That was a A and B conversation, and they were supposed to not see that, okay? So,
The mics are always hot.
yeah, well, you are a reporter now, so I wish I was talking to Parker, the race car driver, this moment.
We still are. We're still racer. I'm still a racer here. Just holding the mic a little bit. Let's talk about your race. Your teammate was moving forward. You were moving forward. Your cars look really good right now with these first couple laps.
Yeah, they are. These Trackhouse Chevy Camaros are absolutely incredible. I have the most forward drive that I've probably ever had it.
There's a dude that keeps dancing behind the camera that's wearing an
these new
I Heart Hot Mom shirt.
Independent rear suspension, but today I can really get back to the throttle, across the bump, and turn forward. Just need a little more turn. It was funny, we jumped up on the 99 pit box right when we jumped out of the cars, and we were talking about freeing ours up, 99 was talking about tightening theirs up, and Darian Grove was like, guys, can we hang on a second? Like, we're second and third driving forward, we're passing cars. So, yeah, it's small details, and I think we've got 2 top 5 Chevy Camaros, and it's not much more you can ask for in the Cup Series.
So speaking of details, we saw you before the race having to change your cool shirt there. What was going on with that, and was it kind of a moment there trying to change it right on pit road, be like, what am I doing here?
Well, as I've now heard, the lovely folks at NBC on behind the cameras caught it, so...
We're always on camera. You got to learn this when you're up front.
Well, listen, I didn't care what I was on. There was no flow. I had no flow in the shirt, and the point of the cool shirt is to pump cold water, and I primed it outside the car. It worked great. Jumped in the car, no flow. So, changed shirts. It flowed. We're going to change to another shirt. I'm trying to make sure it's all working, but it's kind of our unit. Seems to be hit or miss. It didn't work at St. Louis, but as soon as we got back to the shop, it worked fine. So we don't really have a real reason. We can't find anywhere that's getting pinched. But yeah, love the folks at NBC. Thank you to the producers and everybody behind the scenes to put that on air. I really appreciate that. Shows off my beach body.
It was good, it's good stuff. So let's take a little rewind back to a year ago here at Nashville. You and I were talking about this earlier. You finished second, and then this year comes about. You go out there, you win at Coda, you get another win at Talladega, and now you're the points leader in the NASCAR Cup Series. A year later, you were looking at me saying, this is almost surreal. What is that? What's this like? What's this year been like?
It's unreal, and I don't want anybody to wake me up. I want to keep living this dream, and I wake up every day, and as a racer, Parker, it's all we want to do is wake up and think about how we can go fast and faster and the fastest in race cars, and I'm getting to do that. And Trackhouse and Chevrolet are giving me these opportunities, and to bring on partners like Jockey today and unveil this red, white, and blue paint scheme is absolutely a dream come true as a racer. I mean, it wasn't that long ago I was crashing you at Daytona.
I was going to get into that.
Trying to push you to the lead, and I'm sure you got more to talk about that than I do, but I wanted to beat you to it.
So I'm not upset about that. You and I talked about that afterwards. We did wreck at Daytona, the lead of truck race. But you have been, for me, one of the toughest racers to race through the years we were at Xfinity, some of the back to the Cup field at times, or you just race so hard. You've taken that to the front of the field as well, and obviously ruffled some feathers. One of the things you said to me today was, I want to race with less drama. But you've been able to win doing it. So you don't want to change what you've been doing. This is ingrained in you. This is what you've done no matter where you are in the field. Is that something that you almost look at as like, this is how I race, I'm not changing it no matter where I am in the field?
I don't know how to answer that. All I know is that I've chased this dream and this goal of competing in the Cup Series for going on 11 years, 12 years now. I guess started in 2011, and had the dream of it, but didn't expect it. But I woke up and had a lot of good people around me, and those people have changed. I've got the group around me now these last few years that I want around me, and that's what makes going fast last year here with CGR so cool. It's what makes winning in the Nice truck at Charlotte this year so cool. What makes winning with Trackhouse so cool is that I've got the group around me to go to all these different teams. And now when I race guys, I want it to be for the win, and I want to race them for the win, and I just need to not do it for 5th place on lap 55, right? Like, I need to have some better couth about it. So I don't know how to answer the question. I don't know how to fix it. I just know I want this so bad, and that doesn't mean that I just get to run into people. Like, I get that, and trying to be better has been a challenge. I just want to pass people, and when they race me a certain way, then I'm going to do something about it, and they're going to do it to me too. Like, I feel like I'm the aggressive guy, yeah, but I also get run into a lot. So that's fine. It's racing. I love it, and I'm getting to do it in the front of the Cup field, which is just a dream come true.
And you mentioned before that some of these are your heroes, like a Denny Hamlin. You've been growing up watching him, and now you are in a bit of a situation where he's maybe unhappy with how you raced him. Does that in any way change how you perceive that, or is that worry you in any way? Is it different seeing someone like that you've seen be so successful at the top of the sport, and now you're the one who's ruffling those feathers?
Well, I did make sure that I told him he was my hero, and that it wasn't definitely an old joke when I'm saying that in a certain way. But yeah, it's wild to me to jump out of the car and think, like, Daniel and I, we just passed the 5. We passed the 22, like, champions of this sport. and here we are both passing them in our Chevy Camaros. Like, we're passing them. So it's, yeah, they are my heroes. They still are. I look up to them, but we're competitors, and I'm not going to change who I am. I'm not going to just blend in completely, and it's not like you're not going to hear about me. Like, I just hope, and my goal is, and everything I wake up every day now to do, is to continue to go fast. I don't want to slow down, and Justin Marks doesn't want me to slow down, but let's do it going for the win and when it matters. And that's the $1 million question.
So I think Jeff and Junior stick with us for a little bit. They have some questions, so guys, just shoot them through me, and I'll relay them to Ross.
Yeah, I mean, talking to Ross this week, I know he was a bit concerned about how he kind of finds his.
I would assume they're probably going back with Ross Chastain following Parker Kligerman's initial end of the interview, kind of similar to what they did with William Byron moments ago. So as soon as Chastain starts talking again, then you guys will get to listen in on that. Should be back to green flag action within about 6 minutes from now is when the 30-minute clock will come to an end.
38 weekends of the year, these drivers, you got to spend all this time together. You're going to have to race against them for a career. What are some things maybe you're willing to do to put that olive branch out?
That's tough. Yeah, I mean, how am I? Well, one, I don't live the same life as a lot of them, so I don't have a bus here in the bus lot. So that's probably domino number one. That if I wanted to hang out with them on the weekends, I probably should be over there in the bus lot. But that just seems like an egregious, unnecessary expense that I don't really care to do. So strike that one. Yeah, should I probably give them a call and try to go out on the lake with them on Mondays? Probably, but I don't really like the lake that much, so probably gonna just go to the shop and get dinner with them. Yeah, but I don't know. I got my group, I've got my friends. It's a pretty small circle, and yeah, after I talk with these guys, after we've had incidents, we go to breakfast or grab lunch, and I'm like, man, like maybe I should do this more, but I don't. So I don't know. I'm a bit of a loner, and I've got way more friends like in the garage than I do on the grid.
Well, appreciate you spending the time with us here.
Thank you.
Jeff, I think
They were asking Ross Chastain a lot of difficult questions about his driving style that I'm sure he probably didn't want to answer, but did nonetheless. Appreciate him for doing that. Regine Huddleston, welcome into the stream. Nashville will be a possible track you can go to if you win tickets in the KRC League. This is very true. Either the playoff or the playoff or regular season championship. Get to pick 2 tickets to any race in 2023, excluding the Daytona 500. Over 90 people watching the stream right now. Hit that like button, subscribe for more daily NASCAR content if you have not already. Live race commentary of today's race. Lightning clock will be coming to an end here shortly, and they'll get back to green flag racing at the Nashville Superspeedway for the running of the Ally 400. 10 races to go in the regular season for the NASCAR Cup Series. Entering today's race, Denny Hamlin has led all 42 laps so far from the pole. Had about a 5.2 second lead over Ross Chastain prior to the caution for a lightning delay. Cole Custer will get the free pass at 28th. Biggest movers of the race so far, Kyle Busch from last place starting spot up 21 spots to 15th. Bubba Wallace, who started in 30th, is up to 16th. And Kurt Busch, who started 18th, is up to 9th. One day off of work on Sunday to watch NASCAR, there's a rain delay. Well, they'll get back to racing here soon. Not much of a rain delay, more of a lightning delay. No rain at the racetrack itself, but in the surrounding area there was lightning periodically. Not sure exactly how to say your name, but I'll keep it short. Photo, welcome to the stream. We will be seeing pit stops as soon as they get back to caution flag conditions before they go back to actual green flag racing, considering the caution came out just shy of the halfway mark in stage 1. They'll be able to make it on field at the end of the first stage. So it'll be the first chance for teams to make adjustments and get those original tires they had on at the start of the race off of the race cars as well. About a minute away from that caution clock coming to an end. Lightning clock, coming to an end. Caution clock, yeah. Remember when that was a thing? The caution clock in the truck series? They would run green flag for like 20 minutes, and then if there wasn't a caution within 20 minutes, they would throw a yellow. Didn't it cost Matt Crafton a win once, too? Yeah, Ross's paint scheme's awesome. It wasn't like an American flag planted on a race car. If you're an American, at least. Got a little frisbee toss on the pit lane right now between some of Denny Hamlin's pit crew members. Kyle Busch in yellow? His car this weekend? Yeah, he's got the pedigree paint scheme. I always like the pedigree paint schemes in NASCAR. It's restarting soon. It should be. They went under a commercial break right before 6:27 hit, so I'd imagine they come back from the break that drivers will be getting in their cars if they haven't already been doing so, and get back to racing shortly. 100 people watching the stream right now. Thanks for everybody tuning in. Again, like and subscribe for more daily NASCAR content. Just hit 2.3 thousand subs on the stream today. Who knows? Maybe we hit 2.4 thousand before the end of the day. Live race commentary on the race weekends for real NASCAR races and the video game side during the week, all in the hopes of hopefully getting to my dream job down the line one day of commentating real races in the NASCAR realms. Appreciate the support you guys give me on a weekly and daily basis. No live commentary for next week's Cup race at Road America, as I will be at the IndyCar Mid-Ohio race. So there will be race highlights on the channel from that race next Sunday evening. And I'm likely going to miss the very, very start of the Road America race. I'll be watching it in my car or listening to it on my way back home. Get him to 3,000. Yeah, that's the other goal right now. Obviously, the road to 3,000 subs, as well as the, of course, big picture road of becoming a commentator in NASCAR. Now we have Kyle Busch's crew and Denny Hamlin's crew playing with the Frisbee. Staying with you all the way through this red flag so far, giving you a few driver interviews from both the Trackhouse drivers of Ross Chastain and Daniel Suarez, as well as William Byron had an interview. Drivers are on their way into their cars right now as NBC came back from the commercial break. They must have had another lightning strike a little after 57, because it's been a little over a half hour from when they originally said the last lightning strike was. Hopefully we get some more racing. Many channels do streams like this, but you're the best one by far. Well, thank you. I didn't know of any. I've come across a couple of them that have done streams like this, but I feel like I was the first one. So I don't know if that maybe adds something into it, or at least I never noticed anybody doing this before I did it last year. There are some other people, though, that I know do it, but like I said, I don't remember anybody, and that was the big thing when I first started it, because I didn't want to be the first one doing it. And that's why I didn't start it in 2020, and I probably should have. When I first started the YouTube channel. It'd probably be a little bit ahead of where it's at now, but I started it last year on the channel, and there was still nobody doing it at the time, at least that I found through Google and YouTube searches. That's why I decided to do it. I think the very first one I did was the truck series at Daytona Road Course last year. I didn't do that many races last year. I only really did like 12 between all three series. But this year I wanted to step it up a notch, and almost every weekend we've done at least one of the three series. And obviously another cup race again today. That's true. I didn't even factor that into my pick of Kyle Larson winning today's races. I forgot that his crew chief was suspended from the last race at Sonoma, where he had one of his tires come off following green flag pit stops. 4-week suspension for the Jackman, the tire changer, as well as crew chief Cliff Daniels. Using this because you're traveling to Brazil this week, can't watch the race. Well, hopefully you have your safe travels back home. Enjoy your vacation. Saved at the pump. That's the commercial I was playing right now. I figured it was fitting I had to go in on it because I got the Advanced Auto Parts shirt on today. Pit Crew shirt. Thank you for that comment, by the way, Melinda. I see you in the chat now. Keegan is number one. Thanks. While we're just about ready to get back under green flag conditions, too, I do want to put a special thanks out there. I know he doesn't watch because he doesn't really have... my grandparents don't have internet, but my grandpa was inducted into the Fremont Speedway Hall of Fame yesterday. It's a local dirt track that I live about 20 minutes away. I was able to be the one to induct him into the Hall of Fame through the ceremony yesterday afternoon. So that's why I was gone. There was no live stream yesterday on the channel. I tried to give you guys a little bit of a warning that I was going to be gone. And that was why. And I stayed the rest of the night throughout the dirt track races. So obviously there will be a vlog on the whole experience on the channel. So it was definitely an emotional day yesterday, to say the least. But I'm proud that I was able to do that. And I wanted to give my grandfather a shout out this weekend on the live stream as well. So congrats, because if it wasn't for him getting me into the sport of NASCAR when I was younger, I obviously, who knows, maybe I would have became a NASCAR fan down the line. Maybe I wouldn't be as big of a NASCAR fan as I am today. And I obviously definitely would not have this YouTube channel and not have the career path that I want to choose, because I have a passion for this sport and for racing in general. And he kind of instilled that into me when I was at a very, very young age, an age that I was not old enough to remember. Because people have asked me in the past on this channel, when was the first race I watched? How long have I been watching NASCAR? And I tell them I don't really know, because I've been watching it since I couldn't remember. I could have been watching it when I was 2-3 years old and not remembered it because I was 2-3 years old. And it was so long ago. I would not be surprised if that was the case. Yeah, he was inducted with Dale Blaney, which is Ryan Blaney's uncle. And I actually I ran into Dale Blaney and talked to him for a brief moment, for a couple minutes yesterday. And I asked him for an interview for the YouTube channel, but he kindly declined. So I was wanting to get one out there. And obviously, a lot of people know about his brother Dave Blaney being in NASCAR all these years. Ryan Blaney, that unless you're a die-hard dirt racing fan and really keep up with dirt racing on a week-to-week basis more than locally, you probably don't know who Dale Blaney is, but he raced local sprint cars, 410 sprint cars in Northwest Ohio. The All-Star Circuit of Champions was the main series that he raced in, with over 100 wins in that series. Of course, that series is now owned by Tony Stewart. It's kind of not a feeder series to the World of Outlaw. I guess it can be used as it. It's not under the World of Outlaw banner necessarily, but it's probably the second highest sprint car series, racing series in the United States behind the World of Outlaw Sprint Car Series. And he won over 100 races there. He's got 11 World of Outlaw Sprint Car Series wins. His biggest win in his career was the 2000 Kings Royal. So he's definitely had a long, dubious career. He actually ended up racing last night, which I was not expecting him to. So kind of came off for a one-off start. Classic red number 2 car that he ran for the majority of his career. Got a top 10. I don't know if he's even raced at all this year prior to that, or when the last time he raced was. I think he was primarily retired, so it was pretty cool to see him race one last time. Even though he declined the interview, I was upset about it, but I understood. That's one thing I have noticed, at least with any other interview, I guess I would see from either Ryan or Dave Blaney. They seem very, very quiet. Like they're a quiet family. Don't like to be in the public spotlight, so maybe that had a lot to do with it. My dad was like, well, maybe you like came off as like a, kind of weird on him, because he wasn't around me when I ran into him, because I ran into him before my parents even showed up. And I wanted to get the chance to say something then, because I didn't even know he was racing later that night. Otherwise, I might have went into the pits, later before the races started. Would have been a better time for it. Maybe I rushed it. He seemed like maybe he was in a rush to get out of where he was at, maybe to go and talk to a couple other people. But I figured I'd try while I was there. I didn't know if I was going to get that opportunity again. And of course, I rooted for him growing up when I was a kid too. Going to local sprint car shows in the summertime when I was off of school. And that led me into why I'm a Ryan Blaney fan now today, because I grew up watching and rooting for Greg Biffle in NASCAR. And when he was retiring, Ryan Blaney was on his way in. Ryan was already winning races in the Truck and Xfinity Series. I expected he was going to have a good Cup Series career, which he has up to this point. And I was like, you know what, I think that's a good transition. Rooted for Dale all those years, growing up as a little kid, going to sprint car races, and here we go. Yep, they are back under the caution flag period right now. The cars have pulled off of pit road. I would imagine pit road will open this next time by. Again, it did not rain, so the rubber has not been washed off the racetrack from what was already laid down at the start of the race. So it's not going to likely go back to a one-groove racetrack again. It would likely stay under a caution period. Austin Reed, welcome to the stream. He's rooting for Alex Bowman today. Bowman hasn't been off to a great start in this one. Been outside the top 15 most of the day. He was one of the don't-haves that I had on the predictions list. I wasn't expecting him to have a good day today. But we'll see. It's a long way still to go with that lightning delay lasting nearly an hour. Red flag. Bivol did not drive the number 69 car, at least in his NASCAR career. I don't know if he did, maybe racing like local short tracks growing up. I don't know. I think he did it more as a joke than anything else. I think he was born in 1969, though, if I'm not mistaken, which maybe that has some significance to it. Here come the leaders onto pit road.
Tight on that run, but he said, I'm able to get to the throttle harder than I have all weekend, and you saw him moving forward. You see that adjustment in the right rear, 4 Goodyear tires, Sunoco fuel, Dave.
His teammate Daniel Suarez overshot his marks just a little bit, but he is in the pit box. 4 Goodyear tires and Sunoco fuel, Marty, no changes.
In that topic of how far you go with the adjustments, that was on the mind of interim crew chief Sam McCauley for Denny Hamlin. So they're going to go really conservative here, make no changes to the car, clearly up front, leading all those laps, and Hamlin, it'll be a tight race off pit road, but he wins it.
Denny Hamlin does win the race off of pit road. Leaderboard for NBC is all sorts of messed up right now. It's not right, but Denny Hamlin does win the race out of the pits. And it was a pretty close battle off of pit road with Daniel Suarez, but he was able to get the battle won by inches. Everybody took 4 tires following the first pit stops of the day after a lengthy red flag for a lightning delay of almost an hour, but we are going to get back to racing. Hamlin has still led every lap of the race so far. Dark Shadows, Patricia Toms, welcome in. I think Patricia was already in the chat earlier, but just in case, try to shout you guys out as much as I can when you are new, just tuning in for the first time. I'm going to go refill my water real quick before they get back to the restart. I ran out during the red flag. I had to get that high quality H2O. Alright, we are back. Still under commercial, so I didn't miss anything. That's good. There we go. Even when you're off the racetrack, you gotta stay hydrated. Speed limit on pit road 45. It might be 55. One of the two. I was thinking it was 45 because it's not quite a mile and a half in length, but it could be 55. I know all the mile and a halves are 55. So Jackman jumped over the hood on Kyle Busch's race car as he... here's the radio.
Athleticism on display.
Oh, never mind, I missed it. I was going to show you guys the radio communications during that whole deal on pit road. But the crowd is cheering because they are about to be going back to green flag following about an hour lightning delay. Denny Hamlin elects the inside lane as he did at the very start of the race. Green flag is going to be in the air as they'll lead the field down towards turn 1. Ryan Blaney, who gained a bunch of spots on pit road, is in third. Right behind him on the inside, Logano throwing a big block on Tyler Reddick in the tri-oval heading down towards turn 1 a little bit further back. Hamlin is going to be clear, and that was actually McDowell who got blocked. Not Joey Logano. It was another bright neon yellow car. Suarez in second, right in front of Ryan Blaney. 3 wide off the exit of turn 4. 4 wide now in contact between the Hendrick Chevys of Elliott and Byron. We saw 4 wide in the truck race going into a corner earlier in the week, and there was an issue with it, and Byron may have an issue now following the contact. Might be a toe link issue on the rear of the 24 after contact with Elliott in the tri-oval. He is slow. They were 4 wide off the exit of turn 4 when Bell moved to the inside of both Elliott and Byron, and there was another car on the outside as well, and Byron and Elliott got together, and now Byron is slow and has made his way to pit road. Caution's out, Bowman's around and in the wall. Big hit for the 48. Driver's side door first. Flames out of the exhaust on the left side. He's going to get back to rolling, but something is broken on that race car. What a terrible set of laps that was for Hendrick Motorsports. And the right front tire has blown on the 48 car and has thrown heavy damage now on the right front fender. Debris is shedding all over the backstretch as Bowman's trying to limp his car to pit road. And there goes another piece of the right front fender. It was Martin Truex Jr. who was on the outside. It was a Joe Gibbs Racing sandwich, and Hendrick Motorsports was the meat. 4 wide off turn 4. Led to contact between Elliott and Byron, causing Byron to be slow. Elliott's going to drive on. He'll be fine. Well, Byron had an issue. And then about a half a lap later, Alex Bowman ended up getting turned into the outside wall. He might have lost it on his own. I'm not entirely sure what happened there. It didn't look like there was contact. The next closest car behind Bowman was the 7 of Corey LaJoie, but never mind. I guess they did have contact. At another angle, it looked like the 7 car got in the back of the 48 in the middle of turns 1 and 2, and that turned Bowman around, driver's side door first into the wall. Pretty good damage around the left rear, but he blew the right front in the process of the spin after locking it down, and ended up shearing the right front fender off the 48 car as a result of the flat right front tire. If William Byron is able to get back on the racetrack without a major issue, he will be on the lead lap, considering that caution came out immediately after he hit pit road. And if he was a lap down, let me check our leaderboard real quick. Byron did lose a couple laps, never mind. Well, he would have lost 1, but I think he's actually still on pit road because it's showing Byron 3 laps down currently.
Alex feels like Corey had a
I'm a little late on the radio communications because what I'm hearing in my ear is behind what I'm seeing on the TV, so sorry for that. I do that so I can make an authentic call with the live race commentary streams. Thought Ross was third. He might have elected the outside then. Didn't actually see them go through the choose cone. Blaney was lined up on the inside of row number 3, so he might have just elected the outside on the restart. Definitely some heavy damage on the 48 following the wreck. Obviously the hit on the left side of the race car, but then the right front blowing, sharing the right front area of the car as well. I don't think we're going to be seeing any pit stops from cars at the front of the field. They're going to keep their track position. We only ran a few laps prior to that caution. And that's the first caution, for instance, we have seen today, but the second total after the lightning delay we had at lap 40. This caution will strike at lap 49. Free pass will go to the 31 of Justin Haley. He'll get back on the lead lap. Hendrick Motorsports going through some issues. Byron having some sort of a mechanical issue, or even if it wasn't a mechanical issue, some sort of issue after contact with Chase Elliott on the front stretch following the restart. And then Byron gets turned off the 7 of Corey LaJoie's front bumper a half a lap later in turns 1 and 2. Byron and Bowman both on pit road. Bowman is under the damage clock policy right now because he was the cause of the yellow. Byron, who was not the cause of the caution, would not be under the damage clock policy. So even though Byron's been on pit road a little bit longer than Bowman, he has more time to try and fix that issue. But Byron is 4 laps down. Bowman is 3 down. Byron doesn't have as much damage to his race car, but I'm thinking it might be a toe link issue on the 24 car. We have seen that with contact with some cars this year in the rear, and that was about where the contact between him and Chase Elliott took place off turn 4, the opening lap after the restart. Just over halfway through stage number 1. Remember, stage 1 will end at lap 90. We are at lap 53 right now. We'll have less than that left to go before the end of the stage by the time they go green and clean up the debris on the backstretch from the 48 of Bowman. Denny Hamlin is still at every lap in this race, surviving the race off pit road, as well as, of course, qualifying on the pole, leading the first 40 laps prior to the lightning caution, and then having a great restart there to quickly get to the lead a couple laps before the next yellow. Kevin Harvick had a pretty fast pit stop as well. He's up inside the top 3. Good restart following the good pit stop as well for the 14. And not sold out this year at Nashville, but it's definitely most of the way full. Pretty good crowd on hands. I wonder how many of them left during the lightning delay. I really hope a lot of them didn't, considering it was only an hour and it never actually rained. And here's an interview with William Byron following his incident.
Yeah, I mean, it was exactly the same thing. I was having issues with the steering right before the caution for the rain delay and thought it might have been a tire, but right when I started getting strapped in before, like, the steering was, something was off and the steering rack was broken, so went off on the restart, was trying to stay off of guys on the restart. Literally the steering was just like, there was nothing, so I was just kind of going where the car naturally was going, so definitely not ideal, but we'll get this Valvoline Chevrolet fixed up and try to go make some laps. Unfortunate that happened, but, you know, we'll learn from it.
Out for the moment.
Nothing we can do.
Yeah. Tough day so far, Parker.
Right, Dave?
Parker Kligerman likely, I would have to imagine, or somebody's going to get an interview with Alex Bowman if Bowman had pulled off the racetrack. Obviously, he'll have to meet minimum speed. That was a struggle. But a steering rack issue for William Byron right before that caution came out. Again, he's going to get back onto the track to log some laps in a little bit later. Denny Hamlin again will elect the inside lane for another restart as he did the very start of the race and the restart prior. Daniel Suarez will be on the outside of road number 1 as well, as they head into the Geico restart zone. The green flag is going to be in the air. Good launch for Kevin Harvick behind the 11 of Denny Hamlin as well, so pull up alongside the 99 of Suarez. Hamlin easily clear into turns 1 and 2 on the 99. Truex had a great launch to the outside into the corner on Ryan Blaney and Kyle Larson, and he's picking his spot up to 4th, and now is also going to get around Harvick on the backstretch for 3rd. What a restart for Truex. On the outside lane is Martin Truex Jr., and he has a great head of steam. Again, more contact between Hendrick cars of Larson and Elliott off of turn 4. 3 wide with Christopher Bell on the inside of him. HMS cars can't stay off of each other on the restarts. And Chase Elliott's been around both of those issues. Martin Truex Jr. taking away second place from Suarez off of turn 2, but in 3 and 4, Suarez back to the bottom to try and cross Truex over, and they're side by side back to the front stretch. Alex Bowman will have DNF from this race as he has failed to meet minimum speed following the damage clock policy protocol following his accident bringing out the last caution. So Bowman's day has come to an end, as well as William Byron's. They will finish likely 35th and 36th in today's race. Byron will get back on the track, I guess, eventually. So maybe if we have more DNFs and he runs enough laps, he can maybe surpass a few other cars. But right now, it looks like he's definitely not going to win the race. So rough start for Hendrick Motorsports today. Kyle Larson's fallen back a little bit from the start, from 3rd now, battling Christopher Bell for 6th. And Chase Elliott just behind him in 8th. Larson, Bell, side by side, aggressively side drafting each other on the front stretch and now the back stretch. Also, that side drafting is being done by the 20 of Bell on the inside. Slide job incoming for the 20. Up the track he goes. Larson cuts to the bottom in the middle of the corner, maybe trying to cross over, but not going to be able to do it. And Bell will hold on to the 6th place position. Top 5 as they run right now would be Denny Hamlin in the race lead by 0.4 of a second over Mark Truex Jr. Daniel Suarez 1.3 seconds off the lead in 3rd. 4th is Ryan Blaney 1.8 seconds off the lead, and 2 seconds off the lead is Kevin Harvick in 5th. Green flag run right now. Denny Hamlin is under pressure from Truex as Truex is slowly closing that gap on the 11 car, who has dominated the race so far today. 30 laps to go in stage 1 as they run right now. Elliott is now battling Kyle Larson as well on the racetrack for 7th. Off of turn 2. Trouble! A wreck in the back of the pack. 2 cars involved. Ty Dillon and Chase Briscoe have gone around and into the outside wall. Heavy damage on the 42 of Dillon's race car. I think he got the worst of it, but the 14 obviously with damage as well and kind of pinned with nowhere to go. The angling of the cars until Dillon pulls out of the way, which he now does. Showing a replay right now. It looks like the 1 car of Ross Chastain had gotten into the back of the 14 of Chase Briscoe. And, well, maybe... I'm not sure if there was contact or not. Chastain definitely drove it in deep. He clipped the apron going into turn 1. And then the 14 car ended up getting a little loose in the middle of the corner and slid into Dillon, who was outside of him. But I'm not sure if there was contact between Chastain and Briscoe prior to Briscoe losing control in the middle of the corner. He may have been driving it in deep to try and stay in front of the 1. It's tough to tell for sure. Maybe a little arrow loose from the 1 car behind him. I'm not sure. Pretty big hit. A little bigger than what I originally thought from both Dillon and Briscoe into the wall and into each other as well multiple times. Dillon getting sandwiched between the wall and Briscoe a couple times. Our 3rd caution of the day now. Seeing a night race at Nashville. Well, these cautions leading to more cautions, it could be the case. It was a very calm first 40 laps before the lightning delay, and now we've had a couple cautions a few laps into restarts following the fact. Joey Logano just hit pit road. Taking on 4 tires. Nobody else came into the pits as they opened up that time. A couple lap cars also hit pit road, but Logano was the only car in the lead lap that just pitted. Sun sets at 8:06 Central Standard Time, as Wade Zielinski has mentioned in the chat. Yeah, it'll be close. And if we do get more rain a little later, they do have to be at least halfway or at the end of Stage 2, but the halfway mark will hit before the end of Stage 2 hits. So we're racing at least lap 150 of 300 today. Uh, 300 laps total in the race today, Regine. Scheduled distance. What do I think of Nebraska Northwestern playing Dublin August 27th? I didn't even know that was a thing. That's interesting. I think they've been having... Didn't they have a game in Australia or something last year, too? Melbourne? I could be wrong on that. It's interesting college football going international, though. I feel like that's very expensive for the schools. I don't know what the money side of things looks business-wise, how much of a good investment that is. I feel like it's better for the NFL to go international more than college football, considering the fact that I feel like more people can watch NFL football and not as many games are maybe televised internationally when it comes to college, especially, who do you say, Northwestern Nebraska? A lot of their games probably aren't, unless they're highly ranked. We're interested in how many people actually show up to that, to be completely honest. Weather expert keeping some weather updates in the chat around Nashville. I noticed it is cloudy enough that the lights are on the racetrack because of how dark the skies are in the surrounding area, even though that we are over 2 hours away from sunset yet at the Nashville Superspeedway. We'll be back to green flag racing here shortly, I'm sure. They are going green this time by the way. Pace truck is pulling onto pit road right now as they head into the Geico restart zone. Hamlin again will elect the inside. He's got his teammate Martin Truex Jr. on the outside this time. It'll be Daniel Suarez, Ryan Blaney in row 2 with Suarez down low and Blaney on the outside. Green flag back in the air. Truex with a great launch on the restart as he did the last time from a little bit further back. Ross Chastain with an aggressive move trying to get underneath to Justin Haley towards the back of the pack. And Suarez slipped up in turns 1 and 2. He loses a couple positions to Harvick and Blaney, and now Bell is underneath them on the back straightaway for 5th. Truex to the lead on the outside of Hamlin. This is going to be the first lap. Denny Hamlin has not led so far today. The JGR will hold on to the lead and run 1-2 at the front of the field off turn 4. Truex leads his first lap of the afternoon. Blaney and Harvick battling for 3rd, with Harvick close behind the 12 car right now, side by side between Kurt Busch and Chase Elliott towards the back half of the top 10 as they battle for 8th. Kyle Larson on the outside of Suarez, who continues to struggle following the restart and in danger of losing yet another position. Slow car on the back straightaway heading towards turn 3 is Chase Briscoe after being involved in that last accident. 3 wide into turns 3 and 4. Suarez split in the middle between Kurt Busch and Chase Elliott. More than just a bad corner initially on the restart for Daniel Suarez as he restarted on the inside of row 2 and is now dropped all the way back to the 9th place position if Elliott can get around him. Bubba Wallace is a big gainer right now after starting 30th up to 10th. Kyle Busch, who started last in 36, is right behind him in 11th. And Wallace is looking to potentially make a pass on Suarez, getting tight in the dirty air behind the 99. 99, though, lifts off the exit of turn 4, and Bubba Wallace still gets to the outside of him. Nearly contact a little bit further behind those guys in a battle between Tyler Reddick and A.J. Allmendinger for 13th. Busch also going to get around Suarez. So Suarez has some sort of a major issue going on since this restart right now because he is dropping like a rock and is back to 11th place after restarting on the inside of row 2 in 3rd. Martin Truex Jr. has opened up about a 0.5 of a second lead over Denny Hamlin. Ryan Blaney is 2.5 off the lead in 3rd. 1.8 seconds off the lead is Kevin Harvick in 4th, and Christopher Bell rounds out the top 5. Kyle Larson in 6th. Kurt Busch in 7th. Chase Elliott 8th. Bubba Wallace 9th. And Kyle Busch rounds out the top 10 with 20 to go. This time by in stage 1. And about a 230 lap race left in total if we can get all 300 in. Ross Chastain is going to make a pass towards the back of the pack on Stenhouse. I think Chastain had some sort of pit road penalty, which put him back in traffic a little more because he was inside the top 3. Once the lightning delay happened, he was actually in 3rd. And is probably driving a little aggressively, seemingly that he had potentially turned the 14 of Briscoe around. And into the 42 of Ty Dillon he went. Blaney is slowly gapping the 4 of Harvick. He's not going too far away from him. Maybe put an extra car length between the two cars over the last few laps. That was about it. Maybe similar to potentially how the race at Gateway went, where they get longer into the green flag run. It's going to be hard to pass towards the front of the field, but a lot of passing mid-pack is likely going to be going on. Chastain already battling for 16th after restarting towards the rear of the lead lap following an issue on pit road, and he is going to clear Cindric for the 16th place position. Big block by the 1 on the 2, and Cindric's all over the back bumper of Chastain as they enter into turns 1 and 2, letting him go finally. Chastain is driving like a madman trying to get through the field right now. 114 viewers and counting watching. Like and subscribe for more daily NASCAR content. On the road to 3,000 subs, we hit 2.3 thousand a little bit earlier in the live stream today. Sat it out through a nearly 1 hour lightning delay, but we are back to racing currently. And Martin Truex Jr. leads the way by 1 second over Denny Hamlin. Ross Chastain just cleared the 43 of Eric Jones for 15th now as well the following lap after passing Austin Cindric. And continuously moving forward. The Toyota is looking very, very fast in the early going of today's race. Hamlin has led the most with 66 laps left in the pole. Truex just took the lead from him on the restart. Christopher Bell's been in the top 5 pretty much all day. Kurt Busch, who started way back in 18th, is up to 7th. Bubba Wallace, who started way back at 30th, is up to 9th. And Kyle Busch, who started last after spinning and qualifying yesterday, has cracked the top 10 now in 10th. So pretty much all 6 Toyotas are in the top 10 as they run right now. Issues with some of the Hendrick Motorsports drivers obviously is going to help with that, even though Bowman was outside the top 10 when that wreck happened, as well as Byron having an issue, although he was in the top 10. So he was right around where Elliott is. Chase is in 8th currently. Ryan Blaney to the middle groove, actually, that time. Harvick to the bottom, as Harvick is trying to make a pass on Blaney for position. Battling for 3rd. Not going to be able to get around him there. Those two are about 4 seconds off the race lead, and almost 3 full seconds behind 2nd place of Denny Hamlin. Both Harvick and Blaney, and Bell for that matter, without wins in the top 5. Truex as well. The only driver with a win in the top 5 currently is Denny Hamlin. Could we see another new winner this season lock themselves into the playoffs with 12 different winners so far? It's still 10 races to go until the playoffs. Could this be the year we see 16 or more different winners lock themselves into the playoffs? That is definitely possible. So there definitely was quite a bit of damage from the 14 of Chase Briscoe. He is very, very slow on the racetrack right now. Has already lost another lap after getting back out on the track. Yeah, Briscoe very slow again. He's going to hit the access road heading to pit lane, it looks like this time by, as NBC's on a side-by-side commercial break with 11 laps to go in stage 1. Harvick and Blaney still battling for 3rd. Harvick to the bottom. Just can't get off the corner as well as Blaney, with Blaney running a higher lane, and he hasn't quite been able to pull up alongside of him to potentially use a side draft either. He's there, he just can't make the pass. Bell going to work to the middle to upper groove behind Kevin Harvick as he's closing in on both the 12 and the 4 in front of him. Trying to get up there with his 2 teammates that are running 1 and 2 on the leaderboard. And Bell is running just a tad higher than even Ryan Blaney is. Blaney's running kind of a lane off the bottom. Harvick's running on the yellow line on the bottom in the middle of the corner, and Bell's running in that maybe third groove, just a little bit higher than Blaney, but not all the way up near the walls. Nobody's really running that high currently. Denny Hamlin closing back on Martin Truex Jr. over this little bit longer green flag run. That could be the speed that Hamlin may be having a little bit more so than some of the other drivers. Getting around lap car Ty Dillon, who was also involved in that last accident with Chase Briscoe. Staying to the inside, letting the leaders of Truex and Hamlin race around them. Both these two drivers up at the front of the field are in desperate need of playoff points. Every driver really is, but if you look at Truex's season so far, he has not won a race yet this year. Not only not locked into the playoffs, but also if they started the playoffs today, you wouldn't have many playoff points, just his regular season points for being in the top 10. And Denny Hamlin, who likely doesn't have a shot to get to the top 10 in the regular season points, his only way to get playoff points is basically going to be off of wins in stage wins. He has a few stage wins on the year, 2 race wins, which have helped him out instrumentally, considering the fact that, again, he is right around 20th in the regular season standing still. But now he's closing in on Truex. He's looking for another playoff point. And these two Toyotas and Joe Gibbs Racing teammates are going to be battling for the win in stage 1. And it's going to be interesting to see if Hamlin can get around the car with the clean air. I haven't seen a lot of passes at the front of the field on long green flag runs in the early going so far. But if Hamlin's got a fast enough car, I think he will get it done. And he has definitely dominated the lap sled category from the polls so far today. But Truex had that great launch on the outside lane, which got to him leading the race along the way. Truex running that middle to upper groove. Denny Hamlin rolling the bottom. Truex pretty much giving it to him right now. He's not going to make Hamlin try to pass him on the outside. 5 laps to go in the stage that time by at the start-finish line. Again, to the bottom goes Hamlin. Again, Truex in the middle upper groove. He's not taking the line away of the 11, and the 11 nearly pulls along the inside of Truex, but not quite that time. All over the back bumper is the 11 of Hamlin. A little bit more momentum, though, for Truex off the exit of the corner because of running the outside. He still runs that middle to upper groove. And Denny Hamlin's going to run just a half a lane higher than Truex. Still enough to be maybe in the dirty air, but also just enough to get a bit of clean air towards the right front nose of the 11. 4 to go now at the line. Lap cars to the inside. That's going to take away the line of Hamlin just a little bit as he runs a half a groove off the bottom, and again nearly pulls alongside Truex down the backstretch, but not quite going to be able to get to the corner panel and be able to side draft him. We'll have 3 to go this time by, and again, just like last lap, Hamlin goes to that middle to upper groove along with Truex, but he lost a little time in doing so. Hamlin's definitely better on the bottom than what he is on the top, but he lost a lot of ground that time by trying to go to the outside in turns 3 and 4 right behind Truex and run the same line as the 19 car. Gains a lot of it back in turns 1 and 2, but he's only going to have 2.5 laps now to get around the 19. Blaney's about 3.8 seconds off the lead, has no shot really of winning this first stage. It's down between the 19 and the 11. Truex a little bit higher again through 3 and 4. Hamlin to the bottom. It does seem as if Hamlin's better in 1 and 2 than turns 3 and 4, even when he runs the bottom. Might have been a reason why he decided to go to the outside the lap prior. Hamlin again, rolling the bottom. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Same goes for Truex, I guess, even though it does seem like Hamlin is a bit faster, but just can't get his way around the 19 right now. They'll be coming to the final lap of stage 1 this time by. Will Truex continue to give Hamlin the bottom as he gets closer and closer and closer? Will he take the line away? He hasn't done so yet. He's been consistent. Final lap. Car length and a half is the separation between the 19 and the 11 as they roll into turns 1 and 2. Truex to the middle groove again. Hamlin to the bottom. Does he have a shot to get to the inside of Truex this time? No. Back in line behind him, trying to get as much draft as possible on the back straightaway. Hamlin's pushing hard. How hard will he push it into turns 3 and 4? He'll go to the bottom. Truex will give him that run down on the inside. Off of turn 4. This time, is Truex going to be clear? Yes, he is. Hamlin is right on his back bumper as they get to the stripe. Martin Truex Jr. will win stage 1 in the Ally 400 at Nashville. Denny Hamlin right behind him in second. Third place will be Ryan Blaney, Christopher Bell fourth, and Kevin Harvick will round out the top 5 in stage number 1. 6th place will be Kyle Larson, Bubba Wallace 7th, Chase Elliott 8th, and then Kyle Busch 9th with Kurt Busch right behind him in 10th. Those will be the finishing order and the drivers getting stage points through stage 1 today at Nashville. $62 likes on the stream right now. Just over 100 people currently watching the stream. Thanks for everybody tuning in on this Sunday evening, which is going to turn into Sunday night here before long after an hour lightning delay earlier on in the race. We just reached the end of stage 1. Denny Hamlin's led the most laps so far, but Martin Truex Jr. got around him on a restart with about 30 to go in the stage. Gapped him by a little over a second before Hamlin started running down in the closing laps, got to his back bumper, but just could not pull alongside or get around the 19 of Martin Truex Jr. I think if he would have gotten alongside of him, that would have been enough for him to eventually make the pass, but he wasn't able to do so. And Truex was straight up. He held that middle to upper groove. He was making Hamlin try to use the bottom lane, knowing that Truex was going to have a better corner exit. That worked out for the 19 car. A different kind of mechanism, I guess, of trying to use a defensive line. Most people would say the defensive line is just simply running the same lane as the driver in front of you and driving with your mirror, and Truex never did that. He was focused on hitting his middle lane and focused on keeping Hamlin on the bottom. Hamlin just never quite could get to the rear corner panel. He was very close on about 3 different occasions of being able to side draft the 19 car, but it just wasn't quite enough. Truex will get the playoff point for winning the stage, and if we look at the standings coming into this race today, again, Truex was 6th, and he did have a couple stage wins on the year. He had 3 stage wins prior to today, so this is the 4th stage win of the season for Martin Truex Jr. Our goal, by the way, is 150 likes on the stream today, so being at just over 60 currently, that's pretty good. Appreciate you guys. Make that 66 now. Appreciate you guys hitting that like button. We'll be seeing pit stops again during the stage break. Joey Logano was the only car in the lead lap that pitted for tires during the second to last really the last caution for incident, with about 30 laps to go in stage 1. From the wreck from Ty Dillon and Chase Briscoe. But I don't think he's going to stay out here because he's still got over 20 laps on those tires. And I think tires will be of a pretty high importance today. Truex will lead the field to pit road.
Third in the stage with a very tight race car. He moved his lineup to the top, so they're going to hopefully make some adjustments here. It's going to be 4 Goodyear tires for the 12th car and get those adjustments into air pressure to help loosen them up, Marty.
Parker, this ought to be good head-to-head with the JGR pit crews on pit road for Martin Truex Jr. 4th stage win of the year. Those are the only playoff points that he owns, 4 of them at this point. Really loose off turn 4 for his teammate, Denny Hamlin. Junior's right. He told me earlier this week, 2nd in the stage means nothing to me. All we're after are playoff points. In fact, when it was over, he said, I'm sorry, guys. I didn't get that done for you. He said, they got the entry where I wanted it, but the exit is really hurting.
Joey Logano is going to be the one to win the race off pit road. He took right side tires only. Everybody else took 4. And again, the reason why Logano probably took 2 is because he pitted for 4 tires the restart before that. So although he was running outside the top 10, he will gain 17 spots with the 2-tire stop and win the race off of pit road. Truex was the first off on 4 tires. We'll see how the 22 is going to take off. If you get a good enough launch on the outside, you can definitely take the lead. We saw that in the truck race on our live commentary stream a couple nights ago as well. And that's kind of the case here today. Hamlin, who restarted on the inside the first couple times, and even that last time when he had lost the lead to Truex got around him on the high side. It really just depends on how tightly that car is behind you pushing you. But also, Martin Truex Jr. might be restarting in a different gear as well, because he had a great restart back in traffic and passed about 3 cars from 6th to 3rd the restart before he took the lead away from Hamlin. So I wouldn't necessarily doubt the fact that that could be another reason why he's getting a better launch. But Logano on older left sides and fresher right sides. It is definitely, again, going to be interesting to see how well he takes off on the restart. Everybody else took 4. Of course, it had been a longer period of time between everybody else pitting prior to Logano. This is the first lap Joey Logano's led today, so now our 3rd different leader and 3rd lead change just shy of lap 100 of 300. You're watching the Ally 400 at Nashville Superspeedway or listening to it live on KRC on the YouTube channel today. Like and subscribe for more daily NASCAR content. Quick update on those spotlight drivers following stage 1 that I mentioned in the pre-race today and gave my bold predictions for. We'll start off with the must-haves that I absolutely thought were going to have a good day of Ross Chastain and Kyle Larson. Coincidentally, they're both outside the top 10 right now. Chastain had a pit road penalty, I believe, of some sort, so he's still trying to come back from that. Didn't get stage points because of it. He was in 3rd prior to that happening, so I think he'll get up there eventually. He's in 14th. Kyle Larson has dropped backwards from the start of the race. 13th right now. Lost a few extra spots on pit road as well. So that was definitely interesting, seeing Larson go backwards. Not a great day for Hendrick Motorsports. The 2 don't-haves I had coming into the race today that I said would finish outside the top 10 were Alex Bowman, who was already wrecked out of the race today. Damaged vehicle policy was what the results are going to actually show for why he DNF'd, but he got in a wreck prior to that after spinning off the front bumper of Corey LaJoie going into turns 1 and 2 earlier on in stage 1 following the lightning delay. And the other driver was Martin Truex Jr., who I said would not have a good finish today. And, well, he just won stage 1 and is in 2nd following pit stops at the end of stage 1. So I might be eating my words on him today, but we still, again, have a long ways to go. The 2 drivers that I had for sleeper picks, Kurt Busch in 9th, having a great day after starting 18th. Finished 9th at the end of the stage as well, scoring some stage points. And the other driver I had on the sleeper picks was Ricky Stenhouse Jr. He moved upwards after starting 27th, got to 20th, and he's still in 21st right now, kind of stagnated for the moment. But we'll see. These track conditions are going to change quite a bit. I'm assuming the race will likely end under the nighttime sky now. So the drivers you see towards the front of the field now may not be there at the end of the race. Joey Logano elects the inside lane on those 2 old left side tires. Will get a push from teammate Ryan Blaney as the green flag is back in the air. Truex on the front row on the outside, and row 2 on the outside is Kevin Harvick in the 4 trying to put the push to Truex. Logano, though, with a great launch nonetheless, is going to get to the outside. He's going to block the 19. The 12 moves way up the racetrack in the dirty air behind Logano. Logano might be in trouble because Truex still gets a run on him despite Joey throwing a block and being clear initially. Through a second block, couldn't hang on. Truex is going to lead as they enter into turns 3 and 4. Blaney gathered his car quickly after that slip-up, didn't lose any spots, and now gets to the outside of Logano up turn 4 and will take over second place, I'd have to imagine, into 3 and 4. 3 wide further back between Harvick, Hamlin, and Bubba Wallace as Harvick, who restarted second on the outside groove, is now falling back to about 7th. Hamlin's going to have a little bit of a squeeze play off turn 2, still 3 wide between Harvick and Wallace. He's in between them both. Harvick clears Hamlin going into 3 and 4, pulls down towards that bottom lane, and will stay in front of the 11. Wallace is going to clear Hamlin off of turn 4 and work to the inside of Harvick now for 6th. Kyle Busch and Christopher Bell, 2 Joe Gibbs Racing Toyotas side by side for the 4th place position. With Bell on the outside, Kyle Busch on the inside. Great pit stop for the 18 crew to get him in this situation. And a great restart on top of it as well for the 2311, number 23 car of Wallace. Bell has cleared Busch on the back straightaway, the run off the high side, the corner before that. Kurt Busch, Denny Hamlin running almost kind of a 3rd lane, a little bit higher, but not all the way near the wall through turns 3 and 4. Busch ran a little too high. Daniel Suarez gets under him, and now Suarez trying to side draft the 45 of Busch. They'll be side by side for 10th into turns 1 and 2. Suarez trying to take the spot over. Chase Elliott also gets around Hamlin, who is dropping backwards after the restart. Temperature has dropped already 10 degrees from the start of the race today with the storms surrounding the area but missing the racetrack, causing a lightning delay, but nonetheless, that has already changed this racetrack so much, which is maybe another reason why Denny Hamlin has dropped back after leading all those laps at the very, very start of the race. Ryan Blaney working on the inside of the 19 car of Martin Truex Jr. Can't quite get underneath him. He's still about 2 car lengths behind him right now. And Logano's kind of settled himself in line in third after losing a couple spots initially at the restart. Maybe not taking off well, but once the heat cycle gets into the tires, maybe 2 tires would be the way to go. At least for the sake, considering he was outside the top 10 prior to those sets of stops. Austin Cindric very slow in the 2 car with some sort of an issue right now. He'll be pulling the pit road off turn 4. Maybe gonna tighten up. Well, he's changing tires right now. Maybe the feeling of a tire going down or a loose wheel of some sort, but a 4-tire change for Austin Cindric on pit road. Unscheduled stop early in stage 2 will put him a lap down. Now he's having troubles trying to fire out of his pit box, and some of his crew members have to push him off and away. Kyle Busch to the inside of Joey Logano into turns 3 and 4. Logano holds the 18 car pretty tightly through the middle of the corner. Side by side off the exit of turn 2. Logano doesn't get a great drive off. Here comes Bell with a better drive off. He'll go to the inside, but not going to take it 3 wide. Kyle Busch get a slide job his way around Logano. Bell also going to get around the 22 car. And Logano loses 2 spots in one corner. Harvick right behind the 22 as well, looking for 5th. Blaney's still close behind the 19 and Martin Truex Jr. right now. He's running about the same line as Truex through turns 1 and 2 at least this time, and Truex gaps him, maybe running that middle lane a little bit better than the 12 car. 12 trying to round the bottom out, similar to what Denny Hamlin was doing a little bit earlier. That track position is definitely playing big for the 19 of Truex. See rain, the track like 2 miles away. It does look like it has cleared up a little bit. It doesn't look as overcast as it did maybe immediately when they went green following the lightning delay. They're just making another 45 laps. The race will be official. Kyle Larson struggling with the handling of his race car following the restart. He is back to 15th now. Had a moment off turn 4 a little bit ago where he almost got in the wall, had to lift, and that allowed for Tyler Reddick and Eric Jones to get around him on the front stretch. Kevin Harvick will finally get around Joey Logano in the 22 for 5th place, moving Harvick back inside the top 5 again after not having a great restart. Ryan Blaney again closing on the 19 of Martin Truex Jr. Truex again to that middle to upper groove. And the 12 car to the inside. Truex is running a line that is also tight enough to the bottom where it would be hard to get underneath him, but he's not actually hooking that yellow line like Hamlin was at the end of the stage or like the 12 of Blaney is right now. Now Truex actually goes to the bottom that time through 3 and 4. Something he hasn't done in a while, and Blaney went to the outside, but Truex gaps the 12 a little bit. So I still think the bottom for most of the drivers in the field is the way to go. Some of them are working the outside to better perfection than others. Christopher Bell, I think, has been one of the better drivers at being able to do that today. No surprise with his dirt racing background, of course, of that being the case as well. Yeah, NBC going to a full screen commercial break right now. Again, a running order after 109 completed laps out of 300 today has Martin Truex Jr. in the lead after winning stage 1. He is 0.4 of a second ahead of Ryan Blaney in a battle for the lead. Kyle Busch is in 3rd place, 1.2 seconds off the lead. Christopher Bell, 2.6 seconds off the lead in 4th. And Kevin Harvick is 5th, 3.8 seconds back of race leader Martin Truex Jr. Bubba Wallace is in 6th, Joey Logano 7th, Chase Elliott 8th, Denny Hamlin 9th, and Daniel Suarez is 10th. Kurt Busch 11th, Ross Chastain 12th, Eric Jones in 13th, Tyler Reddick 14th, and Kyle Larson is back to 15th. Chris Buescher in 16th, AJ Allmendinger 17th, 18th is Michael McDowell, Harrison Burton 19th, and Brad Keselowski is 20th. Cole Custer in 21st, Corey LaJoy 22nd, Justin Haley 23rd, Ricky Stenhouse 24th, and Eric Almirola is 25th. Austin Dillon back at 26th, Ty Dillon 27th, and then the first car 1 lap down, who is actually 2 laps down right now, would be Ty Gillen at 28th, Cody Ware 29th, JJ Yaley 30th. And 31st would be Austin Cindric after making an unscheduled stop following the latest restart. Josh Balicki had some sort of mechanical issue earlier. He is 3 laps down at 32nd. BJ McLeod 4 laps down at 33rd. Chase Briscoe has pulled off the racetrack. He's out of the race at 34th. Byron out of the race in 35th. And Bowman out of the race in 36th. Now, Byron actually is on the racetrack 39 laps down. So that's how he had gotten in front of Bowman a little while ago. Byron had a steering rack issue following the lightning delay. He felt like he had a problem prior to the delay, and then he went back on the track and still had the same issue. So he had thought that maybe it was a tire going down prior to that, but it was not the case. So he had to go to the garage to repair that race car, and his team was able to do so. Should be able to get around Briscoe then in about 7 or 8 laps. And that will allow for him to pick up another spot as well as any more DNFs we get throughout the rest of the race today. And we see back from the commercial break, Chase Elliott has gotten around Joey Logano for position. Denny Hamlin right there with him. It's actually side by side right now currently between Logano and Elliott. I thought Elliott was going to clear Logano, but he did not. And Chase Elliott is going to finally clear Logano off turn 4. Denny Hamlin in the 11. Still right behind Logano. Logano's slowly losing ground on those 2 old left side tires. He was outside the top 10 even on speed prior to him making the adjustment, not really much of an adjustment change, but just making the 2-tire change rather than 4. So it gained him track position. He was holding on to 3rd for a little bit, but he's still lacking so much grip on about 20 lap older left side tires, and probably just doesn't have the speed in the car to hold himself towards the front of the field as he continues to slowly drop back. That last lap, Martin Truex Jr. had the fastest lap of anybody on the racetrack. Worth noting with him obviously having the lead right now. Still managing a gap over Blaney of about 0.4 of a second. So it does sound like there are raindrops around the speedway according to some of the drivers as they are radioing into Marty Snyder, who is one of the pit road reporters on NBC right now. So again, we are 34 laps away from the halfway mark. It is going to be very, very interesting to see if we get there. Blaney's still struggling right now, at least to get around Truex. He's consistently stayed within 4 car lengths of him. Never got as close to his back bumper as Hamlin towards the end of stage 1, but he's been right there. Truex has just been so consistent running that middle groove through turns 1 and 2 and 3 and 4. And consistency is key in these NASCAR Cup Series races, and if there's one driver that is very consistent, I think Martin Truex Jr. is that driver. Very rarely makes some sort of mistake. Caution is out on the racetrack, and it is for rain. So caution is out for rain. More precipitation around the racetrack right now. Some of the drivers are radioing in that they had seen raindrops on the windshield. So NASCAR being very cautious about that. They don't want a replay of what happened at New Hampshire a season ago, or they let it rain a little bit too long. I would imagine they're going to continue to run some caution laps to try to keep heat in the racetrack and keep it from getting too damp right now, as it's just kind of spinning or sprinkling around the racetrack currently. So another caution for weather. And again, they are about 31 laps shy of the halfway mark, which would make the race official. Hopefully it's nothing too major. I'm going to look up a radar right now just so I have an idea of what's going on. I know weather experts keeping you guys informed in the chat. Can't remember where Nashville Superspeedway exactly is. Shoot, what area city was that? It doesn't look like there's much around the racetrack. It's just these little pop-up showers. I don't think we're going to go to red flag here. I'd have to imagine they're just going to keep it under caution. I don't think we're going to see a red flag. And again, even if we did, which I don't think we will, it would not end the race. We are 30 laps shy of halfway. 65 laps to go yet in stage 2. These guys should be pretty close on fuel to making it to the end of the stage. I think they can make it on fuel to the end of the stage if they pit now, so we'll likely see everybody hit pit road regardless during this caution. I don't think anybody's going to stay out playing the rain game, considering we aren't halfway yet either. And as soon as the field comes onto pit road, of course, you guys will get to listen into the pit reporters, and they'll give you guys all the feedback for what's going down during the cycle of pit stops under yellow.
In position here, they told him he slid a little too far in his box last time, so back it up. Don't go quite as far to the sign. They called for red, so we'll see what this is. It looks like it'll be forward video tires for Blaney, who has to go a little bit more turn the center, Marty.
Martin Truex Jr. saw Blaney in his rearview mirror and kind of reassured the team, I'm running the pace I need. Just trust me here. Again, trying to take care of that right rear, as he mentioned a moment ago. Kyle Busch said the car is all over the track. In fact, in one radio transmission, he said it's loose, it's tight, I'm on top of the racetrack. I have no idea what to tell you to do. 4 fresh Goodyear tires for Kyle Busch and a few changes as well.
Martin Truex Jr. will win the race off of pit road. Ryan Blaney second, Kyle Busch third. No changes there. Hamlin's up 3 spots. The biggest gainer in the top 5. Biggest gainer in the top 10 is Tyler Reddick, gaining 4 spots. Biggest loser, Christopher Bell, lost 2. Bubba Wallace also lost 1 spot on pit road in the top 10. So Truex will get the restart in the lead. He's had success on the outside. He's had success on the inside. It's going to be interesting to see what lane he will pick. And actually, I think he has only gotten to the lead on the restart both times on the outside. But granted, Logano had older tires to the inside of him on the last restart. Remember, at the halfway mark in today's race, there will be trivia as well. Do that during the halfway point of any races on the channel, whether it is the video game races during the week or these live race commentary streams. Give you guys a Nashville Superspeedway track fact, as we did in the Truck Series race 2 nights ago. I haven't found a question yet, so I'm doing that right now during this caution period while I have a chance. All right, I've got the trivia question for you guys. But again, that will be asked at the halfway mark, which would be lap 150. Ice the Monkey 92 Hammer, welcome to the stream. Philip A. Veneman Jr., welcome to the stream. Rooting for Kyle Busch today. Hey, here's Marty Snyder with Sheamus.
Summer, right? That's right, yeah. July 30th at the Nissan Stadium, home of the Tennessee Titans. Or if there's a roof in that place, you'd blow it off. But as I said, this is my home away from home here in Nashville, Tennessee. I'm enjoying the race right now. There's a lot of changing going on in the leaderboard. I'm hoping Kyle Busch, or at least my new mate Corey, the Joy, gets across the checkered flag.
Before the trip back to Nashville, Money in the Bank's coming up too. I know you look forward to that.
Yeah, the only thing is ladders, man. I'm not great in ladders. When it's going up to wave the green flag, it just brought a bit of a flashback from all those matches. They're some of the toughest matches you ever had, but yeah, that's this Saturday. It's going to be in Vegas, but both Money in the Bank and SummerSlam are going to be on Peacock. So if you've got Peacock, you can watch it. I'll get Marty out there too. You're right, Marty. Come on.
There you go. Hometown guy. Loving the NASCAR race here today.
Sheamus has been at a lot of NASCAR races over the last few years, I've noticed too, so that's pretty cool. They probably had him go to that first one with Fox and SmackDown having the deal. They were like, hey, go to the Daytona 500, because I want to say he was there in 2020. And he's been at a lot of races since then, so I feel like when WWE sends like one of those guys to go, I feel like Sheamus is like, yeah, I'll go. Probably loves it. That's good to see, though. Alan C. Crow, welcome to the stream. He's also going for KFB. Mr. Moist, welcome. New to NASCAR, why the yellow flag? So there were some raindrops that drivers had reported in. NASCAR threw the caution prior to it. There's no rain racing on ovals for safety reasons. So Chase Elliott lost a lot of spots on that last restart, falling outside of the top 10. He'll be back in 25th after a slow pit stop on the rear tire changer. Yeah, you're the second one that's mentioned the AEW pay-per-view tonight, too. Here's Booty Barker.
There you go. So they...
Okay, never mind. So Bubba Wallace lost track position on the pit stop due to a loose lug nut. I didn't get to that in time. Green flag back in the air. Truex selected the outside lane. Ryan Blaney was on the inside of road number 1. They're side by side all the way through turns 1 and 2. Neither car had a great push, pretty even with each other initially on the restart. Blaney trying to fight for his first lap led on the day. Down low, an aggressive side draft on the backstretch. Kyle Busch in third, Denny Hamlin fourth right behind. Blaney the lone Ford inside the top 5. Well, never mind. Kevin Harvick's up to 5th after that restart. And Ross Chastain, who is recovering from an earlier pit road incident, penalty at that, is back inside the top 10 as he's side by side for 6th with Christopher Bell. Still side by side for the lead, though, between Ryan Blaney and Martin Truex Jr. Neither one could clear each other. Truex almost cleared Blaney that last time off turn 2, but Blaney was able to side draft him just enough. The battle for track position's ever so important. Chastain trying to crowd Bell off the exit of turn 4 towards the outside. Aggressive side draft on the front stretch now from Blaney as he sends it into 1 and 2. Slide job incoming. Up the track goes the 12. He's not going to clear the 19. They almost get together off turn 2. And here comes Hamlin. 3 wide to the inside for the lead. Goes the 11. 3 wide into turn 3. Hamlin's going to try to send it in on both Blaney and Truex. He is not going to be clear of both. He does clear Blaney. Truex is still on the outside of him, and they're still side by side for the lead, but now it's the 11 and the 19 rather than the 12 and the 19. What a move by Hamlin. Didn't quite complete the pass on both of them, but he got ahead of the 12 of Blaney, who might have gotten out of the gas to keep everybody from wrecking as it was really tight off turn 4 a lap ago. And now the 11 and the 19 are side by side, trying to find a way to get to the lead is Hamlin. He sends it in. Big slide job through 3 and 4. He's out of the gas off turn 4, and here comes Truex with great momentum. A crossover, contact behind those two as Busch and Blaney run side by side for third. Blaney tried to throw a block on the 18 and almost turned himself on the front stretch. 5 cars under a blanket battling for the lead. Truex and Hamlin side by side with now Hamlin on the outside, Truex on the bottom. Kyle Busch has cleared Blaney off turn 2 for third. Harvick going underneath Blaney for fourth into 3. This is unbelievable. A roulette of cars that are battling for the lead consistently. And they are using their tires up quite a bit right now, knowing that it is going to be a long green flag stretch to the end if we don't get another caution in this stage. Hamlin, Truex still side by side for the lead. Truex has been side by side with at least one car every lap since the restart, and we are 6 laps in now. This is unbelievable. Kyle Busch in the 18 car is right behind both of them, just waiting for him to maybe slow each other up enough that he can potentially make a move. He is about 2 car lengths behind the 11 and the 19 into turn 1 this time. Blaney has fallen back to 5th, but still within 9/10 of a second of the lead. The top 2 slowing each other up, consistently side drafting each other on the straightaways, and just consistently running side by side in the corners. Hamlin going to squeeze the 19 just a little bit more than he did the last lap. Kyle Busch a lane higher than the 11 on the outside, and Hamlin will finally clear Martin Truex Jr. off of turn 4 for the race lead. Few lead changes in that transition, giving us 7 lead changes on the day now, and Hamlin has still led the most laps with 72 laps led. Truex, his teammate, with 57, has the second most. The only 2 cars to even lead laps today. Ryan Blaney led 1 lap in a battle side by side with Truex for a little bit, and Logano led 3 laps under caution after pit stops earlier when he took right side tires only. 1, 2, 3 for Joe Gibbs racing at the front of the field, and then the Ford JGR car, Christopher Bell, is in 6th. 2311 Toyota of Kurt Busch in 8th, and Bubba Wallace, who was in 6th prior to the caution, lost some spots because of another bad pit stop by his team yet again this season. And Bell, the other Joe Gibbs racing Toyota, has now launched his car to the inside of Ryan Blaney as he tries to get around it with a slide job maneuver through 1 and 2. He lost it just a bit, keeps it off the 12, who's still on the outside. Side-by-side battle for position. Here comes Ross Chastain with a big run behind him. We know him to be aggressive. How aggressive will he be this time into turns 1 and 2? He's going to go way towards the outside. Bell again with another slide job attempt. Blaney goes down the track to try and side draft him a little bit more. And off the exit of turn 2, they're still side-by-side for 6th. Chastain with another big run. Going to stay somewhat patient behind them as they enter into turns 3 and 4. Bell again not clear. The 12 of Blaney off the outside. Blaney with the run. What a battle for position right now with Chastain and Kurt Busch closing behind him. Nearly contact in the center of the tri-oval with an aggressive side draft on the inside car by Bell. On the left rear corner panel, the 12 of Blaney. Into turns 3 and 4, 1 and 2 rather. Bell is finally clear of Blaney. And he will take over the 5th place position now, putting himself in the top 5. Harvick, the only non-Joe Gibbs Toyota in the top 5 and 4th. Take a rundown of the top 10 quickly after this latest restart as we're about halfway through stage 2. Denny Hamlin has a 6/10 of a second lead over Martin Truex Jr. in 2nd. Kyle Busch is in 3rd, 7/10 of a second off the lead. And Kevin Harvick is 1.2 seconds off the lead in 4th. Christopher Bell is in 5th, 3.1 seconds off the lead. Ryan Blaney in 6th. Ross Chastain 7th. Kurt Busch 8th. Michael McDowell up to 9th. And Joey Logano will round out the top 10 midway through the second stage today. Long shot pick for a top 10 for McDowell. Yeah, he's running great right now. Like and subscribe for more daily NASCAR content. NBC on a full streak commercial break right now. Had over 100 people watching for a large portion of today's race following at least the lightning delay earlier on. Under caution right now once again during the commercial break. We'll see when they come back from the break exactly what the caution is for. But caution is out once again. I think Eric Jones is going to get a top 10. He's up to 13th. He's kind of progressively moving forward, but he's pretty much stayed stagnated between where he's at in 13th now and 16th for a large portion of today's race. Hendrick Motorsports has been off, though. Chase Elliott has really fallen back after that bad pit stop. He's in 16th. Larson has been dropping like a rock after qualifying third. He was very fast all day Friday in practice. On his 5, 10, and 15 lap averages, was in the top 4 and ended up third or fourth overall in practice, as well as qualifying third Saturday. I think the changing track conditions have really hurt his car. Again, after the lightning delay and the area storms around the racetrack, although it didn't actually rain itself on the racetrack, the air temp dropped quite a bit, as it is 10 degrees cooler now than what it was at the very start of the race. It was 94 degrees. Now it's 84 degrees. So again, caution is out again, and it's for lightning in the area. So it looks like we're going to be having another red flag period. So another pop-up shower just behind the original cell. So we just keep getting pop-up showers, it looks. And unfortunately, another lightning delay. And we are just shy of the halfway mark. We're about 11 laps shy of halfway. So if we did get a major thunderstorm or something of that, this race would not end. Watching KB's onboard. It doesn't look like it's raining right now. At least on the NBC cameras, but there's definitely lightning in the area. Second lightning delay of the race. The first one lasted about 50 minutes. Hopefully this one isn't going to be too long, but it did look like there was a decent-sized storm starting to pop up around where that lightning ended up happening around the racetrack. Well, it's definitely going to be a night race if it ends today compared to last time. When is sunset at Nashville? 8:06, but they have lights. 8:06 Central Time, so a little over an hour from now. But again, Nashville Superspeedway has lights. Truck races ran under the lights a couple nights ago. That's pretty cool, Earl. They are starting to put the covers on the race cars during this red flag period now. They weren't doing that earlier. So they might be in fear that it could be raining here shortly. So lightning delay right now. It is not raining at the track currently. Definitely going to be interesting to see how this is going to play out. Sheamus does seem like he'd be a cool guy. And it is kind of cool seeing those neon signs, too, glowing in the dark on pit road. NBC is trouble. Yeah, no side-by-side during that commercial break, but I think that's only the third one that's been like that, though, today. They don't do it every race on either network, fortunately. Any driver interviews we get during this red flag period, again, you guys will be able to listen in. Austin Almada, welcome to the stream. Are they going to call the race? Well, it's not raining currently, so I don't see a reason for them to. And we are shy of the halfway mark as well, so the race wouldn't be official. We are 11 laps shy of halfway if it did rain. They have the covers on the cars right now because there is heavy rain in the area, but currently the delay is because of lightning. Alright, thanks Philip for joining. Hopefully you tune back soon. I was just kind of hoping it doesn't rain around the track like it did during the last lightning delay. And you can definitely see the lightning off in the distance. Cameras around the racetrack. At Goodwill saw a New Japan Pro Wrestling t-shirt. That is kind of rare, I feel like, in the U.S. Especially to find randomly at Goodwill. Thank you for the driver interviews. No problem. I can't keep the whole race commentary on because I'll probably get copyrighted for it. But that's why I do the commentary, and that's kind of the point of these streams, too. But I can't physically interview the driver, so I figured I'd show you guys the interviews throughout the course of the race whenever we get any. Pop-up showers are the worst. I want people to start spamming noon in the chat. David Land meme there. Start these races earlier. It would... I mean, again, even if it wasn't noon, let's say 1 o'clock. 1 o'clock normal time. We wouldn't have even had the first lightning delay, and now we've had 2 of them. So that's the start of the race because it started after 4 o'clock local time. It's better on people that maybe are locals that go to the racetrack too, that work on Mondays, but have off on the weekends. They choose to go to the race Sunday afternoon, and it starts so late in the day. So when you have that first lightning delay, it did look like some of the crowd left. They're like, well, we don't know how long this is going to go on for. Now we have a second delay right now. And it's like, sure, yeah, okay, the race is going to end under the lights. It'd be kind of cool to see Nashville under the lights. But if you think about the fans that are in attendance, that just, they can't take off the next day from work. They have to be there on time. They're going to leave early, unfortunately. Now my phone's dying. Hang on, I lost the chat for a second. I got my phone under charger. Hoping they can get it in. If they do end up having the race itself on again another time, meaning tomorrow for whatever reason. I wonder if it's going to be on the USA Network. I feel like it may very well be. They've only had one rain race on a Monday this year, and that was Dover. Kind of similar circumstance where the race actually started on Sunday and finished it on Monday after a rain delay. In that race, they were only about 50 laps in. This one, they're close to halfway, but not quite there. My phone's charging. I'm going to get the chat on my laptop, so sorry if you see a bunch of screens, or a couple of the same screens, I should say. Double screen. Let alone people out of town, exactly. Thought it used to be 1 o'clock. Local was the rule. Yeah, they changed that under the last TV deal in 2015. That's when the races have been starting with later start times. But prior to 2015, yeah, they were always starting at 1 local, unless it was a night race. But then they'd be on Saturday nights, and they were at 7. Hammer Bloxy 67 years ago. Welcome to the stream. Congrats to Denny Hamlin. I hate him. It's not over. Yeah, it's not going to be official. Even if they did have to move the race to tomorrow, they're not halfway, so the race is not going to be official right now. So he's not going to win a rain race regardless. Unless, we get more rain later on in the night and it rains a third time. We get things going again today. It still hasn't rained yet. It doesn't look like it. 2 Dogs, welcome to the stream. 71 likes on the stream so far as well. Hit that like button. Our goal is 150. Now, if the race ends, early for whatever reason later today, if we get, again, another storm into the night, if we don't hit 150, I'm not going to be super upset about it, but let's run those likes up, though. We have had more than 100 people watching for a large majority of the race today. Smash that like button. I know not all of you have done it yet. And live race commentary here today for the Ally 400 at the Nashville Superspeedway. It's going to be a long stream. We are not even halfway done with this race yet, and we've been streaming for a little over 3 hours was the start of our pre-race coverage. It feels like the race should be about over by now if there were no interruptions with lightning. Fortunately, that is not the case. And it looks as if it is raining at the track now, unfortunately. It's going to be an interview, I'm assuming, with Chase Elliott. Yeah, it is raining at the track now. It wasn't moments ago. It is raining now, unfortunately. You can see the rain coming down pretty good. Well, this is going to be a little lengthy. Dr. Mordecai Cassius Marcellus Jones, welcome to the stream. Paleontologists have discovered the remains of the dinosaur Jesus road. I don't know if that's true or not, but welcome to the stream. That was random. Okay, never mind. I thought this was going to lead into a Chase Elliott interview. It's leading into Dolly Parton talking. Guess she had an intro at the beginning of the race, too. Yeah, Nashville Superspeedway does have lights. The only thing is, like, how long is this rain going to last? Because they're not going to sit here for hours and hours and hours to get the race in at night under these circumstances. Mother Nature wins Ally 400. For the moment, it seems like that. Again, any driver interviews during this next red flag of the race, just like the last one, you guys will get to listen in. Hoping we get some interviews because I need to eat. I have a couple granola bars that have not opened yet. I don't want to eat while there's nothing else playing into the mic because you guys are going to hear a bunch of crunching going on. And that's not going to be... I don't think you guys want to listen to that. I don't want to make you guys listen to it. And this race is going longer than what I was originally expecting with the delays. So it would probably be about over by now. Jackson Raham, welcome to the stream. Delay was awful. Show us the whole race. I can't. Copyright. Stream will get taken down. Channel will get a strike. I give you guys the live commentary when the actual race is going on. Unfortunately, we're under red flag right now, so if you're just tuning in, wondering why I'm not commentating the race, that would be why. Who was the concert at the Nashville race? I have no clue. I don't even know the concerts before I get to the track on a normal race weekend if I'm at the track until like I get there and I hear them playing or something. I don't really look into it. Most of the time they have country artists, and I don't listen to country music, so I don't even know who they are half the times. If it's like a bigger name like that I've heard of, I'll know of them, but... Give you links? Well, I don't have any links that you guys can watch the race on, like, anything, really. I watch it on Hulu, so I can't give a link to that, because I'm not giving you guys my Hulu account. I don't even have cable. I watch off a streaming platform. Legal streaming platform. Putting that out there. So I don't know of any other ways to really watch the race. It is on NBC, the main NBC network, so I mean, even if you have an antenna, you can get it. Regina, are you trying to make me hungry? I don't eat sweets though, so I wouldn't. That doesn't necessarily make me hungry right now. Just left because it started raining? Oh, yeah, that's a bummer. I will say, if you don't have to work or anything the next day, if you're a local, I would recommend staying at the track until they call it, just because NASCAR has ran races later at night before, and they are not halfway, so the race would not be official. If the lightning didn't come before the rain, they would have gotten likely halfway before the rain came, because they were probably about 5 minutes away of actual time to being able to do that. Keegan has never heard of Bon Jovi. I grew up on listening to classic rock music. Even if you didn't, though, I feel like you would know who Bon Jovi is. Like, they have so many hits. Hamburger helper with corn and beans. Okay, now you're making me a little hungry. Don't do that. I'm hungry a lot, though. I eat a lot of food. I'm in a bulk right now, and I've been eating like 3,500 calories every day for the last few months. It's working, though. I will say, it is slowly working. Well, I haven't been eating that many calories, but it's like slowly increasing to that point now, but at first it was like 2,500 when I was 160. I weighed myself last night. I was 190. 30-pound increase in the last... Well, from Thanksgiving Day to now, so almost 8 months. I'm getting there. I'm also 6'4", so if you're also wondering, like, oh, that's pretty good. Well, I'm 6'4", so 190 pounds still looks like relatively lean. So 160, that looks like really, really lean. Never heard of Bon Jovi until they showed up in the 2006 Daytona 500. You uncultured swine? Never heard of Bon Jovi until then? Aren't they? I think they're Canadian, if I'm not mistaken, but still. Like, even if you're not from the 80s, like, I'm not from the 80s, and I've known who they are my whole life. Jeffrey Shannon, welcome to the stream. Cornbread sounds good. I love cornbread. I haven't had it in a really long time. They have a pre-taped interview right now with Trackhouse. The only reason I'm not playing that is because I feel like it's going to be too long. The regular interviews I can play for you guys because they're a couple minutes at the most. Because the way the Lightning came in, it's just going to eventually get canceled instead of delayed. It just depends. We'll see. Are you going back tomorrow if it does get moved to tomorrow afternoon? Dark Shadows hasn't heard of Bon Jovi. This is unreal. I just feel like I feel like people should know that who Bon Jovi is, even if you don't listen to rock or classic rock music. They're so big. You haven't heard Living on a Prayer? They play that at like every sporting event ever. At least in the U.S. I would imagine probably in Canada too, because they're Canadian. So, I mean, I am sure you've heard that if you've ever been to a professional sporting event of any way. They play that all the time. Dead or Alive? This is shocking to me, honestly. You are going back? Alright, that's good. Good thing you won't miss out on it completely then. We'll stay with you guys until the news is in of whether or not they're getting this race back underway again today. Isaiah Z doesn't know who Bon Jovi is either. That's 3 people in the chat that don't know who Bon Jovi is. This is unbelievable. This is blowing my mind, honestly. Like, I don't really listen to that style of rock anymore, but it's like I know who they are. Like, they're so big. Jalapeno cornbread. I can't say I've had that. Here's an interview with Michael McDowell.
Just your Daytona 500 win, and he said yes, because they've been on a pretty good hot streak lately. 5 top 10s in the last 8 races. What's been going on with you, and why has it been so consistently good?
Yeah, I think, it's just Front Row Motorsports bringing fast Ford Mustangs to the racetrack. We've hit on a few things these last few months. Blake Harris, Chris Jurgis, all the guys there have done a great job. And it's fun having race cars where you can contend every weekend. So it's been an up and down day, but we're in the top 10 right now. Car's pretty good. Got to make a few adjustments here, but weather coming in and out, making those right adjustments is going to be really important for the next part of this race.
What kind of challenges does this car, compared to the old situation, bring for you on a week-to-week basis? Because we seem to see, except for a couple of exceptions, kind of up and down weeks for everybody. The consistency is hard to get to.
Well, these cars are very sensitive, and so it's very easy to over-adjust and get on the other side of the balance, and it only takes a little bit, and that's what we had right there. We just made an adjustment, track cooled off, temps got a little bit lower, track got faster, and we had to readjust, and just making small, minute changes makes a big swing with these cars. So I think everybody's learning that, figuring out how much you need. Each track's a little bit different. Obviously, with the concrete track, the rubber comes up and down, on and off, and then with the weather, that's another variable. So it's been tough today, but all in all, we've done a good job. Hopefully, we can keep this track position, have good pit stops, and run strong there at the end.
So with 10 races to go to the playoffs, including this one, you're not in a horrible position, 93 points out coming in. Great run at Sonoma, so that was a 3rd place finish. And we have another road course coming up. So, are you targeting that? Are you saying, no, I think, consistently we get in there, or we've got to win. Watkins Glen is my opportunity. What are you looking at?
Yeah, I think that, I think about it one race at a time. Nashville's what's in front of us right now. I want to run good here. I think it's going to take a win for us to get in. I'm not delusional about that. Road America is probably one of my best tracks. Watkins Glen's probably my second. And if I had to do it at Daytona, we got a shot at doing it there. I don't want to wait till that last race to do it, but running where we're running every week, week in and week out, being in the top 10 when we go to those road courses, now we have a legitimate shot at winning the race. So I feel like all the things are moving in the right direction. It's hard to win a cup race. We all know that. But next week we got Road America, my best track, so hopefully we can get it done in the Love Shop Stop Ford Mustang.
I forgot about that one because I'm not going to be there. I'll be doing something else for NBC, but that's okay. Thinking of that and this race, this has been a shifting race, right? Has it been all the way through? We thought some drivers were maybe going to let off on that a little bit as the run went on and the tires got worn. What's it been like for you?
This whole season's been a shifting season. I mean, every track for the most part. I mean, there's a few exceptions that we haven't, but even tracks you wouldn't think you typically shift, we've been shifting. I haven't done a lap here not shifting, so maybe I should try that. I don't know. Are other guys doing that? You got to give me some insight.
Let me get back to you, and we're off camera here. Steve, did you have a question, or are you going to take this away from us here?
Well, no, I wanted to mention, he mentions his crew chief, Blake Harris. Very impressive. We talk a lot about drivers and teams. I think Blake's doing an amazing job leading that 34 car, Dave, right? A longtime crew member with Truex from Furniture Row, followed that team to Gibbs, a champion in 17. We talk a lot, Rick, about opportunity this car's provided for owners and for drivers, and I just don't want to overlook the opportunity it's provided for some of the younger crew chiefs as well. I think French thinking, new ideas, matched up with a new car. Michael McDowell's proven that it's working, this 34 car having a career year.
Again, under a weather delay here, a red flag condition at Nashville Superspeedway.
I couldn't, well, I finished one of my granola bars. Thank you to NBC for giving that interview to Michael McDowell. NASCAR Fan 88, welcome to the stream. Rain is really coming down right now. Yes, it is. It is a downpour. At least Jackson Raham knows who Bon Jovi is. Much tire pressure has to do with starting out the race? I don't know. Like, are you talking about like during the rain, like how much they're potentially losing? They'll probably end up changing tires, I would imagine, following this caution anyway. Listen to classic rock, oldies. So you would know who Bon Jovi is, though. Earl Arnold Jr. knows who Bon Jovi is, alright. If you're just tuning in, there's a few people in the chat that don't know, have never heard of Bon Jovi. And I was shocked at that, but now there's other comments coming in that, yes, I see that at least some people in the chat do know who Bon Jovi is, which is good. Never heard of them. Why you say they're big? I mean, because, let me... You know what? We're about to find out. We're under a rain delay right now. We're going to freelance here. And we are going to go on to YouTube. And I'm not going to play you guys any music from Bon Jovi because, again, I'll get copyrighted for it. But I guarantee their songs are going to have... Yeah, look at this. They are huge. It's My Life from Bon Jovi has 1.1 billion views on YouTube. Like, they are massive. Massive classic rock band. Living on Prayer has 927 million views on YouTube. That's the live edition. I don't know what their actual music video for that song has. It's probably got even more than that. Here is Christopher Bell while we're waiting on this.
The surprise to you, the car has been good all day, you were saying?
Yeah, I feel really, really comfortable in our DeWalt Camry and feel like we have everything we need to go up there and lead laps. Clean air is obviously king, and hopefully we can get the rest of these laps in because I feel really good about what we got.
On Friday, I talked to Adam a little bit, your crew chief, about your car. He felt like, gosh, we couldn't get out of the 8th to 12th position, and you were fighting things, but the changes that you guys made to qualifying and then toward the race, they really fixed that?
Yeah, Adam and my entire 20 group did an excellent job getting me comfortable in the car. So we knew on Friday that our Camry had a lot of speed in it. It wasn't driving very good, but we were always kind of hovering around that 8th to 10th mark. So we or at least I felt like if we could get it to drive a little bit better, get me comfortable inside the car, then we'd be able to get up there and compete for the lead. So really like what I have right now. Just wish that I could get the opportunity to mix it up with those front guys.
Jeff Burton pointed something out. You were battling in the pack, and you were side by side with another car. You were the inside car. That used to be really bad, right? And it led to bad things. And he said this car is so much better. Were you feeling that and knowing you had the confidence to race side by side on the inside?
Yeah, it was definitely sketchy at the beginning parts of the season, just learning how much to trust the aero because the cars were already really unstable and tricky to drive. But as we get further into the season, we're learning that these cars don't get affected as much whenever you're side by side as the last year's cars or even like the trucks or the Xfinity cars. So for whatever reason, whenever you're side by side, you're on the bottom, you have a ton of grip and you're not on edge or spinning out all the time. So that's nice. And, I think it's provided at least really good restarts and you're able to see guys race side by side a lot easier.
So, Christopher, your teammates are Truex and Hamlin, and also, let me see, who's your teammate?
Does it go by Kyle?
Yes. The guy that came from the rear of the field today. So, you're the youngest, right? And when you see these guys battling up front, Kyle came from the back, he's up there now. What kind of competitive juices does that get going in you?
Yeah, just from the start of the green flag, I think Hamlin started on the front and led, and then I was able to move forward from 9th to inside the top 5 right away. So whenever you see that, you know that our company hit on something, and I expected Kyle to be good. He was really good in practice, so I felt like all of us were going to have capability of getting up front, and obviously all 4 of these JGR Camrys are really good. And then looking at the board there, I know Kurt Busch is fast, and Bubba was really good on Friday and saw he had a pit road issues. So it seems like all the Camrys are good today. Hopefully, I just want to race it out and see what we got.
Yeah, so it's frustrating on Friday when you don't have the drivability you want, but then when you see your other guys doing it, you're like, we're going to get there.
Yeah, I knew that our car had speed in it, and then Adam did a really good job of making the right adjustments to get me comfortable inside the car. And then as soon as they dropped the green flag in the race, I liked what I had, and I was able to, get right up there to the top 4 or 5. So just need to stay up there, and I would love to see a long green flag run. That seems like it's been our strength this entire season, and yeah, so I like what we have.
The playoffs are coming, 10 to go, including this race. You're above the cut line, but I've been talking to Adam about that today. He's sort of like, with the number of winners that we've seen this season, I don't like where we are right now. Do you think it's going to take a win for to be in the playoffs?
I would be surprised if it takes a win to get in. But with that being said, I don't know if there's going to be 3 or 4 points guys get in either. So, the top 2, I think it's Blaney and Truex. The top 2 non-winners have kind of separated themselves from the rest of us. So for me, I'm in a really scary position because the top 2 points guys are quite a ways out. And then that cutoff line is getting closer and closer each new winner. So with that being said, we know that we need to win, and going into the season, pointing our way into the playoffs is not really ideal either. So we've wanted to win since day one, and that's our number one focus.
As it is every week. And Steve, I think we decided, and Christopher would agree, you don't want to be 16th. That's the big no-no in the 2022 season.
Yeah, Dave, I think Christopher's right. I also agree we're not going to see 17 winners. That would eliminate a winner, but
I think we could see that, though. I gotta log out of Hulu for a second. I accidentally rewinded it and I couldn't get back to live. Billy Kramer, welcome to the stream. I have been reading the comment section, though, even listening to the interviews. I think Asai Z is messing with me in the chat. What was that? Yeah, he said literally never heard of Bon Jovi. And then said 1.1 million people that don't exist because I've never heard of Bon Jovi. So nobody knows of Bon Jovi either? Like, they never mention them or something, and you're like, oh, who are they? Ever in your life? And not once? Disturbed is pretty good, too. But they're not on the level that Bon Jovi is as far as, like, popular, like, again, 1.1 billion views. And I get, somebody else mentioned that's 1.1 billion views, but a lot of rewatches. It's 1.1 billion views. like, even if it is rewatched, I mean, I'm sure a lot of my streams are like, if I get a stream that pops off and has like 18,000 views, I'm not going to doubt that those streams are going to have replays. Like, more people are going to go back and rewatch them. I mean, I guess that would make sense if you didn't know, though, who they were. No one here know the Bangles? The Bangles? I've never heard of them. I've heard of the Bungles. They're from Cincinnati. If you guys know who I'm talking about. I'm sure some of you do. Show us some of your NASCAR stuff. So I have shown a lot of my diecast before. I did a live stream of the commentary of the Dover race earlier this year, and during the rain delays, I actually showed literally every diecast I had in this case. I haven't gotten a new one since. I'm still waiting on a Ryan Blaney race win diecast from the Michigan race last year that I was at, because that's the only race I've ever seen him win in person, or any of my favorite drivers win in person for that matter. Any meaning I was a Biffle fan growing up, but I only got to see him race a couple cup races, and some of them have been this year with him running part-time. Excuse me. I have an oat lodged in my throat from that granola bar right now, and it does not feel good. I think that's better. That hurt, I'm not gonna lie. It is definitely heavy rain at the racetrack. Gaming with Andrew 22, welcome to the stream. Yeah, 78 likes on the stream right now. Hit that like button if you have not already. Command you now. I haven't showed off the IndyCar diecast I got from the Indy 500 yet. I'll show those off real quick, because I know for a fact those haven't. I can maybe try to find some 1/64 scale diecasts I have not really looked at in a long time. So, yeah, I'll do that, I guess, during the rain delay. Any interviews, again, that come between now and then, you guys will get to watch. They're re-showing the same Trackhouse clip they had with earlier on in the rain delay. Surprised they were going back to the same thing again. Oh my god. I almost tripped. Almost tripped over the cord that's plugging my laptop into the wall. And I about dropped every single one of these in this box. Oh, that would have been terrible. It's like an old Kohl's shoebox. It's probably like as old as I am. Probably not quite that old, but it's probably over 10 years old at least. So a lot of the diecasts I have are carved tomorrow. Of the 1/64 scale, that and Gen 4, just because when I was a kid, those were the ones I always played with. I do have some like early Gen 6, but not many of them, because primarily it was the carved tomorrow era. I got a couple trucks in here I kind of forgot about too. Man, there's a lot. Man, it's like a throwback. It's weird seeing all these small cars. I'm not used to collecting these ones now. Where are we gonna start here? I'll start off with the Blaney ones just because it's current. I have collected a few Ryan Blaney 164 scale diecast, and then I stopped doing that, and I just started collecting the 124 because it's cooler. So I have some of the same ones on that wall as I do here. This is his throwback paint scheme, Duracell. I don't know. I'm going to have to expand the camera. Give me a second here. I'll have to expand the camera for you guys. Boom, full screen. Then you can see them on the back wall too while I'm doing this, so that's nice for you guys. Alrighty, so yeah, this is the Ryan Blaney Duracell. Hopefully it focuses well in this camera. I'm not sure how it's going to because the cars are tinier. But this is the same one I have up there. I also have the original Dave Blaney diecast 124 scale of the same paint scheme because this throwback scheme was of the Jasper number 77 car that his father ran back in the day. So there's that one. The other Blaney ones I have 164, which I don't think I have all of them in this box. I don't know where the rest of them are. Yeah, I don't know where the rest of them are, but I have his PPG paint scheme, pretty cool one too. I also have a PPG 20. This is 2018, but because it's a Fusion, but the 2019 Mustang I do have on the wall back there. Dex Imaging. I do not have a 124 scale diecast of it, but I have the 164. This is another 2018 one because it's a Fusion. Sorry, my finger might have been ahead of it. Yeah, it looks like it's focusing well on the camera. Alright. That's all you have, Trash. What do you mean that's all I have? I have more than Blaney. I'm just starting off with the Blaney. That's because I have so many of his. Well, I have 4, but a lot of the other drivers are mainly... I have a lot of Biffle ones from 164, but that's only because I was a kid. This one's at least 2019. What does it say on the box? I haven't unboxed this one. This is 2020, actually. This is the newest 164 scale diecast I have. Is from 2 years ago. And then I realized, you know what, I'm going to start collecting 124 scale ones. And, because those are a lot easier to show off. The bigger the better, right? Right. So 2019 Advanced Auto Parts, one of my favorite Blaney schemes. I also have this same car, but I believe it's a 2019 on the wall back there. So I think that's 2019 on the wall that you could maybe see behind me. My head might be in the way at times, but this is a 2019, or 2020 rather. All the same paint scheme though. Alright, let's get into some oldies but some goodies. Here's a, who is this? I can't even read the, you can't even, that is really old. So this is so old that the paint has rubbed off of it. It's a number 3 truck. I think it's Ron Hornaday. Maybe. It's a Good Wrench number 3. I think it's Hornaday, but look at how much the paint is scrubbed off of it. Like, you can't even tell it's him. It is the 3, though. You can see the 3 on the right side. This is from the 90s. This is from the 90s, and it's been unboxed in a box with other unboxed cars, so it is chipped very much. I can feel like the chippy paint on my fingers just after holding it. Another truck I have. Who is this? This is a Ron Hornaday Papa John's number 16 truck. One of the few trucks I have. Papa John's number 16 Ron Hornaday. So I guess I have a couple Hornaday. Skinner or Hornaday. Yeah, it's one of those two. I'm thinking it's Hornaday though, because I think he drove it first. The Good Wrench one, at least. Then he drove for like DEI in the development program too. I'm trying to see if I have another truck. That might be it. At least that I could see right now. A couple Denny Hamlin ones. I don't know what year a lot of these are, honestly, because they're older. But Car of Tomorrow, Denny Hamlin. This is the Sprint Cup era, 2008 onwards. I don't know. You guys would have to comment below. It's with the wing. A lot of the Car of Tomorrow ones I have are with the wing. So they'd be anywhere between 2008 to 2010. Anything beyond that, obviously, we don't know for sure. But Denny Hamlin, FedEx Express, orange and black. It's similar to the car he had in 2010, so that's why I'm thinking it might be 2010. This I know is 2007 because it's the Nextel Cup Series. And if I'm not mistaken, I think this was a race win die-cast from 2007 at Loudon. If I somehow remember that. But this was a race win 2007 die-cast. All these, by the way, I got in Walmart for the most part as a kid. So, car tomorrow, Denny Hamlin. Green FedEx Express on that one. You guys will like this one. Carl Edwards, Aflac number 99. 2010, I would have to assume, because it's got the wing on it again. I'm going to have to fly through these because I have a lot of them. I want to show off. I feel like that Papa John's truck, by the way, is very rare. I don't think hardly anybody would have that. But Carl Edwards Aflac, I have a Carl Edwards Fastenal in here. This is a car of tomorrow, but it is with the spoiler and not with the wing. So there's that. Let's see what else we have here. We got the Biff. The first Greg Biffle one. This is either a 2011 or 2012 3M car of tomorrow with the spoiler. Here we go. How about a Joey Logano Home Depot number 20? This would have been either 2011 or 2012 because he's got the spoiler. The Joey Logano Home Depot car. Not Tony Stewart. Joey Logano. And we're going into some diecast review. Again, any interviews, I will let that play during this red flag. We just haven't had one in a while. So I'm showing off some of the 164 scale diecast you guys wanted me to. Jeff Gordon, AARP, Drive to Help Hunger. This is... this might be a Gen 6. This might be one of the last years he drove. It would have been... I don't think I had any from, like, 2015. I don't think this was his final season. Do I have a National Guard biffle? No, I don't. I need to get one. I need to get a National... Well, actually, I might have the 164. I need to get one of a 124, though. Like, badly. I have a Danica Patrick rookie car. It's got the rookie stripes on it. I'm not sure if this would have been her first, like, when she ran part-time in the Cup Series one year, or if this was her first full-time season. It'd be cool if it was 2013, if I knew for a fact, only because she qualified in the pole for the Daytona 500. No, this would be 2012. This is car tomorrow. So this would actually be when she ran part-time. Do I like Joey Logano? Oh, I mean, he drives for Penske. I guess I don't dislike him. Having a few aggressive drivers like that are good for the sport. It differentiates the two. It causes conflict, which is good. It's maybe not good on the track and people complain about it, but it gets people talking. Tyler Burback, welcome into the stream. I see you in the chat. I do have a Dale Jr. National Guard. It's got some dust on it. As a lot of these do. This is a 2008 Dale Earnhardt Jr. car of tomorrow National Guard. And it's got the amp energy on the back of it. Can't remember if I have an amp energy one. This is a Gen 6 National Guard Dale Jr. Also has amp energy on the back of it, coincidentally. And on the right rear corner panel. I'm just going to empty this box out. I'm telling you guys, I have like 100 of these downstairs. Well, no, actually, most of them are in this box. I think a lot of them are like Hot Wheels downstairs. Excuse me. I think that oat's still lodged in my throat from that granola bar. All right. Kyle Busch Snickers Gen 6 paint scheme. I actually have 2 of these in here. And I specifically remember getting on Easter Sunday, one for my grandparents on the Saturday before, and then I got this one or the other one for my parents on actual Easter Sunday, which I thought was funny. I was like, oh, I got the same paint scheme from Kyle Busch. So I have the same card twice. I can vividly remember that. Crazy. And I was kind of upset about it. I was like, I already got that one. All right, Denny Hamlin, another FedEx Express. This one was from an early Gen 6, it looks like. Yeah, another Greg Biffle 3M. I think this is 2008, so it's a lot different from the other one. 2008 or 2009, I think. Spring Cup. It's got more red on it than the other one did. The other one was more black and white. Another Greg Biffle 3M. Another car of tomorrow. This one is, I think, 2010. More towards 2009, 2010. Greg Biffle. You have a Lake Speed Spam car? That's pretty cool. Say the rain will be postponed until tomorrow. Well, until we get the word, this stream's going to go on. Could you imagine if they raced tonight, how long? This is going to be the longest stream in channel history, I think. You guys are watching it live as it unfolds. I don't think we've streamed longer than like 5 hours before. That was during another couple rain delays that we have had on the channel. I have a Kevin Harvick Budweiser, number 29. Infamously was ran at the Southern 500. What year was that? 2011. I have like dust in the tires. I'm trying to get out. I can't get it. This was lodged in the tire. All right. But yeah, he got in a feud with Kyle Busch at Darlington one year after the Southern 500. That's what I most remember this paint scheme for. And if you look at the Impala on the front, it looks like they messed up when they made this. And it's kind of slanted a little bit. I wonder how many are like that, or if it's just mine that's like that. Casey Kane, Farmers Insurance, number 5. I believe this is a Gen 6. I think he won at Atlanta with this paint scheme before. Obviously, he won the Brickyard 400 in it, but it was much later down the line. You got an interview with Austin Cindric going on right now. You guys can listen in on before I show off more diecast.
Knowing that you got that first win out of the way, the very first race of the season.
Yeah, obviously, a lot of dreams coming true there. I've never seen that angle of Jeremy Mullins celebrating on the pit box like that. I think that's made my day. So that was obviously a really special moment. Like I said, a lot of dreams coming true, not just for me, but for all the guys in the 2 car. And that's awesome. I can't believe I've never seen that angle of that. But no, obviously a great way to start a year and hard to follow it up.
Austin Dale Jr. here in the booth, man. How's your race going so far? We know you had some troubles. What were those problems? Have you got them fixed? How's your car driving?
Yeah, first problem was the driver drove his race car really slow in qualifying. Second of which, we got up inside the top 15 and had a loose tire, had to pit under green. So that kind of put us behind and kind of been fighting for the lucky dog since then. So I think this rain delay probably helps us out a little bit with having some more opportunities with the stage break coming up. So I think we have a faster Menards Ford Mustang. Just track position is such a premium. I mean, you've seen guys that have been running up front today get back outside the top 20 and not be able to make it up. So got a few things to work on, but got to get that track position. That's definitely the name of the game, but got to get back on the racetrack first.
So, Austin, obviously, incredible win for the Daytona 500, a rookie. How about the rest of your rookie year? How's it gone?
I would say in some ways, probably to expectations. I certainly expected to struggle some days, and I feel like I'm surrounded by good enough people, and I've got enough experience to have some good days running inside the top 5 and top 10, and that's what I want to do consistently. And it's been hard to pick and choose somewhat with having the new car, and I don't think there's really any team that's really been able to come up with a consistent package week to week that's put them competitive week to week. So navigating that has certainly been tricky, but It's been really fun. I love racing in the Cup Series because you're racing the best. And I know everybody says that, but you also expect everybody to make high percentage moves and being able to race close door to door, side by side. It's a lot of fun, and I think it's hard to give yourself perspective until you go out and do it. There's no higher level than the Cup Series. You spend your whole career as a young driver trying to move up, and there's no moving up past the Cup Series. So that's why you got guys that have been doing this, winning races for a couple decades. So it's been fun, a lot to figure out still, but we've had some good runs lately, had some speed, just trying to put it all together.
Austin, thanks so much for joining us. We appreciate your time, and best of luck for the remainder of this race.
Yeah, thanks, guys.
I was about to eat another granola bar. That interview ended right as I opened it. Look at this. Now I'm gonna have to let it sit there until the next interview, I guess. Hopefully sooner rather than later. All right, back to the diecast show off, I guess, while we are waiting for a potential another interview, I'm sure at some point in time. I'll go full screen again. Alrighty. So I found a couple other Kevin Harvick means we left off on his Budweiser car from 2011-ish, I want to say. I got a 2008 or 2009 Shell Pennzoil Kevin Harvick paint scheme. This was probably one of my favorite Shell Pennzoil paint schemes of all time. And got a 2003-ish, I think, Kevin Harvick. It's got the paint chipped off of it a little bit. A lot of them do again, but 2003 Kevin Harvick, 29. I'm guessing 2003. It may be 04, but I'm going to say 2003. Got hey, how about this? Martin Truex Jr., number 56. Napa. I love those blue and yellow schemes. I feel like I'm one of the few people that have a Martin Truex Jr. number 56 Napa scheme. He did win at Sonoma once in this car. What else do we have here? Another blue and yellow scheme. I have a Jamie McMurray Roush Fenway number 26 car. He won a couple Superspeedway races in this car. Talladega notably once. So I have an Irwin Tools Kurt Busch paint scheme up there from his championship winning season. So the paint scheme is pretty much the same. Except for the front of the car has got yellow on it versus Kurt Busch's. It's just pretty much all blue. It was like the Irwin schemes. Jimmy Johnson. Here's the first Jimmy Johnson one. Don't know what years this is, but it's kind of an alternative Lowe's paint scheme. Cobalt Lowe's scheme. Kind of like chromish, silverish. More silver because it's not shiny, so it's not chrome, but silver and black. Very unique Jimmy Johnson paint scheme. And then we got the original. Well, not. It's a car tomorrow, so maybe not an original Lowe's paint scheme. This is a Martinsville 2007 race win diecast. His photo finished with Jeff Gordon that year. You can see the tire marks on the side, the right side of the car. I do remember this was one of the other race wins I have. Race win diecasts I have. It is still raining at the Nashville Superspeedway right now, by the way. As soon as I get word on what the update is with the weather, you guys will get to listen into it. It does look like the clouds are slowly breaking apart, but it is still raining at the track. 56 is owned by Mikey 08. Well, no, it wasn't with the wing, so it wouldn't be him necessarily. Here's Ty Dillon standing with Parker Kligerman.
Top 15, and then the 14 took you out. What happened in that incident?
Yeah, I still haven't caught a replay of it. I just kind of saw it in my left side mirror. He was inside. I just saw the nose, the red nose coming to my door. That's never a good sign. Usually you have a little twitch to try to give him some room, and there wasn't enough space there. So unfortunately, he took us out of a day that we were really excited about. We were leaning in a positive direction.
Here's a replay for you. You see Ross Chastain there going to the 14.
Yeah, two of the guys that race really hard early in a race, no matter what part of the field they're in. Yeah, it's just I don't know what you do different there on my part. Just I was in the wrong spot doing my job, I guess. But yeah, those guys race really hard throughout the field all the time. I think some better discernment at what time of the race you're in, and what you're doing, what car you have at that time is probably
something to think about going forward. That's what I told Chase afterwards, and just unfortunate, it ruined our day. You know, we wanted to start the second half a lot more positive. We ended the first half, and we were doing that. We were cracking the top 18. I think we were going to really have a good shot at possibly around the top 10. And so I'm really happy with the speed. You got to take the positives away. We have a car that should really have 2 front clips put on it right now, the way how hard we hit, and we're still on the lead lap. And that last time we fixed enough to where I could hang on the back of the guys on the lead lap. So I don't know if I want us to keep going or if it calls it at halfway. I think we might be able to get some more guys and capitalize on what's been an up and down day, but we can take positives, and that's the speed, and I'm happy about that.
Let's talk about that for a second. You've been in the Cup Series a long time. A wreck like that, any year prior, you guys are packed up, you've already head home. I mean, you're still racing, and you think you can make up positions. Like, that's incredible.
Yeah, I hit so hard, I wasn't sure I didn't chip a tooth there. I hit it backed in so hard. It's just, these cars are really solid when you back them in, and yeah, I drove off. I'm like, well, okay, my steering wheel is probably, you know, a notch off. So I changed that in the pit stop. I'm like, okay, we're back straight there. And they're beating under the front splitter, the diffuser underneath. And it was really loose taking off. We kind of worked on it. And we got it somewhat competitive. I mean, it's not perfect by any means, but I could drive it hard enough. And God willing, we'll come out here with a good day and build off of what we had from the beginning of the race and go into a road course at Road America that I really look forward to, and I think we'll have a good day there too.
So let's talk about Ty Dillon for the last couple of years. You fell out of the Cup Series, worked your way back, clawed your way back. How did you get back here from being out of the Cup Series doing limited starts in the Xfinity Series?
A lot of good people in my life, beginning with my wife and my family and everybody that supports me, just pushing me to keep going, keep calling. I called every owner in this garage asking for an opportunity. And even when I thought other manufacturers, because of my family's history, wouldn't give an opportunity, I was given opportunities. And I'm so grateful for everybody last year that gave me a chance to continue to show what I can do. And I got to race for Joe Gibbs, which is, I would never thought I would got that chance, and learned so much just around that organization, everybody there. They were so embracing of who I am and bringing me in. I learned so much. The results were there, and then I went over back to Chevy with Our Motorsports, and we had some really good results, and things started moving in the right direction. I got a call from Mike Beam about GMS racing at the time. Him and Maury Gallagher were putting together their ideas of what they wanted to do, and I said, I'm in. I just want a chance to show everybody what I can do. And as things have come together in the last 10 or 12 months, we're a 2-car team, Petty GMS, and we're moving in the right directions. I've been a little bit frustrated with the first half of the year, the way we've ran, because we've shown glimpses. We just haven't had that consistency. I think once we start nailing in that consistency, we're going to be a team to contend with. I know I can win races against the best. I've done it at all the other series, just putting it together here at the Cup Series. And we have great partners like Black Rifle Coffee and Ferris Mowers that are coming on and helping this program. We're looking for more and excited for the future, and being a part of this program with Maury Gallagher and Mike Beam is really fun, and to have the King in our corner too. I'm very blessed to do what I do, and I know I can win races, Parker. It just, and you know it too. You feel it in your heart, and you just want everything to come together at the right time, and you've got to keep positive. And there's times where you want to give up, but you just got to keep going and just have the idea of no quit no matter what, and it's going to happen. So I've got people like Michael McDowell who win races now and have made it through that time in their career, and they're inspiration to me, and I know it's going to happen.
Well, thanks for coming over and hanging out with us.
Thanks.
Rick?
And we heard from Michael McDowell earlier, and now Ty Dillon, and again, 4 first-time winners in the Cup Series already in 2022. So
I didn't want to go full screen with me eating that granola bar in your guys' face. I realized I still had my camera on. Sorry for that. But you just heard an interview from Ty Dillon. And I guess back to more 164 scale diecast show off while we're waiting on this rain to pass through at Nashville. Left off, talked about Jimmy Johnson. This was, I think, the last one in there. I don't know. They're all spaced apart and flipped over and whatnot. They're not organized in any way. This is Jimmy Johnson, Gen 6, early Gen 6. Kind of a white and blue Lowe's car. So whatever year he ran this one. Probably 2014, maybe? I don't think any of these are newer than 2014. Then I had a Joey Logano Home Depot car a little bit ago. And then I realized I had another Joey Logano Home Depot. This one is a car tomorrow also, but it is with the wing. And this is not his rookie car. This is 2010 because there's no rookie stripes on it. And the only other year they had the wing in the Cup Series that he would have been in the Cup Series would have been 2010. Most notably flipped at Dover with this paint scheme. It's about all Joey Logano did out of memorability in 2010. Got a Ryan Newman number 39 Army, U.S. Army car. Always liked the Army cars. Very basic, but very cool paint schemes, I guess, at the same time. And so you got a Tony Stewart Old Spice number 14. 2009, 2010-ish, if I had to guess. You got a Kyle Busch 2008 M&M's. Hang on. We got an update on Nashville. What? Alright, well, this is what's going on. Listen in detail. For those of you just tuning in wondering if the NASCAR race is coming back on tonight, they are still having an attempt to get this race in. They are estimated by the time they drive this racetrack after it finishes raining that they are going to get back to racing at about 10:30 Eastern Standard Time. That is an hour and a half from now. If they do not get the rain, if the rain's not out of there and the track dries by 10:30, then they're going to race tomorrow at noon. When they end up racing either tomorrow at noon or today, or tonight I should say, at 10:30, the race will finish on the USA Network. So they are signing off of NBC right now. The race will finish on the USA Network either tonight at 10:30 or tomorrow. Ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be the longest stream in channel history. This is insane. This is insane. They're unsure on if they're going to get this race in or not today. They're going to obviously attempt to. And it looks like 10:30. We're going to pick things back up. So they're signing off of NBC. They've already gone past their airtime window. So they're going to get the rest of... Regardless of the fact, the rest of this race will continue on the USA Network. Now, I'm not sure if they're actually taking over the USA Network now or just as soon as they go live. That's what I don't understand. I'm insane? Maybe a little bit. I want to give you guys the commentary for this race. I want to do the commentary for this race. They are currently drying the track right now. I'm not sure if it's still raining or not. There's no windshield wipers on some of the tracks. So we don't know exactly when they're going back green, but they're signing off the air. So I guess everybody that has the USA Network, I would tune into the USA Network now. So that way, as soon as the race gets back under caution and back to green flag racing, you guys already know that it's going to. But because they're signing off on NBC, there's really no other way to find out unless you're on maybe NASCAR's website. They have something. I don't know. Let's log into NASCAR's website real quick and see what's going on there. All right, let's see here. NASCAR. Delayed at Nashville. Excuse me. Yeah, they haven't updated the website about what's going on exactly yet with the race finishing on USA Network. But again, the race will finish on the USA Network. Either around 10:30 is when they're expected to get this track dried, or tomorrow at noon. But we are unsure exactly when this race will continue. Race is not on USA just yet. It probably won't be until they get back to caution. It just said later tonight or at noon tomorrow. Art, Music, Food, Life fan, welcome to the stream. Yeah, they're not calling it right now. They are sticking this out a very long time. I don't think this is an NBC thing anymore, though. I think this is the NASCAR thing. Because if NBC wanted them to continue, they would probably have it on NBC still. But they've already gone past their airtime, and it looks like America's Got Talent is on NBC right now, so unless this is just an ad for it, I have no clue. But regardless of the fact, whatever's on at 9 o'clock tonight on the main NBC channel is more important, I guess, for them to air than NASCAR, so they're going to finish this race up on the USA Network. This is going to outrage a lot of fans today. I am telling you right now, Alan C. Crow, I'm staying with you, buddy. Keep streaming. Yep, I will be streaming. And as the race switches to USA Network, I think we're going to have a lot of people coming in that only have local television and they do not have cable that are probably going to be like, wait, how am I going to finish watching this race? Well, we'll be live streaming the rest of the race tonight, so don't worry about that. Patrick Ellison, welcome to the stream. This is why race should start earlier. Yep, I already mentioned that earlier on. This is exactly why races should start earlier. Well, because of how long this stream goes, I will have to get more food at some point in time. I've eaten 2 granola bars, but that's, we've already been streaming for over 4 hours. This is going to be the longest stream in channel history. I did not expect when I went live at 4:45 Eastern Standard Time today that I was going to be live until like midnight. This is wild. And I'm going to be talking the whole time. My voice is going to be shot at the end of the night. They do have the Air Titans on the track right now, yes. Right before they went off the air. Daniel Reese, welcome to the stream. Probably trying to give time for regular programming and evening news. Yeah, it looks like America's Got Talent is on right now. It's still going to outrage a lot of NASCAR fans. I can imagine the Twitter firestorm already. I don't usually go on Twitter. I have a Twitter, but I never use it. Feels like the rain delay the 2020 Daytona 500. Not quite. Because in 2020, they moved the race to a Monday. This, they're not moving it as of right now. This is almost like Chicagoland. What year was that? 2015? It was either 2015 or 2016 at Chicagoland. It was the first chase race. And it rained. And they didn't get the race resumed until like 12:30 at night. And it finished at like 2:30 in the morning, Eastern Standard Time. I remember that day. I didn't stay up to watch it, though, because I had school in the morning. And I knew my parents weren't going to let me stay up till 2:30 when I had to get up at like 5. Especially for a Chicagoland race, even though it was a playoff race. That's what this kind of reminds me of. Not going to get restarted quite that late if it does. See, the thing is, though, it's like, we're going to have no way on if they resume it tomorrow. That's the only thing, is they went off the air unsure that this race is going to continue. This is going to continue either later tonight or tomorrow at noon. Alright, thanks. So I have NASCAR's website open, but I'm not sure. I'm going to constantly be refreshing it, but I'm not sure exactly. Lightning in area halts NASCAR race at Nashville. Race is not deemed official until halfway mark at lap 150, which we already know. They're at lap 140 right now. Okay. First stoppage was issued at lap 42, multiple lightning strikes, yada yada yada. I think this is just from earlier. I don't think this is from now. Lightning near Nashville caused the race to delay a second time at lap 140. keep up with Nashville weather. So they pretty much have a chance of rain up until about midnight tonight. Midnight, 1 o'clock in the morning. So I don't think they're going to wait that long. Just a pop-up that landed up over the racetrack earlier on. I guess I better go to USA Network now while I'm waiting. Looks like Law and Order is on right now. Sorry to anybody at the USA Network currently watching Law of Order. It might be interrupted by NASCAR later on tonight, about 10:30. Lebanon, Tennessee. Yep. That's exactly where Nashville Superspeedway's at. That was 2015, by the way, that Chicagoland race. Reminds me of Texas last year. No. You're talking about 2020 Texas. No, this is different. I don't know if it's supposed to rain tomorrow. My phone's dead right now. That's why I have the chat on the laptop. I guess back to showing more diecast for the next hour and a half. But again, stay here if you're wondering what's going on with the race. And if you're just tuning in, again, they're moving to the USA Network. But it is currently raining. Well, it's not raining anymore at Nashville. At least when NBC went off the air 7 minutes ago. So again, NBC went off the air about 7 minutes ago with their NASCAR coverage going way past their scheduled window time during this second delay of the race, which was originally for lightning. The first delay was this delay for rain. But as of right now, the plan is to get this race in at about 10:30 tonight or at noon tomorrow, according to Rick Allen and NBC when they went off the air. So the race will finish on USA Network, for anybody wondering. If you do not have the USA Network, we will be live for the remainder of this race. But they are under track drying times, I guess you would say, right now. Why go to SiriusXM Channel 90 when you can listen right here? No, give credit to the MRN people. But, yeah. Obviously, I'm trying to give the commentary of the race. Robert Lady, welcome to the stream. Corey Brown, welcome in. Oni, welcome in. Just over 100 viewers watching once again on the channel, wondering what is going on. Again, we're under a rain delay. The race has not been rescheduled. I will constantly be refreshing NASCAR's website. I would assume on their website at some point they're going to have an idea of when this race is going to come back on. I do have the USA Network on right now, so that way in case they do end up popping up on USA whenever the track is dry, whether that be tonight. I don't know. See, that's the thing. It's like NASCAR needs to be on it on the website. Whoever's in charge of their social media and whatever, they need to be on this with just keeping up to date stuff at the track. And I'm sure there's some people at the track that will know too, but man, oh man. Who do I think is going to win the race? I picked Kyle Larson to win the race at the very beginning of the day, but as of right now, I mean, he has been slow. He was back in 20th on speed at one point. HMS cars have not been doing great as this race continues. And now that it's going to continue into the night, way different track conditions than what anybody thought going into the race weekend. Everybody thought it was going to be under the hot sun like the Xfinity race was yesterday and like they had practiced and qualified in on Friday and Saturday for the Cup Series. What they raced in most of the day, all day today until now. Hyper HCR DB Cooper, welcome to the stream. Find it ridiculous how we don't even have footage of the race. We just get left refreshing stuff continuously online. Yeah, that's essentially all we can do right now. And between that and just knowing that the rest of the race will finish on USA Network. Even if they don't get the race back in tonight, when they resume things at noon tomorrow, it will be on USA Network. And regardless of the fact, my weekends at work are Sunday, Monday. For those of you that don't know and are new to the channel, I will be able to do live commentary yet tomorrow. So if the race does conclude tomorrow, you don't have USA Network, definitely tune in here. And even if you do, tune in here for live race realistic commentary. We're going to continuously keep the coverage going until we have official word of what is going on. And obviously, if we get official word that the race tonight, the live stream continues. So welcome, everybody. If you're new, subscribe for more daily NASCAR content. Hit that like button. The goal was 150 likes coming into the stream. We're at 86 right now. And we have 130 people watching as of right now. A lot of people dipped off during the rain delay so far. Our stream record is 946 from the Kansas race last month. And then the following weekend after that, for the Texas All-Star race, we had 945 concurrent viewers. So we'll see if we can break a record potentially tonight or into tomorrow. Missouri Racing Network, welcome to the stream. Chris F., Terry Bailey, William Wagaman, Patrick Shadley, Patrick Ellison, and a lot of new viewers coming in. NASCAR diecast enthusiasts, welcome. Like the helmet. Yeah, that's a Ryan Blaney replica helmet. Menards / Advanced Auto Parts. It's on the top of it. You can't really see the Menards stuff on it. I ate a granola bar and it did not go down right. So if I keep having pauses, it's because I feel like I'm choking on an oat. But regardless of the fact, during the current delay we're on right now, when we weren't having any driver interviews to have you guys listen to, I was doing a diecast show. Now, at Dover was the only race that we've had a lengthy red flag for rain. And I actually showed literally every one of the diecasts on the two cases behind me. Those are all 124 scale diecasts. I'm in the middle of the 164 diecasts and showing you guys those. So we're just going to pick up where we left off. Again, I had a Kyle Busch 2008 M&Ms. These are all ones from basically when I was a kid. So a lot of them are Gen 4 and early car tomorrow with the wing. I've had some of them without that so far. Just trying to keep everything going, so keep you guys invested in the stream in some way, shape, or form while we're waiting out the rain. I have a Mark Martin Hendrick Motorsports number 5 car, and coincidentally, this is not a GoDaddy car. It is not a Kellogg's car in any way, but it is a CarQuest Auto Parts car. So I believe this is 2009. No, it's probably 2010. Yeah, this might be 2010. But I feel like this is a rare diecast. So Mark Martin, Hendrick Motorsports, but it is a CarQuest of America car. I have a Jeff Gordon. Okay, I got a couple of them here. I know I have the Nicorette car in here, which I actually have a 124 scale diecast of that. Very few 120 scale or 124 scale diecasts I actually have of 164 also, coincidentally. I can't find it right now though. Maybe I lost it. Maybe it's not even in here anymore. Oh, here it is. Yeah, here's the Jeff Gordon green flame Nicorette car. I had a bad crash at Las Vegas with this scheme one year. 97 likes on the stream. Thank you for hitting that like button. This helps it on the recommended list. Again, live race commentary. If you're new, live race commentary on the real races on the NASCAR race weekends. And then the video game stuff during the week, all in the hopes of hopefully one day getting into the commentating booth for real races down the road. So again, if you're not subscribed, you obviously are helping me on my journey, but I can give you live race commentary most weekends, often than not. I'll be at Mid-Ohio for Mid-Ohio for the IndyCar race next weekend, so I won't be doing live commentary of the Road America Cup race. I'll have coverage at the track for the IndyCar race weekend, but as far as next week, as far as NASCAR goes, no live commentary for Road America. I'll see if I can do the Xfinity race, but I work at my full-time job Fridays and Saturdays, so it'll be kind of tough to get one in next week, but I'll do my best. We're likely looking at Atlanta being the next live race commentary, and that would be for both the Xfinity race, likely on Saturday, and then the Cup race on Sunday for Atlanta will be the next live race commentary live streams. James Warner, welcome to the stream as well. Again, for anybody wondering, Beat, welcome to the stream. Jackson Thomas is in here for the first time. Fresh Fowler, welcome. Bentley Potts. So again, currently they have not called the race. If you were watching on NBC and just tuning in here for the first time, because this may be your only avenue of being able to tell what's going on with the race, We did the live commentary through the first 140 laps. We're on the second delay out of 2 on the day. This one is for rain. The first one was for lightning. No rain actually happened at the racetrack. They got back to racing. Then they had an actual thunderstorm go through. It was downpouring at the track for a while. NBC went off the air, and as they went off the air, they had mentioned that the race was going to switch to the USA Network as soon as track drying was done. Later tonight, they were expecting around 10:30 Eastern Standard Time was the word. So we're looking at roughly 10:30 if they do get back to racing. Maybe earlier, maybe a little later. If they don't get back to racing tonight, though, we do know for a fact that if they have to push it to tomorrow, it will be noon Eastern Standard Time on the USA Network. If they resume racing tonight as well, it will be on the USA Network. So regardless of the fact, if you don't have cable and you can't watch the race on USA Network, you can stay here. We're going to have the live commentary, the live coverage for you as we usually do on NASCAR race weekends. GMFE, welcome to streams. The race reposted. I've been refreshing NASCAR's website from time to time. As soon as my phone gets charged, because it's died with us going over 4.5 hours into the stream now, I got the raw feed up, which is the live leaderboard you guys will see when I'm not full screen with my face. And then let me refresh the homepage on NASCAR's websites. Yeah, there's nothing about the race being postponed till tomorrow yet, so I think they're still planning on it. When they went off the air, it wasn't raining anymore, and that was at about 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, right on the dot. So at the top of the hour, it wasn't raining anymore at the track, but they were drying the track. Race is not even on USA Network. They have Law and Order on right now. Somebody's got screwed up with normal NBC. Do you show the TV? No, I can't. Copyright reasons. But I do live commentary, and I have the live leaderboard up on the channel as well. You guys can see all the lap times, all the statistical analysis you would want to see, plus the actual driver lineup, at least through the top 30 is about all I can show on the screen at one point in time. Evelyn Sutton, Terry Bailey, Joe, welcome to the stream. Start racing with rain tires or start early? Yeah, I can't really race with the rain tires, but I did mention it during even the first delay earlier today. If the race would have started at about 1 o'clock local time, we wouldn't have even had the first delay we had for lightning earlier in the day, let alone this delay we have now. 5 p.m., this is the latest start time we've had for a Sunday afternoon race all season, not counting the Coke 600, which obviously is traditionally ran at about the 5 to 6 o'clock start time, so I'm not complaining about that. And then the All-Star race, which was Sunday night. Martinsville was a Saturday night, but night races, that's one thing. But afternoon races during this actual regular season, they should not start that late. Chris Davis, welcome to the stream. He does a great job calling the race. Thank you. Yeah, you've been in streams before. I think you've been in most of the cable streams this year. We typically get more viewers for the races that are on cable because it seems like you guys can't watch it if it's not on the main Fox or main NBC. You say tomorrow or tonight? I don't have a definitive answer. Neither did NBC when they went off the air. They said either tonight or tomorrow. If it is tomorrow, it will be at noon Eastern Standard Time on USA Network. If it is tonight, they're shooting for 10:30 Eastern Standard Time, approximately, also on the USA Network. But yeah, that's the thing. Like, if you go to USA Network, they have Law and Order on right now, so there's no way of specifically being able to, on your television, at least, to be able to tell what's going on. Are they going to get the race in or are they not? I would follow Bob Pockris on Twitter. I don't know if he's at the track because he's hired by Fox, so he might not be at the track. If he's not, Adam Stern is probably at the track. That'd be somebody to follow for updates. that is likely at the racetrack. I know some of the NASCAR YouTubers were there. Actually, a lot of them, because Danny B is from the Nashville area. So those guys are probably at the track right now. So I would imagine that would be a good avenue to go to on Twitter as well, to see maybe live updates from people that are at the track. Was in the shower, came back to America's Got Talent was on. Yeah, that would probably be something. You'd probably think that they called the race, but they didn't. Believe it or not. Bob Pockris is at the track. All right. Law and Order is in the lead, says Kelly Rossman. Yes, they are. Mother Nature's in the lead. NASCAR needs to update their website. Yeah, trust me, I'm constantly refreshing. Just waiting to see on something. All it says right now is red flag for lightning coverage will resume on USA Network when engines refire. So it sounds like when they get back to caution, before they go back green, is when they're going to pop up live on the USA Network. But for right now, they're off the air. Sure, Jeff Burton, Dale Jr., Steve Letarte and them guys, I mean, Rick Allen, like they could all take an hour and a half break and they can eat and they could get their fluids in them. But no, me. No, I have to stay alive and give you guys the updates. I mean, I don't have to, but I choose to. Who do I think will win? Again, Larson was my pick beforehand. The way it's looking right now, the Toyotas, somebody from the Toyota camp is looking good. But again, the race is going to be flipped upside down because the race is going to continue into the nighttime. We have not seen night racing at Nashville in the Cup Series ever. Obviously not with the next gen car either. We haven't even seen many night races in general with the next gen car. The only night race on an intermediate we have had this season was the Coke 600, which started in the day, ended in the night, kind of like this one today. But that track is also much different from Nashville. Nashville, concrete, mile and a third racetrack. Cookie cutter, mile and a half, asphalt oval. For Charlotte, much different banking, much steeper banking in the corners. Width is probably just as narrow, but this is more of a tri-oval than a D-shape oval, so it is completely, there. Midnight overtime, there we go. Blade Addict 3, welcome to the stream. Ridiculous, they should have given a word on either or the other. Yeah, well, they were unsure. I mean, that's why they didn't. This is why I believe it's more of a NASCAR thing than it's NBC's decision to go off the air. And they probably, people at NASCAR are probably rushing around like, okay, well, what do you want us to do? From there, because we're going to try to get this race in tonight, one way or another. And they're like, okay, well, if you're going to air the race, it's not going to be on NBC anymore. We're going to have to move you to USA Network. So the start times were probably unclear. There's probably a big disagreement between NBC and NASCAR, if I had to imagine. That NASCAR knows how important it is for viewership and TV ratings to have the race on the NBC, main NBC network. So having to flip it to USA, they were probably trying to do everything they could to have this race finish on NBC. But that's not going to be the case whether they move it to tomorrow or not. Dustin D, welcome to the stream. Bush the Farmer's Diecast. FS1 or FS... Well, it'll be on USA Network because Fox isn't carrying the broadcast anymore this year. They're not gonna fly Mike Joy out there during the rain delay. Like, Mike, you need to get to the track right now. We're sending all the Fox camera crew out there to. Yeah, it'll be on USA Network. And the reason why it's on USA this year, not NBC Sports, also, is because NBC Sports Network is no longer a channel. Last post from NASCAR. On Twitter, jet drivers were on the track. Yep, and that was the case right before they went off the air as well. Brian Wood, welcome to the stream. Not a disagreement, just a money thing. Yeah, I mean, that's true too. Money obviously has a lot to do with it. TV ratings kind of lead to that. Of course, contract situation coming up at the end of... is it at the start of 2025 is the new deal? Or is 2025 the last year under the current deal? I think that's the start of the new deal. So there's a couple more years this year and then 2 more seasons on the current TV deal. Fox and NBC. Douglas Woodall, welcome to the stream. USA Network on TV. It's on cable. So if you do not have cable, I actually have Hulu. But with the bundle I have USA Network. John Cena, do. Yeah, okay. He's playing the theme song afterwards. I didn't understand what that was at first, but then as I started to sound it out, yeah. Anybody who is a wrestling fan would know what he's talking about. I mean, NASCAR will be calling you to step in. I am more than willing to broadcast the races on NBC the rest of the season if they want to give me the call. Be like, all right, I haven't done this before, but start me off with an Xfinity race next week at Road America, and then I'll do the Cup races the rest of the season after that. Dave Rhodes, welcome to the stream. Just news stopping by. Well, thank you for tuning in. Again, if you're wondering why it's just my face right now, it's because they're under a red flag. And I was actually showing off some diecast beans we were during the rain delay. Again, NASCAR's still on the rain delay, so if you're just tuning in, you're wondering why there's some random guy with a beard that is not commentating the race like the title shows and not showing the race like the title shows. That is because they're on a rain delay, and I'm trying to give you guys some sort of something here during this live stream while we wait it out and wait for the official word on what's going on. I'm showing 164 scale diecast from basically my childhood because I already showed the 124 scale diecast in a rain delay race earlier this season at Dover, and I haven't gotten any new ones since. So, let's see here. I don't know where I left off. I think I left off at like a Jeff Gordon Nicorette car. So, I have some other Jeff. I got a Jeff Gordon Flames DuPont car. This is a Gen 4 car. And this has the Winston Cup logo on it, so this is at least 2003. Anywhere between 2001 to 2003 would be this diecast. But then I also have the DuPont Car of Tomorrow 2007 diecast as well that actually William Byron ran during the Darlington Throwback race a little while ago this season. The NBC Sports app, yeah, I think that's different from like NBC Sports itself. So it's not a channel anymore. Waiting for IndyCar. I will show those after these. Means we have like about another hour roughly to kill, so we'll get to those eventually, Earl, don't worry. They've begun drying pit road, so they're making progress. That's good. That's good news. Dave Hughes Farm, welcome to stream. Michael Miller, welcome. Big shout out to Junior Nation. From the Mobillies. Well, and in the light of Dale Jr., I already showed that diecast. I really got to start setting these ones off to the side. I've shown already. In light of Dale Jr., I'll show you a Dale Jr. diecast I have also. I believe this from 2008 is his Amp Energy Car of Tomorrow with the wing. I think it's the last Dale Jr. one I have in here. These are not all the ones I've had over the years, I will say. I showed you a paint chip number 3 truck earlier. This is Mike Skinner. So that other one might be Mike Skinner too. This is a Mike Skinner number 3 truck. Multi-time Truck Series champion. One of only 3 Truck Series diecasts I have. I got a Carl Edwards Office Depot number 99. What is this one? Peter Conover, welcome into the stream. Waiting out the rain delay again, everybody. Nathan Bystrom, welcome to the stream. Still left the stadium because of the rain. Look to be drying the track off to run. Yeah, that is the plan. They're under track drying process, and the race will continue on USA Network when the time comes. Gaming with Andrew 22. Oh yeah, you were already in the chat. Keegan, when do you think the red flag will go away? Well, they said about 10:30 if they do get the race in tonight. So I would shoot around 10:30. I didn't think it would be that late if it was gonna stay, if the rain was gonna stay away the rest of the day, because I don't think it's gonna take over an hour and a half to dry the track. So it might be just shy of 10:30. So it could be less than an hour away. I would not doubt that. They could get the race in by then. Junior car Daytona 2004. I mean, I have a lot of junior diecasts over here. And I have 188, 124 scale diecast of his National card, Coke 600 card from 09. Any championship diecasts? Of 124, I have a Kurt Busch 2004 Irwin Tools diecast. What other years would I have from a championship driver? Dale Sr. didn't win in 97. So that wouldn't be one. I don't think there'd be any up there. That's not a Dale Jarrett one. Terry Labonte didn't win those years. I think that's it. Yeah, that's actually the only one. Everybody else I have might have been a champion at one point in time, but not the season they won it in. 9:50 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, possible start according to Jim Utter. Thanks for that. Come on, Ashton. Alrighty. Show us some junior cars. I don't want to show any of those just because I had a lot of people that are in the chat now that were in the Dover chat. I'd just be showing the same ones over and over again. So that's the only reason I'm not showing those. I'm looking for another one in here potentially I haven't showed yet. I don't think I have one. I don't know what scale diecast this is, but I just found this tiny. Look at this. I mean, this is like an inch, 2 inches. This is Greg Biffle AmeriQuest car. I forgot I even had this. How tiny this thing is. Rogue Phantoms, welcome to the stream. Lunkers with Lucas, welcome. Start back up tonight. It looks like that will be the case. Lewis Lynn, welcome. New here. Oh, no, I was reading that and I lost it. New here, bummed about Byron being out, but at least he has 2 wins. Yes. He is locked in the playoffs, no issue there. He was having a good run early. He was in the top 10 before his issue. 187. Thank you for that. Yeah, I didn't know what scale that was. I don't have a McDowell diecast, not that I know of. Who could capitalize on the lengthy delay? Possibly someone like Christopher Bell score a win. He looks fast, and Toyota looks fast. So if you were looking at a driver who hasn't won yet this season to potentially win their first race, I think I'm looking at Bell and Truex right now. Harvick has been top 10 all day today, too, though. Ryan Blaney's been top 5 most of the day. Those are all drivers without wins. I think there's a very good possibility we get our 13th different winner tonight. Well, actually, by the time the race would end, it would probably be early morning, Monday. Thank goodness I don't have to work tomorrow. That would be... I'll probably be up till like 1 o'clock this morning eating after the race is over, too. Making sure I get my calories in. Sleep schedule is going to be all out of whack. Not that bad, because I could sleep in tomorrow, luckily. I have a Casey Kane. Trying to figure out what this is. It's car tomorrow, number 9. I think it's a Budweiser paint scheme, but it doesn't say Budweiser on the hood. And I think it's because it's a 164 scale, and they probably can't make alcohol sponsors for... I don't know how that works. I think it's like the EA games used to do. It just says Casey Kane on it. But, interesting. Casey Kane, Evernham, number 9. Ace of Spades, 55.97, welcome. Gonna get a night race at Nashville. Yeah, it's not the way I would have liked the night race at Nashville. Met Casey. That's cool. Yeah, he's running full-time with the Outlaws now. So if you go to any local sprint car races, maybe you'll see Casey Kane there. Cody Legger, welcome to the stream. Meantime, Bowman and Lehor started a t-shirt discussions, of course. leave it to them to do that. Nelson Biggs, welcome to the stream. Again, hit that subscribe button if you haven't already. Road to 3,000 subs. Most importantly, road to becoming a NASCAR commentator for future races down the road. For those of you wondering why, again, I'm not doing commentary, race is delayed. We're waiting for it to come back on the USA Network. Until then, I'm showing off some diecast for now to pass the time until the race gets back underway, and then you'll get to see that live, realistic commentary that either those of you that already know of the channel know I can do, and then also the new people of the channel see what I have in my repertoire. Yeah, I know you're a 48 fan. Johnson and Bowman. Seen one of Casey's cars here. Split ride with Brad Sweet. Car was half and half. Disney sponsor. That's random. What do you have to do to become a sponsor? You just got to do it. I mean, you just have to put yourself out there, and that's why with this YouTube channel, I'm putting myself out there. This is my way of doing it. Try to get a job at a local dirt track. I know I can't do that with my local dirt track. The guy who's been working there has been working there for 38 years. I think he's like in his late 40s, early 50s, so I don't think he's going away anytime soon. So I wouldn't be able to take his job, unfortunately. This is my way of doing it. Blaine's chances could look good. It's all gonna, like I said, anything we saw earlier, I'd throw that out the window as far as success on the track so far, because it's gonna be completely different handling racetrack, a lot more grip than what we saw earlier today, and I think drivers who might have had tighter setups to counteract a looser style of racetrack might be a little too tight when they go back to racing here, and they could end up falling backwards, and those drivers who have looser setups will probably fare a little bit better under the nighttime sky. Cristela Rosso, welcome to the stream. Trying to shout anybody new just tuning in. Sports and Gaming Central, welcome. MRN said radar change and the track is almost dry. We should finish tonight. Yep. Thank you for keeping the updates in the chat, by the way, from people you guys are following on Twitter and whatnot. Dino the Dilf, welcome to the stream. Jeez. Brendan Littlejohn, welcome as well. Still work from home at Depot. Still work for home or Depot. Home Depot. I read that really wrong. Yeah. I like that. Next time you go to Home Depot, if you ever shop at a Home Depot, just call it Home or Depot. All right. Stenhouse still in, needs a win. He's not doing as good as I thought he'd do today, but maybe he will now. This is definitely a shot for some of those drivers who were not having good days to get back in it, like Larson. He didn't start off very well. Do commentary with doing stop motion. Trying to get big in commentary job as well. Awesome, man. I'm trying to keep up with it. There's a lot of comments in here. Thanks for you guys all chatting, by the way. It helps the streams out with the YouTube algorithm whenever there's comments in the comment section. Likes, hitting that like button. Definitely do so. We've had over 200 people already watching in today's stream. 115 likes. Be sure to smash it. Keeping you guys updated. Dave Hughes Farm, welcome to the stream. Let's see here. Yeah, to answer that question, by the way, I am still working full-time at Home Depot. The goal is if I start making enough money off of YouTube to work part-time at Home Depot and then get, enough here. It'll be a slow transition of working my way out of there. So I don't want to go out of there knowing that I'm not going to be able to use this as a full-time job for the meantime. But I can still get my weekends off to travel for the channel and stuff too. They're pretty flexible with the scheduling, which is nice. Makes it easier to follow my dream and follow the path of doing what I'm doing now. William Ayers, welcome back. Eduardo Lopez, welcome to the stream. Possibilities of Daniel Suarez winning. Got 50 on him in DraftKings. He looked really good early, but I don't know what happened. They had a restart after the lightning delay, and he restarted third and just dropped. He dropped to like 12th place. And he hasn't been back in the top 10 since, so I don't know what happened in the 99. That's very strange. Because he was looking fast before that. I think when he was in second initially when the delay happened, but then he lost a spot on pit road. So I don't know what happened to Suarez. I thought the cars, but the Trackhouse cars were going to have good runs tonight. Specifically Chastain, which he is. Suarez fell back though, which is odd. He didn't make contact from anything I saw. Wish all my streams was this long? Not me, unfortunately. I mean, I like live streaming a lot, but not like this. I mean, this is going to be a long night, guys. This is definitely going to be... I don't think we've hit the longest stream on the channel yet, but we will eventually. And again, with the live race commentary, I will have the leaderboard back on the channel once the time comes. David Linder, welcome to the stream. Is the track dry? They're in track drying process. A couple of people in the chat have stated from, Jim Utter on Twitter said potentially 9:50 Eastern Standard Time. It's 9:41 right now, so we'll see if that'll be the case. NBC, when they went off the air, was shooting more around 10:30. So they will get the race in, but I'm keeping it live so I can keep you guys updated on exactly what's going on. If it starts to rain again during the track drying process, they'll probably end up shooting it till tomorrow. We're only 10 laps shy of halfway, so let's say they start racing, they get 10 laps in, 10 or more laps in, it starts raining again, they'll definitely call it after the second time. They didn't want to call it now because they couldn't. They weren't halfway. I mean, theoretically, we should only have about an hour and a half of racing left when they get back to racing. It's just a matter of getting back to the racing so we can at least get halfway. Cars are uncovered. Awesome. I have my TV on the USA Network right now, so as soon as they make their way live, we'll have better understanding of what exactly is going on, but that's about as good of information as I can give you guys. What? I was like, lots of B's. Lots of bets. Yeah, I had Larson winning today's race. He's not doing so hot now, but with this is probably the best thing for him or anybody outside the top 10 right now that may have been struggling with the handling of their cars. Is Plainfield's going to be right back to square one, even, if that. Throw out everything you learned in practice earlier in the week and qualifying yesterday. It's going to be a new style of racetrack tonight. Hamlin or Truex, they're both looking good right now. Those are some solid picks. Donna Shelby, welcome to the stream. Law and Order playing on USA. Yep, as of right now. They're under commercial. I'm just waiting for one of these times when the commercial break's done that NASCAR is on at this point. If the track drying process is as close to being done as what some people have been saying on Twitter. Rico92, welcome. Might not get through all these diecasts. Doing the best I can. I'm trying to keep up with the comment section at the same time. This is very difficult. It's a lot harder than what it may seem to be. I got a Bobby Labonte. Got a Bobby Labonte RPM car. Cheerios. Feel like that's kind of an odd one. Showed off in here. I got another Kyle Busch M&M's. Showed the 2008 one. This is a this might be a car tomorrow with the spoiler. 2011, 2012-ish. And Shelby's rooting for Kevin Harvick tonight. Showing off diecast, just trying to kill some time here. Another Tony Stewart diecast. It's not his rookie, so it's probably 2000 or 2001 if I had to imagine, but Tony Stewart Home Depot. Slafirin, welcome to the stream. Yep, the race will be on USA Network when it resumes. Got a Mark Martin Valvoline number 6. This might be my oldest one. This is from the 90s. Always like the Valvoline paint schemes. They've always done a great job. Even Byron's today. It looks basic, but it looks slick at the same time. Send some of that rain to Houston. It has not rained where I live in over a week. We had a massive set of thunderstorms that knocked the power out for like 12 hours. And then when the power came back on a few hours after it got done raining, essentially we went right back to like a drought. And we weren't really on a drought before that, but that happened Tuesday of, last week. It's been about a week and a half since it's rained. It's crazy. 99 was his rookie year. Yeah, I know that. There was no rookie stripes on the car, so that's why I said it was either 2000 or 2001. 6 car was gorgeous. I do like that Martin scheme. Yeah, Martin Truex Jr., DEI number 1. This is 2008, if I had to guess, considering the fact that it says Sprint Cup Series on it. Bass Pro Shops. Longtime sponsor of Truex, of course, his whole career. Another Tony Stewart Office Depot, number 14. Car of Tomorrow from 09, 10, somewhere around there. Are they getting into their cars? They have not gone on the air yet, so I can't tell you that. But it sounded like the covers were coming off the cars a little bit ago from what people were saying in the chat. Hellfire Gaming, welcome to stream. Ryan Hallwell, welcome. What's the news? Race starting tomorrow is still going on tonight. It is looking as if it is going on tonight. Was at the race. I live 15 minutes from the speedway. It's heavy lightning and rain shower at your house. Left because it kept stopping. Gary Burdick, welcome into the stream. Cameron Flickhinger, welcome to the stream. That's a cool last name, by the way. Ryan Rodriguez, welcome. 2011, Tony Stewart won the championship in that car. No, because that was the 2011. They had the spoiler. They didn't have the wing on the Car of Tomorrow, so it wasn't 2011. Same paint scheme, but it was a different car. But they are planning on getting the race in tonight, as of right now. Let me refresh the website. I haven't done that in about 20 minutes. Yeah, nothing about the race odds update for race day. It might be betting odds. I think it is betting odds. Okay, that's not what I wanted. Still under red. But yeah, they're planning on racing tonight. As soon as the track trying process is done, get you guys the leaderboard, and obviously the live commentary will continue on with that. Championship 4 picks so far. Based off of this season so far, I would go definitely Ross Chastain. Logano and Byron have been hit or miss. It's like if they're not up there competing for wins, they've been further back. So I don't want to say those two because they're not consistent enough. Kyle Busch. Say Chastain, Kyle Busch. Busch has been really good this season. Consistent. Storm Smith, welcome to the stream. And it's just so tough with how competitive the field is. I would, I'd say Chase Elliott. He's also been very, very consistent. Obviously, he's leading the regular season standings. So he'd probably be in my championship 4 right now. I don't want to say Blaney, but he's been consistent. He doesn't have the playoff points, though. That's the only thing. But a lot of drivers have one win, and he does have quite a few stage wins. If he can win the regular season championship, I'd probably throw him in there. Yeah, that 4th spot's tough. I don't trust Hamlin because of his inconsistencies. Same goes for Truex, Bell, Kurt Busch. Same thing. I'd probably say Logano or Blaney would get that 4th spot. The only thing with Blaney's more consistent, but Logano's got more playoff points. But not by much. Like, only by a few playoff points, because Blaney's got a lot of stage wins. 4 of them, if I remember right. Logano's only got 1 or 2, but Logano's got 2 race wins versus Blaney's 1. But Blaney's also a lot higher than Logano in the regular season standings, too. So he's only got a couple more. I'm going to say, as of right now, my championship 4, in no particular order, would be Ross Chastain, Kyle Busch would probably be 1 and 2, interchangeable between them. And then Chase Elliott and Ryan Blaney. If I had to pick 4 right now, those would be my 4. Thoughts on who's winning tonight? I'm sticking with my pick, Kyle Larson, especially now that it's going into night racing. NASCAR Racing Fan 12, welcome to stream. Ryan Blaney, question mark. Yep, that is my favorite driver, but yeah, he is probably the 4th of my championship 4. I think just the consistency. You get into the playoffs, and even looking at the tracks in the playoffs too, he's good at Texas, and he obviously won the All-Star race there this year. I think that could be a good win for him in the playoffs. Coverage to resume at 10 Eastern Standard Time, says Cody Legger. All right. Take your word for it. Pop-up thunderstorms 8 miles from the track. Saw from Bob Pockris. Big odds we race tomorrow. Well, we'll see. I don't know. Waiting on it. They have a NASCAR advertisement right now on the USA Network. It threw me off. I thought they were coming back. Cody Zaranda Nissick, welcome to the stream. Hopefully I said your name right. Hopefully Michael McDowell can hold on to a top 10. Yeah, he was looking really, really good, but we'll see. NASCAR Fan 88, I see you. Tanner Buckley, welcome in. USA, right? Yep. USA Network. I have it on right now. They're not on the air right now. Don't bring up that negativity, says Ace of Spades. Yeah, I wish, Derek. I wish the Tigers were world champions in 2022, but no, they're at the bottom of the league again. I thought we were done with this. I thought after last season when they almost went 500, they finished 3rd in the division. I was like, you know what? This is uphill climb. Picked up Javi Baez in the offseason. No, they decided to suck again. I haven't gone to a game this year. I'm trying to talk myself into it, but I don't want to go and see them lose 10-1 to the Guardians or something. I don't know. There's a good chance I'll be able to see a game in KC later this year because when I go to the Kansas Speedway, Tigers are playing in KC that week. Probably go to the game Saturday and go to the Cup race on Sunday. Watching hockey till the race starts. That's a good idea, but I need to keep you guys updated. Otherwise, I would have probably been watching it while streaming. Jason M., welcome to the stream. Haven't watched Law and Order in forever. Some messed up TV disturbing. I haven't even been really paying attention to it to see what's going on. Lego Brothers, welcome. Junior Reniger, welcome. Reiniger. Robert Blades. Welcome. Got a walk-off today. I didn't even notice. I was on the golf course. Got home at about like 3:30ish, and then we went live at 4:45. I shot a 38 today on 9 holes. But I also had an 8 on the 4th hole. Otherwise, I probably could have had my best 9-hole round. It started really good, and then I had that 8 on 4, and then I couldn't get it out of my head, and I bogeyed the par 3 in the next hole. I had 2 birdies and parred every other hole outside of those 2. Well, Blaney wins Nashville. You won't need to worry as much about the 12 different winners. This is true. He's far He's even pulled away from Truex in recent weeks in the regular season standings. I think he's about a full race ahead of him. Because he's very close to the regular season points lead. That's another thing, too. Even if we get 16 different winners, remember, the regular season champion is automatically locked in to the playoffs. And right now, Blaney's only 25 points below Chase Elliott. Even though he's fourth. It's a close battle. A's are the worst team. I just said the Tigers are one of the worst teams. They're not that far ahead of them. Last I saw, they were 26 and 42. I don't know what they are exactly now. Mariners Angels had a brawl. Was it a baseball fight, though? The dugout's clear. They just start pushing each other for a little bit. Almost 250 in the chat. This is still far and away, I guess, from our record of 946. But I do appreciate all 250 plus of you guys watching. We'll see if we can break a record tonight. We'll get back to racing. Maybe have some more people tune in. 28-42 is the record now, so they've won the last couple. Lots of games left. This is true. I think there are only like 11 games. Last I checked, there were 11 and a half out of first in the division. That entire Central Division is not great. Like the Guardians and the Twins, I believe, are the two best teams in the division right now. But they're like right around 500. A few games above it, so you never know. Luckily, we're in the worst division that if we get hot second half of the year, we can come back. They're dealing with a lot of injuries. Casey Mize just went down with Tommy John. That stinks. 10 p.m. Eastern on USA. All right. I've had a few people say that in the chat, so looks like we're a few minutes away from it coming back. Sam's Train World, welcome to the stream, by the way, as well. Matthew Dorta Bruno. How am I doing tonight? I'm doing great. Sitting through a rain delay. We're over 5 hours into the stream, and I can go 5 more if I really wanted to. Probably, I'm gonna cross my fingers that doesn't happen. If they just get 10 more laps in and it rains again, I guarantee NASCAR's calling it immediately. So that's if there is rain in the area still. All they got to do is get 10 laps in. And what a crazy restart this next one would be if that is the case. Targeting 10 o'clock according to Twitter. All right. I'll be ready. Drew Burke, welcome. What channel? USA Network. Colorado's up. Yeah, keep me posted on the Stanley Cup Finals, anybody watching. I'd like to know how that's going to shape up. I've been watching a lot of the NHL playoffs, which is like the first time I've really done that since the Red Wings playoff streak came to an end a handful of years ago. And Marin said we can go racing. I say that too. Let's go racing. JerBear _ YouTube, welcome to the stream. Hey! The track is dry, ladies and gentlemen, and we are back. 10:05 will be the green flag. 10:05 will be the green flag drop. NASCAR is back. And for the first time ever, the Cup Series will be on the USA Network for a race. But once again, we will be giving you guys commentary live on KRC in a matter of minutes. I'll show you guys a few more die-casts on the way out. They show that on NBC, by the way. I need to flip to USA Network on... So they went on the air on NBC, not on USA. 10:05, according to Rick Allen on NBC. I need to find... I have... see if sports has anything. That's probably not gonna... Channels. I need to find USA on my laptop now. I had it on my TV. I didn't have it on my laptop. 10:05 Eastern Standard Time, drop of the green flag. And I need to find USA Network so I can get the audio in my ear before I go full screen with the... There it is. No, I want to watch this live, not record it. Come on. No, not detail. Jeez, little beats. Just gonna click. Watch USA. Okay. Now I've got the audio in my ear finally. We are live. Once again, Nashville, USA Network. NASCAR's back. We waited the rain delay long enough. We will be racing again tonight. I have a lot of diecast around my feet right now. What a crazy night it has been, but we are sticking with it. Covers are off the race cars. We are going to be going green in minutes. And it's time to get that live leaderboard back on the channel once again. If you're just tuning in, like and subscribe for more daily NASCAR content. I tried to keep you guys as entertained as I could during the rain delay, the second of the day in which we have been on a lengthy delay. And there is the leaderboard. We are at lap 50 of 95 in stage 2, lap 140 of 300 total on the race. Still just over half the race to go. If they get to halfway and it does rain again tonight, the race will be official. I have not checked the radar around the track in a while. Now I gotta get my phone on me so I can get the chat real quick. Without stepping on cars everywhere. I can't get out that way. I don't know if I can get out this way. Got it. Oh my goodness. This is uncomfortable. I'm too tall for this. It reminds me of my, the days when I was racing quarter midgets and I hit a growth spurt. We got rained out like 3 weeks in a row during this one summer. And I grew just tall enough that I couldn't get into the cart anymore. The 3 weeks that we had off in a row because of rain. And I was like, I went to get in it one day, and look, every time I would go over to my grandparents' house, I would go over there, and then I'd always get in the cart before we left, just to make sure the brakes work and stuff like that before we left, because we didn't take everything with us on the way out. And I would go in, and I was trying to get in, and I just couldn't get in. It was too big for it. And I was like, yeah, I can't get in this, Grandpa. And he was like, wait, what are you talking about? I'm like, I can't get in. So we ended up not racing that week either, and we ended up having to buy a whole new go-kart for the following week. That's what that felt like. It reminded me in the situation that I was kind of trapped in my seat here. At lap 140, keep an eye on Chastain. He'll be desperate. Barry Baker, welcome into the stream. Thanks for everybody just tuning in for the first time. Kojak07. Welcome to the stream as well. Austin, welcome. So we are going to be racing. Stripper Jack, welcome. As soon as I get the chat on my phone real quick, then I will go full screen with the live leaderboard. I had my phone charging because it died on me after 4 hours into the stream, and it's fully charged now. We're good to go. And I have the chat on my phone. So there is the live leaderboard for the rest of the night. Hopefully you guys enjoyed the diecast show. I don't know which ones I have shown off and which ones I haven't. For next time, hopefully there is no next time. Hopefully there's never another rain delay during a NASCAR race while I'm doing live commentary ever again. That likely won't be the case considering I do this almost every weekend. So, like I said, Dover was the only race we had this year in which we had that same circumstance. Now, they are drying pit road where the cars were originally at when they were parked during the rain delay. So we're waiting on that so then they could open pit road up once that's dry for teams to service their race cars, because I'm sure a lot of teams will be making some major adjustments here now that the race is in the nighttime. I'm sure the track temp has probably dropped 20 degrees or so from the very start of the race today. It already dropped 10 degrees from the start before the rain came originally. Watch Blaney as well. Yeah, we'll see. Tracy Young, welcome. How do you get USA Network? If you have cable, it should be on there already. But if you do not, I don't know what to tell you exactly. I have Hulu, and with the bundle I have USA Network. I highly recommend getting a streaming platform because it's far cheaper than cable. It's a little bit more delayed. For those of you that watch these streams and listen to my commentary, because I know some of you guys do that, there's a little bit more of a delay, but it's well worth spending, depending on how big of a family you have, really. It could be saving you hundreds a month. I think it's saving my parents, because they're the ones paying for it right now. I'm still living with them. There we go. I got all my diecast picked up. I was trying to get that done. Looks like a lot of fans actually stayed at the track. Great for them. Truck cams, welcome. Yep, race is on. USA Network, red flag lifted, yellow displayed, cars rolling. Yeah, that is probably a good idea. NBC's going through a race recap. I think we should do the same here with the live realistic commentary. Serious question. What if they do 6 caution laps? Are you talking about, like, if it rains after 6 caution laps? Well, that would stink. If they run enough caution laps to get to lap 150 and it starts raining, then they could call it. So far in the race, if you haven't watched or can't remember what happened during the lengthy rain delays throughout the course of the event, Denny Hamlin started on the pole, led a lot of this race leading up into the lightning delay, and then we went back green, and we had our first caution for incident at lap 49, where Alex Bowman had gotten turned in turns 1 and 2 off the front bumper of Corey LaJoie. Restarted a couple laps after that restart. There was contact between the 1 of Chastain and the 14 of Chase Briscoe, and that caused Briscoe to lose a little bit of control. In the middle of the corner, he ended up wiping out into the car on the outside of him as well, and that was the 42 of Ty Dillon. Briscoe's out of the race. Ty Dillon's still in the race and actually on the lead lap still with his damaged race car. And Martin Truex Jr. went on to win stage 1 as he got the lead on that final restart away from Denny Hamlin, and Hamlin was right there behind him but could not get around him in the closing laps of the stage. And we had Truex leading most of the laps leading up until this caution right now. There was a rain delay that was very brief early in stage 2, which actually kind of dissipated very quickly, that they did not have to throw a red flag then. That was at lap 117. And then we had probably the greatest racing we've seen all night so far, or all day so far. And that was when Denny Hamlin, Martin Truex Jr. were running side by side. Well, first it was Blaney and Truex running side by side, crisscrossing each other for a few laps. And Hamlin took it 3 wide, cleared Blaney but couldn't clear Truex, and they were side by side for a few more laps, lane changing and crossing each other over. And then Hamlin was finally able to clear, and a few laps after he cleared, caution came out for rain again, and that's where we're at right now. Stewie Mountain 94, welcome to stream. Race is going to finish up on the USA Network. Here is an interview with Denny Hamlin.
That's just kind of our usual trend, but we all got a new track now, so we're going to adapt to it. Hopefully keep this extra ground Camry up front that I think it's fast enough that and adaptable enough that it's got some speed in it that we can handle.
So Denny, we were discussing the track tips and how they've changed so much. Tell us and the fans what your role is in understanding what this car needs to do different and get that information to the team as soon as possible.
Yeah, I mean, we definitely got to do that. It's going to be important for us to kind of get the feedback. We haven't really had this situation on the concrete track this year where we had a rain delay, we're coming back, and from day to night, and let's see what the balance change is. We know what it was in the old car, but trying to predict it for this new one is going to be a challenge. So we're going to guess and see how it goes.
Well, Denny, we appreciate you letting us ride along, buddy. Have a good rest of the night.
Thank you.
You see right there in the bottom of the pylon.
Bazinga's Hobbies, welcome to the stream. Thanks for that comment, by the way, Tracy. And your power went out, man, that stinks. At least you can watch this stream on your phone if your phone's not dead. Caroline W, welcome. 75 degrees now. Yes, exactly 19 degrees cooler than what it was at the drop of the green flag. Just after 4 o'clock local time. Lebanon, Tennessee, where the Nashville Superspeedway is, about 50 minutes outside of Nashville. 240,000 people without power because of the storms. Luckily, could you imagine if they actually got the track dry, but the Lebanon area was without power, so they couldn't actually have the lights on? Curtis, welcome to the stream. Hope Chase gets second win. HMS has had a rough night, but the two cars remaining for them with a shot to win, Chase Elliott, Kyle Larson, who are both outside the top 10. The entire field going to get reset. First time we're going to be seeing night laps at Nashville in the Cup Series under the lights. This has not been the case, and obviously the first with the next-gen car. Everything that happened earlier in the week in practice, and everything that has happened so far in the race earlier today when it was hot, the sun was out, that's all gone. Because now it is complete darkness. It is 75 degrees. It is about 20 degrees cooler. This track is going to be completely different. All the rubber that was laid on the racetrack from any of the weekend's action, especially tonight's race, that's gone. It's a green racetrack. There's probably going to be a track in which it's going to be a fight for the bottom, if I'd have to imagine, when we get things started. And considering that there is only about the length of the truck race on Friday night left in this race, I don't know that the groove's going to be wide now all the way out near the wall like we saw it earlier today. And if it does, it's going to be a little late in the going before that happens. Here's NBC reporting in Kyle Busch.
But 3 and 4 have a tight spot there right down in the center. Have to slow up too much, and those guys seem to be rolling through there a little bit better. So if we can find out what trick that is, we'll have some for them.
Kyle, appreciate it, buddy. Have a good rest of the night. Thanks for taking some time.
Thank you.
Is it Lebanon? Is it Lebanon or Lebanon? Alright, so pit road will be open this time by, and you guys will get to hear any of the pit stop reports from the NBC reporters as usual during pit stops during the caution periods. Haven't had a green flag stop yet today with the way the cautions have played out and the rain delays have played out. They can fuel now, They can take tires now, and they will be able to make it to the end of the stage from here on fuel. Kevin Harvick comes into the pits along with Christopher Bell, Ross Chastain, and others. A lot of the leaders, though, did stay out at the very front. Only 2 from the top 10 are in the pits.
The 2 in front of you and then just said, let's come, let's come. So he comes down here to pit road. They were deciding if they wanted to pit or not with the weather in the area. It's going to be 4 Goodyear tires for Kevin Harvick.
Really split the city.
Little issue on pit road right now with the 20 of Christopher Bell trying to pull out of his box. May have had contact with the 78 of BJ McLeod. That's going to cost Bell a lot of spots on pit road. And he is going to be restarting towards the tail end of the lead lap. I saw Kyle Larson in the pits as well. Almirola, Austin Dillon came in. So the 78 was trying to get in his box. The 20 was coming out. And that actually ended up hitting the 20 right in front of Austin Dillon and had to wait for the 78 to get in his box. So problems for Christopher Bell on pit road. LeBannon. Doesn't look like there's a tire rub on the 20 of Bell in any sort of way, which is nice because I think with the Gen 6 car that would have been the case, as we've seen throughout the course of the season, that these cars can endure a little bit of contact and still remotely stay intact. But it looks like it is driving all right, at least under caution pace. Christopher Bell will not have to come back down onto pit road and try to change tires or anything of that matter. Yep, that has moved McDowell up to 6th. Kevin Harvick was on pit road. He cycled out 11th, so is Chastain. So the top 10 stayed out. Everybody from 11th on back hit pit road. So Kevin Harvick in 11th will be the first driver on fresh tires when we go back to green flag racing. We are 2 laps away from the halfway mark, which again means if we did get more rain throughout the course of the night, the race will be deemed official if that happens. And we'll see if they get the 1 to go signal this time by. I think that is going to be the case. They'll head to the choose cone. And lights are out on the pace car. They'll be going green. Denny Hamlin will elect the outside lane for the restart. Martin Truex Jr. will be on the inside of row 1. Ryan Blaney will be inside of row 2 with Kyle Busch on the outside row 2. Then Michael McDowell inside row 3 with Kurt Busch outside of him in row number 3. Again, top 10 will be on older tires. It looks like about 27 lap older tires will be the drivers in the top 10, but that's not including the caution laps we have ran during this rain delay. So we're probably looking at about 20 lap fresher tires for the cars that just hit pit road. From Harvick, Chastain, Keselowski on back, 11th on back, then the top 10. Alrighty, here we go. They'll be going green this time. Field is about to enter into the Geico restart zone. Logano's still on 2. Oh, that is right. No, they had a pit stop before that. I know for a fact he had 4. That's not accurate. You almost got me there for a second because I forgot that they had a caution before that. Green flag is back in the air, and we're back to racing again at Nashville. Denny Hamlin gets a great launch on the outside, but not as good enough to be able to clear the 19 of Truex, who side drafts him in his way through turns 1 and 2. Hamlin going to hold the 19 car down tightly, 3 and nearly 4 wide further back in the pack as they exit the corner. And down the back straightaway, they still stay filed and fanned out as the faster cars on fresher tires trying to get by the drivers on older tires just in front of them. Still side by side for the lead through turns 3 and 4 with Truex on the bottom and Denny Hamlin on the outside side by side behind them for third between Blaney and Kyle Busch, with Blaney down low and Kyle Busch above him on the outside. McDowell got to 5th, clearing the 45 of Kurt Busch that last lap. Has nowhere to go with the 18 and the 12 side by side in front of him, and that may allow Kurt Busch to get underneath the 34 of McDowell, and it does. 2 by 2 is the field through the top 6. Logano's the first single file car back in 7th, right ahead of Chastain. But Chastain is the first driver on fresher tires right now, working his way into the top 10 and desperately trying to get around the 22 of Logano. Truex will lead that lap in the line, but still side by side for the lead. Kyle Busch off turn 4 was able to clear the 12 of Ryan Blaney. He's closing in on his 2 JGR teammates. Surprised with the rubber rush off the racetrack with the heavy rains that Hamlin is still able to hold on to the outside as much as he was. He is going to be able to clear him off of turn 2, and finally Hamlin is back in the lead following the resumption of the race. Truex moving up back to that middle groove where he has been running most of the day. Hamlin hooking the bottom lane all the way near the yellow line in the middle of the corner. 1, 2, 3 is Joe Gibbs racing at the front of the field. 4 Toyotas in the top 5. The only non-Toyota in the top 5 is Blaney in 4th. Highest running Chevrolet is Ross Chastain up to 6th on fresher tires following the restart. Chastain and Elliott have been the 2 highest gained drivers on track position since the restart, both on fresh tires. AJ Allmendinger side by side with Kevin Harvick for 11th. Harrison Burton behind them. Both Harvick and Allmendinger both have fresher tires. Allmendinger squeezes Harvick off of turn 2. Might have made just a bit of contact. That was a close call. It's going to lose momentum for the 16, but not enough to where Harvick was able to clear him before entering turn 3. Allmendinger going to pull that move off again. Crossover by the 4 of Harvick. Trying to get to the inside of the 16. He is there. Allmendinger with a big block. He is aggressively racing the 4 car right now. And into turns 1 and 2, Harvick may have overdrove the corner a bit. Comes off the bottom and has pressure from behind from Harrison Burton in the 21. That was some very, very aggressive driving on the parts of AJ Allmendinger in a battle for 11th place with Kevin Harvick. He's got the position for now and is slowly pulling away from him, but I can't imagine Harvick is too pleased with that kind of racing midway through the race. Knowing, I guess, that rain, you never know, could fall at any point in time. You never know when the last lap is going to be the last lap. Mostly single file throughout the top 10 for right now. 29 laps to go in stage 2. Currently the running order looks like this. Denny Hamlin is your race leader by 0.4 of a second over Martin Truex Jr. Kyle Busch is in 3rd right now, 1 second off the lead. 1.7 seconds off the lead is Ryan Blaney in 4th. And Kurt Busch rounds out the top 5 at 2.1 seconds back of race leader Denny Hamlin. Ross Chastain is in 6th, Michael McDowell 7th, Chase Elliott 8th, Chris Buescher 9th, Joey Logano rounds out the top 10, Kevin Harvick back to 11th, getting back around Allmendinger, Kyle Larson in 12th, Allmendinger back to 13th, Harrison Burton in 14th, Justin Haley is 15th, Brad Keselowski in 16th, 17th is Ricky Stenhouse Jr., Eric Jones falling back to 18th, Cole Custer up to 19th, and Austin Dillon is 20th. 21st is Corey LaJoie, Reddick in 22nd, Bubba Wallace 23rd, Christopher Bell 24th after the pit road blunder you had heard from moments ago. Daniel Suarez back in 25th, Eric Almirola 26th, Todd Gilliland 27th, Cody Ware 28th, and Ty Dillon is the last car in the lead lap in 29th. First car lap down is Austin Cindric in 30th. He fell lap down due to an unscheduled stop before the rain came earlier today at the start of stage 2. J.J. Yaley is 31st, Josh Bilicki 32nd, B.J. McLeod 33rd, and everybody from 34th on back out of the race today. Chase Briscoe in 34th. Byron, who is actually on the racetrack right now, still running laps, is in 35th, and Alex Bowman is last in 36th out of the race after failing to meet minimum speed following the crash he had very early in the day after the damaged vehicle policy clock was on him. .25 laps to go yet in stage number 2. A half a second lead for Denny Hamlin over Martin Truex Jr., his teammate. All three of the Joe Gibbs Toyotas pretty equal on speed right now at the top of the charts that last lap. No coincidence with them all being teammates, of course. Chase Elliott moving past another driver with his fresher tires, getting around Michael McDowell for 7th place. Elliott leads the regular season standings over Ross Chastain by 16 points coming into today's race. And both drivers are running 6th and 7th right now. A couple other drivers that were very close in the battle for the regular season championship. Kyle Busch just 23 points behind them. He's in 3rd ahead of both drivers. And Blaney, who comes in 25 points below Chase Elliott for the regular season points lead, is 4th. So all 4 of those guys within 25 points of each other, with 4 in the top 4 in the regular season standings, are all there in the top 10 looking to get stage points in stage 2. Derek Bryant, welcome to the stream. The race is on USA Network right now, and has just picked back up once again following the lengthy rain delay that we had moments ago. Full screen commercial break late in stage 2 right now. Just went through the full field running order. We'll take a look at that top 10 once again. Denny Hamlin leads, Martin Truex Jr. in 2nd, Kyle Busch 3rd, Ryan Blaney 4th, Kurt Busch is 5th, Ross Chastain 6th, Chase Elliott 7th, Michael McDowell in 8th, 9th is Chris Buescher, and Kevin Harvick in 10th. Good run for Buescher. He was one of those other drivers that also took tires. Kyle Larson marching his way back through the field up to 11th. He was 20th when the rain came, was dropping like a rock early, but the transition now from day and hot to night and cool has allowed for Larson to maybe get some evening strength in the playing field and is starting to march his way back forward. Has a shot. Good video racing from Minnesota. Thank you for that. Chris F., welcome to the stream. Thanks for the coverage. Handy during commercials. Yep, no problem, man. Trying to keep you guys as updated as I can. But thanks for everybody tuning in here tonight, regardless of the fact of the circumstances, whether you were here before or since the rain delay, on the road to 3,000 subs on the channel, and of course, on the road to becoming a NASCAR commentator for future races down the road. I appreciate you guys tuning in on a pretty much weekly basis with the live race commentary for NASCAR on the race weekends. Do video game streams during the week with live realistic commentary as you're hearing in tonight's race and other races, all to just give myself more practice, I guess, for the commentating side of things. Pretty much any practice is good practice. But we are getting late in stage 2. And Truex, who won the opening stage, now as NBC has come back from the commercial break, or I should say the USA Network has come back from the commercial break, is all over the back of the 11 of Hamlin. He is starting to run him back down. Truex still staying in that middle to upper groove while Denny Hamlin runs the bottom. That's giving Truex a little bit more momentum off the exit of the corner, and he has a big run down the backstretch. Hamlin not going to take away the line of the 19. He goes back towards the bottom again, and in fact Truex actually went to the bottom himself that time as well. Kurt Busch has made the pass for 4th of Ryan Blaney during the commercial break as well, and he is now going to make it Toyotas running 1 through 4. Blaney is one of only 3 Fords in the top 10, and then there are also 3 Chevrolets in the top 10 as Kyle Larson has made his way up to 9th following the commercial break. Again, he was in 20th during that rain delay, and now he's up to 9th place, charging forward. Even though he has fresher tires, a lot of the cars he has passed have also been drivers who pitted for fresher tires as well. Jack Love, welcome into the stream. Truex way to the outside that time, a lot higher than what his traditional line was, where he was running more of that middle groove, and here he comes, hounding the 11 of Denny Hamlin and entering into turn 3. Hamlin is going to run the middle lane, taking Truex's preferred line away. Truex to the outside a little bit higher right now, where there might not be a lot of grip with all the rubber being washed off from the rain moments ago. But Truex is still taking it, and he is working with it to at least a little success. May get to the outside of Denny Hamlin this time through 1 and 2. He does. Side by side for the lead now off the exit of turn 2. Hamlin going to side draft him pretty aggressively despite the fact they're teammates because there's 15 to go in the stage with a playoff point on the line. Truex going down to the middle, squeezes the 11 of Hamlin a little bit. That is more of the preferred lane though for the 19, and he is clear off turn 4. Hamlin right behind him, takes the dive into the tri-oval. May get to the inside of the 19 into turn 1. We'll see if he tries it again. He will take the dive, but I'm not sure if he's going to get there this time. Truex to the middle to upper groove. He's going to give Denny Hamlin his inside lane and try to make him pass him down there. And he is not going to be able to do so that time. These two are closing in on lap traffic at the back of the field. Will likely get there in a couple laps. Hamlin down around the yellow line on the bottom that time. Not all the way down, maybe half a lane off the bottom, but Truex again in the middle. Little shake-up off turn 4 for Denny Hamlin, getting tight in the dirty air behind Truex, running a similar line through 3 and 4 that last lap, and that opens the gap up for Truex by about 3 car lengths rather, into turns 3 and 4 the following lap. Hamlin all the way down near the yellow line that time while Truex runs into that middle groove again. Chase Elliott has cracked the 6th place position, Chastain to 5th, Blaney now back to 7th as the highest running Ford. Again, Elliott, Chastain on fresher tires. Kyle Larson up to 8th. Sure, he's going to have a good shot of getting around Blaney yet before the end of the stage. Still 12 more laps to go. Truex and Hamlin now dealing with lap traffic. Hamlin has to go to the middle lane, which is the same lane that Truex has been running just because the lap car was down to the bottom, taking Hamlin's line away. That was B.J. McLeod in the 78. Michael McDowell still hanging on to that last spot for stage points as of right now in 10th. He's about a half a second ahead of Chris Buescher, who has fresher tires than him. There's definitely enough laps for Buescher to get there. But is McDowell's car fast enough to be able to hang on? McDowell's also about 0.8 of a second behind Kevin Harvick in 9th, who's the next driver for position ahead of him. And he's not quite keeping up with the 4 car of Harvick. Harvick was about 0.1 of a second quicker than McDowell the last lap. $10 to go now in stage 2. 9 to go this time by as Truex is on the front stretch. White Lions, welcome to the stream. The race is on the USA Network. Collins Monet, welcome. Chris M18, welcome. How come people on Twitch can show the race, can't do the same on YouTube? I don't know how people on Twitch do it, but I'm surprised it doesn't get copyrighted, but I will get copyrighted if I do that. I am not even going to take the risk. Between that and the fact that I want to do the live commentary myself. I mean, I wish I could show you guys what I'm seeing as well as my commentary, but unfortunately I can't do that. I do that in a highlight video the following day, so tomorrow be on the lookout for that. All the highlights from the live commentary from today, I'll try to sync it up. And I can show videos of it in chops and segments, but I can't do it during the live stream. Kyle Larson trying to get around Ryan Blaney, almost cleared him off the exit of turn 4. Blaney gets a run off the high side. Larson didn't aggressively side draft him. He's trusting his fresher tires to work himself around Blaney that way. He'll definitely be able to clear Blaney off the exit of turn 2. See if Blaney's going to try to cross him over. I don't think he will, even though he had momentum down the back stretch. He'll stay to that upper groove. Kyle Larson runs the middle to upper line as well and will likely pull away from him on the fresher tires. Chase Elliott and Ross Chastain now battling for position. Remember, these two got into it a few weeks ago at Gateway. Elliott with a major run off the exit of turn 2, and it looks like he is going to be able to work his way around the one of Chastain. Chastain did not get off of turn 2 well at all on the bottom that time. I didn't think the 77 of Josh Bilicki was really holding him up at all. It just seems like Elliott's running the middle of the corner and rounding it a lot better than the one car right now. And Elliott is inside the top 5. Chewy, welcome. Charles Sasser, welcome. This isn't a fire suit, but this is Ryan Blaney gear. It's like a pit. Basically, it's like a pit crew shirt. Leader still dealing with lap traffic. 4 to go at the line in stage 2. Truex still has about 0.3 of a second and about 2 car lengths over Denny Hamlin into turns 1 and 2. Hamlin had to flatline it into the corner with the lap car J.J. Yaley on the outside that he had to get around. Sent it into the corner as deep as he did to make sure he was going to not be slowed down at any sort of way because of the 15. Want to make sure he had him cleared on corner entry. Truex has not really driven away from the 11 of Hamlin. And Hamlin, in fact, has almost seemingly reeled the 19 car back in. And this is looking like a carbon copy of stage 1's end, where Hamlin was trying to run down Truex in the closing laps after Truex took the lead away from Hamlin. And Hamlin could only get to his back bumper off the exit of turn 4 on the final lap of stage 1. 2 to go in stage 2 this time. Hamlin a little closer through 3 and 4. And he's actually getting off the exit of the corners on the bottom lane just as good as Truex in, despite the fact Truex is running in that middle groove again. Hamlin is going to go to the middle, though, this time in the dirty air, and he's going to lose time to Truex through turns 1 and 2. That was a risk that he probably shouldn't have taken, and that might cost him a shot to win the stage. I'm surprised he did that, to be completely honest, because he was working the bottom really well. Elliott is now caught up to the 45 of Kurt Busch. He'll pass him for 4th place, still gaining time slowly but surely on the fresh tires. Final lap of stage 1 at the front of the field. Truex has about 3 car lengths back to Hamlin. Larson got around Chastain moments ago as well for 6th. I don't think he's close enough to catch Kurt Busch for 5th. The 2 HMS cars of Elliott and Larson are making their way forward, and they may have a shot into the final stage. Martin Truex Jr. is comfortably ahead of Denny Hamlin into the final corner of stage number 2. And just like stage 1, it'll be Martin Truex Jr. getting the stage win, and it'll be his 5th stage win of the season in 2022 for Truex. Hamlin will end up in 2nd, Kyle Busch will be 3rd, Chase Elliott will be 4th, Kurt Busch will round out the top 5 in stage 2. In 6th place will be Kyle Larson, Ross Chastain 7th, Kevin Harvick 8th, Ryan Blaney 9th, and Michael McDowell will get the final stage point in stage 2 and 10th. And that will be the results to the second stage after a lengthy stage at that at Nashville following the rain. Harvick got around Blaney on that last lap for 8th place, by the way, through turns 3 and 4. Blaney lost an extra spot there at the end. When they come back from the commercial break during the stage break itself, you guys will be seeing pit stops. I'll be listening to pit stops, and I'll have the NBC audio on for you guys so you can hear of what adjustments certain drivers are making at the front of the field. NASCAR Inside, welcome to the stream. It is on USA Network. Tim Gibbons, welcome to the stream. Joey's World Tour, welcome. Cody Wood, welcome. Jack Love, I see you in the chat. N4S Videos, welcome. Copyright is weird, Twitch compared to YouTube. Yeah, I've never been on Twitch before, so I wouldn't be able to tell you why they wouldn't get copyrighted. Larson is charging. I feel more confident in my Larson pick of winning this race now. It's my grandpa's favorite driver, so hopefully he stayed awake through all this and knows what's going on. I feel like he's going to be really upset that if he was not able to keep up with the race during the internet. Dennis Delgado, welcome. Yep, the race is on USA Network right now. For those of you wondering, Brandon Michael O'Connor, welcome to the stream. You can always watch the race there, listen to my commentary if you do have the USA Network, and if not, definitely stay here for your live race commentary. Again, you can see the full-length leaderboard Got 4 different leaders in today's race. Hamlin has led the most laps with 109 laps led, despite the fact Martin Truex Jr. has won the first 2 stages. He has also led 75 laps of his own. And we have had a total of 10 lead changes so far in the race, most of them between the 11 and the 19, as they've been going back and forth pretty much from the end of stage 1 to this point now in the race. Blaney led 1 lap during green flag conditions on a restart on Truex by less than a car length when he battled him for the lead earlier in stage 2. And Logano was the only other leader also, but he didn't lead a green flag lap. His laps were led under caution after a 2-tire pit stop back in stage 1. Whitfield Inc., welcome to the stream. Doing good job. Thank you. Again, subscribe and hit that like button. Most importantly, our goal was 150 likes on the stream today. We are only a couple away from there. I think we could easily get to 200 and maybe even beyond that point. Stream record is 946 concurrent viewers for these live race commentary, but I think with the race going long tonight, I don't expect us to get to that number today. But thank you for everybody tuning in at this moment. Again, live race commentary for the NASCAR races on the race weekend. And here come the pit stops this time by.
We'll see if it happens again, Parker.
Kurt Busch will not be one of those gambling as he pits out of 5th position. He said it was cooking the right rear tire on the long run, which means it's just abusing that right rear too much as he goes to the laps with 4 Goodyear tires. So no feel for him, Dave.
Chase Elliott's biggest concern is getting 4 fresh Goodyear tires, because after he passed Ross Chastain, he said, I thought I had a tire going down. That's why I eased off. Marty.
Coming into the day, Martin Truex Jr. had only 3 stage wins. Gets 2 today. Sweeps the afternoon on that. Then it's on knife edge after a couple laps. Just so loose. Meanwhile, his teammate Denny Hamlin said he's still tight in the center, which might not be a terrible thing for that race team, because that's what he was earlier on the 11 with another rough stop, though. They lose a number of spots here on pit road. In fact,
yeah, Denny Hamlin lost 6 spots on pit road after a slow stop issue somewhere there. Martin Truex Jr. wins the race off of pit road, and that will move Kyle Busch and Chase Elliott up a spot. Chastain and Harvick up 3 spots in the pits. McDowell, Busch are also up a spot as well. So we'll be getting Stage 3 kick-started after the commercial break during the Stage 2 break itself. Bill Western, welcome to the stream. Let's see, Marty Birch, I saw you in the chat for the first time. Welcome as well. Randall Karcher, welcome. Alrighty. 111 laps to go of the 300 that we originally had at the start of today's race. A couple of lengthy delays, a 50-minute lightning delay back at stage 1 at lap 40, and then at lap 140, a rain delay has caused this race to go very, very long today. We have been live streaming since 4:45 Eastern Standard Time earlier today. We are about to hit the 6-hour mark in just a couple of minutes. The Innocent Culprit, welcome to the stream. Whoop, whoop. Stanley Cup Finals update. Avalanche lead 2-1. 5:15 left in the third. That's going to be interesting. We'll see if they'll be able to hold on. I was rooting for Tampa Bay to win the series because only 3 teams have ever... Well, actually, they would be the 3rd team to win 3 straight Stanley Cup Finals if they did win it. Rick Osborne, welcome into the stream. Like your commentary, thank you. Well, hit that like button, and that helps me out a ton, but also subscribe because that helps me out a ton too, and you won't miss any more of the live race commentary action. Again, even if you are watching the races on the race weekend, and a lot of people seem to be upset with the live NASCAR broadcast this year for Fox, and obviously I don't think they're going to be too happy with NBC after today's, the way they went off the air and everything, and maybe not knowing what channel the race is on and how it got switched and when it got back on and stuff. But regardless of the fact, what helped me pursue my dreams of getting into the commentating booth for real NASCAR races down the road, hit that subscribe button. Helps me out a ton. Commentated the truck race on Friday night I will not be able to do the Cup Series race next week. I will be at the IndyCar race in Mid-Ohio, be doing some coverage from the track for that. So I'll have a race highlight video on the grandstands. I do that for every race I go to in person. I was at a local dirt track last night. I'll be getting that up on the channel hopefully tomorrow. This race running long today. I'm probably going to end up having to sleep in. So I'll hope for the best that I can get that up on the channel tomorrow as well. Definitely going to be seeing a race highlight video of commentary from tonight's race on the channel tomorrow. I'm not asked though. I subscribe. Thank you, innocent culprit. John Duggan, welcome to the stream. So, interesting relay from one of the pit reporters. I didn't catch which one that was. I think it was Dave Burns. But he had relayed into the NBC booth that Chase Elliott had felt he had a tire going down towards the end of the stage. They took all 4 tires off, and there was no issue with the tire potentially going down. That is a similar issue to what William Byron had earlier in the race today, and he ended up having to drop behind the garage, or into the garage behind the pit wall, and he is still on the track, but 38 laps down. If that's going to be a similar issue to Chase Elliott, that could take him out of a great second half performance of this race so far, in which he has driven himself up into a podium spot in 3rd as they run. Bradley Chupp, welcome to the stream. Appreciate it. Hamlin dominating the race while MTJ still stealing stages. Yep, and Hamlin's bad pit stop's going to put him back in traffic. He'll be on the outside of row 5 for the restart. Green flag back in the air with Kyle Busch inside of row 1, and Truex selecting the outside lane for the restart as the leader. They're going to fan out 3 wide towards the back half of the top 10, but mostly double wide into turn 1 at least through the top 10. Side by side between Truex and Busch. Chastain did not launch off well on the inside of row 2, and he is going to lose a spot to Elliott on the outside. 3 wide between Kurt Busch and Harvick, sandwiching Chastain in the middle lane going into turn 3. Still 3 wide between the 1, 45, and the 4. And still side by side at the front of the field for the lead. 3 by 3 now back in traffic. Logano battling to the inside of the 11 of Denny Hamlin, as well as Larson outside of him. Near contact between Harvick and Chastain as they enter towards turn 1. They will clear Kurt Busch, who was the car on the bottom, and Chastain will also clear Harvick off the exit of turn 2 back to the outside, solidify himself in the 4th place position. Kyle Busch down low with a slide job move, trying to get his first lead of the race on the 19 of Truex as he works his way up the racetrack. He is clear off turn 4. Rowdy Nation on their feet at the Nashville Superspeedway, and Kyle Busch will lead for the first time all night long. AJ Allmendinger still going aggressively down towards the back of the pack. He went to the apron, which is very thin at Nashville, through the tri-oval to get around Logano and McDowell, who were slowing each other up. He cleared McDowell off of turn 2, but did not clear Logano as they battle for 9th place. Logano had to run off the outside and actually was able to stay in front of the 16 towards turns 3 and 4. A little checkup in the middle of the pack now. Allmendinger had to lift off the exit of the 4. McDowell nearly gets turned off the front bumper of the 31 of Justin Haley on the outside lane after he had to lift in line behind the 16. Christopher Bell had a slow pit stop following the pit stop he had towards the... It was actually the first pit stop they had during caution flag period after the rain delay in stage 2, where he and BJ McLeod got together on pit road. He went to the tail end of the lead lap after the stoppage, I guess, on pit road, if you will. He was in the top 5 when the rain came earlier today, so we know he has speed. He's going to try to get himself forward through this field, and right now he's battling McDowell for 11th on a quick comeback trail. And Bell will be able to clear McDowell off the exit of turn 2 despite the 34 aggressively pinching him down in the middle of the corner. Trying to stay on the side of the 20 car and side draft him as much as possible. Denny Hamlin only moved up 1 spot initially on the restart from 8th to 7th. He was actually on the outside of row number 10, or row number 5 in 10th. because he wanted the outside lane for the restart. And it has definitely worked out for him in that retrospect. He's a couple car lengths behind his own car of Kurt Busch in the 45 in a battle for 6th. Kevin Harvick back inside the top 5 again following that restart. Also had a great one at that. Kyle Busch slowly getting away from Martin Truex Jr. at the front of the field now that he has the clean air advantage, and he has about 7/10 of a second over Truex. So again, Kyle Busch leads. Martin Truex Jr. in second. Chase Elliott is third. Ross Chastain is fourth. Kevin Harvick rounds out the top 5. And we will have 100 laps to go next time by at the start-finish line. Chris Buescher going to get around Michael McDowell for position, and McDowell has started to really free fall following the rain delay. He was up in the 9th place before the rain delay and actually restarted 6th after the rain delay with a couple cars ahead of him pitting like Harvick and Bell earlier. And McDowell's fallen back to 13th, so maybe not as good under the nighttime conditions as what he was during the day, as that rain is not something that McDowell and that 34 team for Front Row Motorsports wanted to see earlier on in the night. Eight-tenths of a second now is the gap between Kyle Busch, who is the race leader, and Martin Truex Jr. in second place. Busch about 1/10 of a second faster than Truex that last lap and is quickly growing the number advantage, at least in the interval between himself and his teammate. And Chastain is about 8/10 of a second or so behind Truex, Elliott rather. And then Chastain in 4th right behind Elliott. He's about a little over a second behind the 9 car. 2 Chevys, 2 Toyotas, and a Ford in the top 5. And a total of 4 Toyotas, 2 Fords, and 4 Chevrolets in the top 10. Toyotas have been really, really good in recent weeks in the NASCAR Cup Series, excluding Sonoma, I should say. On the ovals, they've been really good in recent oval races. Struggled at Sonoma last week, or 2 weeks ago, in the last race for the Cup Series. But on the ovals, they have definitely had their intermediate program down. This is not a 1.5 miles like most of the intermediate tracks we have been to this season. This is 1.33 miles. But you can see that the JGR Toyotas, who have been good on the 1.5 miles, are also translating that speed here today. As well as one of the 2311 cars of Kurt Busch. And Bubba Wallace was in the top 5 earlier today as well at one point, before having a pit road issue where they didn't have the lug nut tight on one of the tires, and he had to back into his pit box for them to tighten it up. Remember, Booty Barker was already suspended 4 races earlier in the season. And Blaney got sideways, and he's in the wall off turn 4 as he loses control back down the track, nearly clipping his teammate Austin Cindric in the 2. A slide through the grass for the 12 after he had lost control off turn 4, and cautions out for the 8th time tonight. Great save by Ryan Blaney, but he did tag the right rear corner panel into the outside wall. And hopefully that's not too much damage for the 12. He was having a great day. He had been in the top 10 all day long. He was receiving a lot of stage points, and remember, he had 25 points of his deficit to Chase Elliott coming into the race today. Crazy save by Ryan Blaney. It looked like he lost it once in the middle of the corner, then almost lost it again, and that's when he did eventually end up losing it. Maybe a little bit of an overcorrection, and then recorrected himself after the overcorrection, which kept the car from slamming into the wall harder than it probably should have. He was on the outside of the 21 of Harrison Burton, kind of towards the right rear corner panel. I don't think he made any contact with him. He just seemed to have lost the car one way or another. I don't Yeah, I was going to say, I don't think he got into the 21. Great wreck avoidance by Austin Cindric. He had to go to the apron between the grass and the asphalt, and the apron is not very wide here in Nashville either. Great job by Cindric driving past the spinning Blaney, and the leaders are on pit road.
Including that 45 of Kurt Busch, Parker.
Right, he was complaining of loose earlier in the last run. They seem to have made the car a little bit better. Good. You see adjustment there now in the right rear for Kurt Busch, trying to get slightly tightened up. 4 Goodyear tires for him, Dave.
Chase Elliott gave a good report to his crew. He said, I can keep the control in my hands as far as the build goes in these tires. So just give me 4 new ones and fuel money.
Hamlin was so frustrated by being back in that traffic. He's had clean air all night long. He did not on that run and drastically changed the handling of the race car. 4 fresh Goodyear tires. And Steve, this certainly opens up the playbooks for the team stopping.
There's a fire on pit road. I can't tell. It looks like the 43 crew of Eric Jones putting that out quickly. And it looked like it might have been a fuel fire, as it looked to have been coming out from right around where the fuel was on the race car, and tire changer was right there, literally in the heat of the action. And as the 43 ended up exiting his pit box, he was still on fire. Hopefully he was able to put it out just with the breeze, I guess, on the racetrack. I don't know how that would work, but a fuel fire on the 43 there. Michael McDowell won the race off of pit road. I did not see if he took 2 tires or 4, considering the fact that Chase Elliott, Denny Hamlin, Logano, Kurt Busch, AJ Allmendinger, who are all running in front of him, leading into those pit stops, came out behind him. I would have to imagine that McDowell took 2 tires. I don't think he would have gained 6 spots on pit road based off a 4-tire stop alone. Now, with that being said, the top 12 cars stayed out of the pit, so everybody from Corey LaJoie in 12th on up will be on older tires than those who pitted. And with this caution coming out, even by the time we get to the restart, they will not be able to make it on fuel to the end of the race. So they will be guaranteed 1 more pit stop before the end, which is why a lot of those drivers at the front of the field did stay out, because they want to keep that track position. Ape for Life, welcome to the stream. Will Blaney really make a clutch for the win? I don't know. They had to buff out the right rear corner panel just a little bit. I don't know how much that's going to affect him or not. Obviously, when you get to the intermediate tracks, they're very aerodynamically dependent. He was back at 26 for this restart. Cody Ware's in front of him. He should be able to pass him. And actually, credit to Cody Ware for being on the lead lap this late in the race. On an intermediate, nonetheless. Even though he's in 25th. Todd Gilliland also on the lead lap. Eric Jones is back at 23rd. Will this be the final restart of the day? We have not seen green flag pit stops at all today. So if it did stay green to the end, again, everybody will have to pit at some point in time. Going to sign off for the night. Definitely going to stop by for race highlights tomorrow. Keep up the great commentary. Appreciate it, Charles, and thanks for tuning in tonight. Nearly 300 people watching right now. We definitely have hit our goal for likes on the stream of 150 so far. Let's get that to 200. We're at 174 currently, and we still have about 92 laps to go in tonight's race. Again, the race was originally on NBC. It is now on the USA Network for those of you just tuning in and wondering. But if you would like to listen to the commentary, even with watching the race side by side, you could definitely do so. If you don't have the USA Network and have no means of being able to watch the race, by all means, more than welcome to stay here for the commentary for the remainder of tonight's action. Martin Truex Jr. has won the first 2 stages of the race so far. Hamlin has led the most laps, and the 109 laps led to 81 for Truex. Kyle Busch is the one in the lead now, taking the lead from Truex on that first restart to stage 3. Kyle Busch will elect the outside lane for this next restart following a Ryan Blaney spin off of turn 4, bringing out the most recent and 8th caution of the day. And it looked like the fire did put itself out, at least on the 43 car. But then the crew had to put the fire out on the pit box. You can see the charring on the left rear corner panel of the 43 car from the fire. Now, obviously, they're going to have to fuel the car again before the end of the race, so hopefully that won't be an issue later. Green flag back in the air again. Busch on the outside of row 1. Truex on the inside of row number 1. Harvick on the inside, row 2. Chastain on the outside, row 2. Cars fanning out again. 3 and nearly 4 wide in the middle of turns 1 and 2. Almost contact between McDowell and Hamlin. One car backed out of the gas to keep from wrecking, and I think that might have been the 99 of Suarez. Joey Logano now to the inside of the 34 and the 11. 3 wide for the lead, though, at the front of the field. Ross Chastain to the outside. Kyle Busch really fell back somewhere. Sorry, this is actually a battle for second. Kyle Busch pulled away, and he has about a full second lead as it's 3 wide for second with Truex in the middle, Harvick on the inside, and Ross Chastain on the outside. The 19 and the 1 holding each other tightly up high while the 4 of Harvick is staying down low with the side drafting of the 2 cars going on above him. Busch is already a second and a half ahead of the field as he was able to quickly clear into turns 1 and 2 and drive away from all the action going on behind him. Safe place for Busch to be. LaJoy got loose off turn 4 back in the pack, and now he's 3 wide middle as well in the back half of the top 10 with Harrison Burton underneath him as well as Daniel Suarez to his outside. 3 wide for about a full lap and a half, and now finally it's side by side, at least between the 4 and the 19, as Chastain will be back in line behind these two. Chastain thought about going up the middle 3 wide. That hole was not open. He side drafts the 4 of Harvick down low, the 19 of Truex on the outside. Chastain will go up the middle 3 wide. A gutsy move from Ross Chastain to put himself 3 wide middle. I guess it's a place he feels comfortable with, and they're 3 wide again into turn 1. Can't hang on to the middle lane this time, and it looks like the 4 and the 19 are going to clear him again. Truex and Harvick still side by side. Busch now almost 2.5 seconds ahead of second place. An incredible battle for second. Again, Chastain to the middle. The 19 loses the nose. And Chastain's going to get around Truex for third. Harvick up to second. Larson and Elliott side by side for 5th place behind those 3. And Larson's going to clear Elliott down into turns 1 and 2. It looks as he'll slide up. It should be clear. No, can't be clear of the 9. The 9 gasses it up in the middle of the corner. Gets a good run off the exit. Larson not going to aggressively side draft him, and Elliott actually will pull clear and have about a car length and a half advantage on Larson into turn 3. Harvick is quickly getting away from the 1 of Chastain as he tries to run down the 18 of Kyle Busch. Harvick was a 1/10 of a second quicker than the 18 that last lap, and Chastain is desperately trying to hold back the 19 and the 9 behind him. Chastain, one of the more aggressive drivers in NASCAR today, and Truex, one of the more clean drivers in NASCAR today. Those two had a run-in at Dover with each other in the last lap there. And Chastain also had a run-in with Elliott a couple weeks ago at Gateway. Those are the 2 cars around him right now. Truex in the middle lane, a lane that he has ran pretty much all night long, but he seems to be struggling with the handling of his car. For those of you watching on the USA Network right now, he's really wiggling around quite a bit off the exit of turn 4 especially. That's where Harvick and Chastain were able to clear him moments ago. The 19 car seems to be handling a little bit better in 1 and 2. Carries the momentum, ran a tad higher than what he did the corner before that. Clears Chastain. Elliott also in the same lane as the 19 of Truex. He'll get by the 1 of Chastain on the back straightaway and clear him into turn 3 for 4th. Chastain back to 5th place now. Hamlin looks low on Denny Hamlin into the tri-oval as they battle for 7th place. Kyle Busch has a 2.5 second lead over Kevin Harvick in 2nd place. Mark Truex Jr. 3.6 seconds off the lead in 3rd. Chase Elliott is 3.8 seconds off the lead in 4th. And Chastain rounds out the top 5 at 4.5 seconds back of race leader Kyle Busch. Excuse me. NYC Songman, welcome to the stream. Thanks for the great commentary. KB setting sail while boys mix it up back there. That is definitely the case after this latest restart. BNLAG, welcome to the stream. The race is airing on the USA Network right now. Did you know, welcome to the stream, Kyle Busch got the restart of his life. Yes, he did, and definitely helped that a lot of the cars behind him were 3 wide for about 3 consecutive laps, if not more. Keith Armstrong, thanks for tuning in. Arthur Gadusho, welcome to the stream as well. I didn't even realize on the restart Chase Elliott made a 3-wide pass on the 99, the 10. Then he also got around the 17 and the 20 on the tri-oval. Got to the inside of the 5 of Larson, passed him. What a restart for Elliott, moving up 5 spots on that first lap. And really on the first lap from the exit of Turn 2 all the way to the entrance of Turn 1, he gained those 5 positions. He's also closing in on the 19 car of Martin Truex Jr., who had won the first 2 stages. And he is about 2 car lengths or so behind Truex off Turn 2 in a battle for third currently. Thanks for tuning in, Philip. $80 laps to go that time by the start-finish line. Busch is slowly pulling away from Harvick still, even though Harvick is pulling Truex behind him. Busch has been one of the more consistent drivers this Cup Series season, but is looking for just his 2nd win of the year. He would be the 5th driver to win more than 1 race this season if he does go to victory lane. Side-by-side commercial break right now for the USA Network. We'll go through the full field running order during this commercial break. Kyle Busch leads this race over Kevin Harvick in 2nd. Martin Truex Jr. is in 3rd. Chase Elliott 4th, and Ross Chastain rounds out the top 5. Denny Hamlin's in 6th. Christopher Bell up to 7th. Look out for him late. Kyle Larson back to 8th after this latest restart. Eric Almirola up to 9th. First time he's been in the top 10 today. And Chris Buescher rounds out the top 10 for RFK. Harrison Burton's in 11th. Bubba Wallace is up to 12th. He's had a great run, but his pit crew seemingly lets him down time in and time out. He's had a couple pit road blunders today, but he is working himself back up. Kurt Busch has really fallen off this last restart. He's back to 13th. Joey Logano in 14th. Corey LaJoie is 15th. AJ Allmendinger 16th. Daniel Suarez 17th. Tyler Reddick 18th. 19th is Michael McDowell, and Blaney after his spin is back to 20th. Austin Dillon is in 21st. Cole Custer in 22nd. Eric Jones 23rd. 24th is Brad Keselowski. And Ricky Stenhouse Jr. is back in 25th. Austin Cindric 26th. Justin Haley 27th. Ty Gilliland 28th. 29th is Cody Ware. Ty Dillon is 30th. JJ Yeley 31st. BJ McLeod 32nd. 33rd is Josh Bilicki, and the 3 cars definitely out of any sort of shot of winning the race today would be Chase Briscoe in 31st. 39th is William Byron, and Alex Bowman out of the race in last place. 8 cautions total so far today. Only 5 different leaders. 2 Penske Fords and 3 JGR Toyotas have been the only ones to lead laps outside of Blaney leading 1 lap on a restart. The only green flag laps today have been led by Joe Gibbs Racing between Kyle Busch, Stage 1 and 2 winner Martin Truex Jr., and most laps led leader and pole sitter in this race, Denny Hamlin, who has led 3 different times today. Truex has led 5 different times. It's the first time Busch has led today, and he's led 32 consecutive laps. 75 laps to go at the Nashville Superspeedway, the running of the Ally 400. Under the lights after multiple delays earlier on in the day. And as of right now, the way they run, Busch is setting sail off this latest restart. Still 1 more pit stop to get through before the end of the race if you're just tuning in and wondering if Busch is just going to run and hide. There have not been green flag pit stops yet today, and I don't remember there being green flag pit stops at Nashville when I was there last year for the Ally 400. So these Cup drivers have maybe not had to deal with that before, and if they have to deal with it the first time, we could be seeing some pit road penalties potentially, both with the crew and potentially with speeding. If they choose to split the stage in half, or at least split this green flag run in half, we'll probably be seeing stops with about 45 to go. But you also have to remember that not everybody hit pit road during that last caution. The top 12 drivers had actually stayed out of the racetrack on that last restart. Everybody from 13th on back restarted on fresher tires, and with that being the case, I should say those guys could go about another 15 laps or so, maybe 20 laps further than those who stayed out of the pits. So I don't even know if those that stayed out of the pits can actually make it to about 45 to go, which is going to be interesting to see how the pit strategy is going to play forward with when to pit and when not to pit as you get longer into the green flag run towards the end of the race. Chase is on a mission. Yes, he is. Just past Kevin Harvick for 3rd place after Harvick's failed attempt to hold on to 2nd place. Truex got around him there. Still about 3.5 seconds off the lead. It's the 19 car behind the 18 of Kyle Busch. Joe Logano's dropped about 3 positions in the last few laps, bumping Bubba Wallace, Kurt Busch, and Harrison Burton up another spot. James Johnson, welcome to the stream. Curtis, William Clyde, Elliott. Let's go winner's circle. See who he's pulling for today. Denny Hamlin going to pass Ross Chastain, who's also falling back after the latest restarts. He got up to 3rd place initially, battled in that 3-wide battle for 2nd for a handful of laps, but couldn't hang on. Just doesn't seem to have the car in the nighttime as what he did in the daytime when he was in the top 3 very early in the race. But still hanging on to a top 10 spot for now. He's just being outmatched by the Toyotas. Drivers who had restarted after the latest rain delay further back in the pack that have moved themselves forward have been Christopher Bell and Bubba Wallace. Christopher Bell had that pit road issue following the restart, and he ended up moving back up into the 7th place position where he runs currently. But initially, further back in the race, again, following that rain delay caution, he came into the pits, but there was contact while he left his pit box as a 78, and BJ McLeod was coming in. A little miscommunication maybe with the spotters on both of those teams, mainly the 20, and definitely costed him. He restarted outside the top 20, slowly working his way forward. Probably going to need another caution or two to try to get back into this and maybe have a shot to win, but he was in the top 5 for most of the day before that. And Bubba Wallace, who has had 2 pit road blunders today, one with a loose wheel, had to make sure he backed back into his box to tighten it up, as well as just had another slow stop where he lost 6+ positions earlier outside of that. And he is back up to the 11th place spot, also restarted outside the top 20 like Christopher Bell. I'd imagine Bell and Wallace also pitted during that last caution, so they are of the drivers that could go maybe 15 to 20 laps further than those who did not pit, like the leaders of Kyle Busch, Martin Truex Jr., Chase Elliott, and others. Bubba Wallace or Kurt Busch go to victory lane. Kurt Busch has kind of dropped like a rock since the restart, and Bubba's looking competitive enough, but he's probably going to need a caution or two to really get back in it, much like Christopher Bell. Wallace does get to the inside of Eric Almirola, but actually had to lift off turn 4 with the lap car of BJ McLeod in the way, taking away the line on the inside for Wallace. So he's going to have to try again to get around the 10 of Almirola through turns 1 and 2. Almirola runs that middle groove. But Wallace down to the bottom. It seems like Bubba's a little bit better in 3 and 4 than 1 and 2. You have to build that momentum back up to try and make another pass on him. Those guys are about 12, make that 13 and a half seconds off the race lead. And Kurt Busch is actually closing back in on the 23 of Wallace despite losing a bunch of spots on the last restart. Wallace finally to the inside of the 10 of Eric Almirola on the front stretch, and he should be able to complete the pass through turns 1 and 2 with a slide job attempt. And he'll easily be clear off the exit of the corner. Now Kurt Busch going to follow the 23 to the inside of Almirola down the back straightaway. A little contact. The 10 moved off the wall just a little bit as Kurt went to side draft him, and that led to a tiny bit of contact between the two cars. Kurt Busch launches his way past Almirola through turns 3 and 4 in the bottom lane as well, moving himself up to 11th, a few car lengths behind the 23. Truex is running faster laps than Kyle Busch at the front of the field. When he initially took over 2nd place, he was 3.5 seconds off the lead. Now the lead's cut down to 2.2 seconds between the top two, and Chase Elliott is only about 0.2 of a second behind Truex as well, closing in on the 18 of KFB. Dustin Witt, welcome to the stream. Kyle Busch is currently leading. So you can see on our leaderboard, NASCAR Official 2022, welcome to the stream. He wants the 4 of Kevin Harvick to win today. Been over a year and a half since he's been to victory lane after a 9-win season in 2020. That night race at Bristol in 2020 was his last victory. Harvick Bud Pirate. I didn't realize how crinkled up the 42's front bumper was from that earlier accident until Kyle Busch just put him another lap down there. It's if you look at the splitter, it looks like one of those tire rims that are left like on the side of the road that get ran over by a semi truck, and they're just kind of like half like folded. Or if you're a pro wrestling fan, and back in the day when they used the trash can lids, they'd hit each other with them and it'd get all folded. That's what his splitter looks like right now. Kyle Larson's in 8th right now. Not as good even earlier in the daylight as what he was back in practice on Friday and qualifying yesterday. And lead is fading. Yes, it is. Down to a 1.5 seconds as USA Network will head to a NASCAR non-stop commercial break with the side-by-side coverage. Again, right now, your top 10. Kyle Busch is the race leader by 0.5 seconds over Martin Truex Jr. Third place is Chase Elliott, 1.7 seconds off the lead. Kevin Harvick in 4th, 5.9 seconds off the lead. And Hamlin's in 5th, 6 seconds off the lead. Ross Chastain's in 6th, Christopher Bell 7th, Kyle Larson 8th, Chris Buescher in 9th, and Bubba Wallace rounds out the top 10. Edward Smith, welcome to the stream. Here comes Truex. Yes, he is coming, as he is still only a 1.5 seconds off the lead as of right now. Despite running good enough laps to be quicker than Busch this late into this green flag run, the last lap that was the best lap for Truex was ran at lap 69 earlier in the day, where Busch's fastest most recent lap was at lap 195. Truex must have had a moment or something off of turns 3 and 4 as I look up on my screen right now as Chase Elliott is in the 2nd place position. Getting around the lap car of J.J. Yeley to the inside. And Elliott's only 1.1 seconds off the lead from Kyle Busch. Two of the more popular drivers in NASCAR, for one reason or another, are running 1 and 2 at the front of the field, as it's Kyle Busch leading and Chase Elliott trying to run him down with 58 laps to go. Blaney, after a spin earlier in the day, slowly working himself up. I should say, was the last caution. Restarted outside the top 25, and he is up to 17, just getting around Michael McDowell on the screen that time. McDowell seems to be running very, very slow, as Byron, who is plenty of laps down, is going to get by him on the front stretch as well. It's going to be setting up for a good finish. You never know. Angry with me? Oh, you're probably angry. Yeah, we have a mixture of Kevin Harvick fans in the chat and Chase Elliott fans in the chat, and I can see that that is going down very well. Meanwhile, it is a tight battle, and the 18 of Kyle Busch just does not look the same. Chase Elliott's within 3 car lengths of the lead off of turn 4, and Truex about another 5 or 6 car lengths behind Elliott after Elliott passed him a few laps ago. Busch might not be in the lead for much longer. Elliott closes the gap big time through turns 1 and 2. Ran about a half a lane lower than Busch through 1 and 2, and he is all over the back bumper and closing into turns 3 and 4. How aggressive will Busch be to keep the 9 car behind him, with pit stops looming very soon under green flag conditions if it stays green? Busch to the outside, Elliott to the inside, off turn 4, side by side for the race lead at Nashville with 55 to go. Chase Elliott is clear of Kyle Busch, and he will take his first lead in the race, and that is the first green flag lap led by a Chevrolet today, and only the second green flag lap led by a non-GGR Toyota today, under green flag conditions. Elliott is coming from the depths of pretty much, I don't even know where, considering he was not a factor early in the race in the daylight, but is turning on under the lights. Kyle Busch's car continues to fade as Truex will blow around him on the front stretch for second, trying to run Elliott back down. But he's even having a little bit of a hard time trying to hang on to the 9 car, who is setting sail. Kyle's definitely wiggling that steering wheel around quite a bit in the middle of the corner and is struggling with grip. Big moment in turns 1 and 2 for the 18 again. Truex is pitting as well as Kyle Busch. Green flag pit stops are on the horizon.
So this starts off the green flag pit stops, and it's 2 Joe Gibbs Racing cars that were very good in this stage.
That's a great call by both of these Toyotas. They got to find a way to get back to the front, Marty.
I think fresh Goodyears maybe mean a little bit more here in the evening in Nashville than they have during the daytime in these cooler temperatures. You've heard Kyle Busch talk about how loose he is. Same for Truex, although he was quicker than his teammate Kyle Busch. See, the one thing you haven't wanted to do with this new car is pit on the early side of the window because of possibility of a caution. So a little bit of a risk here for the 18 and 19, but that fresh rubber could help, Dave.
Chase Elliott is also in.
They knew that as soon as they got to the lead and the others responded that they had to respond. So Chase Elliott will get 4 fresh Goodyear tires. Sunoco fuel to the end. They basically cut this run in half. So they got the good out of those tires. They get the best out of these tires. And we'll see where they blend in.
And also on pit road was Ross Chastain in the 1 car. I've been told by so many drivers and crew chiefs, you only want to go about 40 laps on a set of tires in this new next-gen car where that right rear starts to go away like we saw for Kyle Busch and Kevin Harvick. And we're seeing that. That's why these drivers and pit crews are on pit road right now.
All right, here's the 9 on the acceleration lane. There's the 18 top.
Kyle Busch is going to try to regain the lead on his fresher tires. He has grip now, and he will. The eventual race lead will go to Kyle Busch if we cycle all the way through green flag pit stops because he has cycled ahead of the 9 of Chase Elliott. Virtue of being able to pit a lap before the 9 of Elliott, he made up 0.8 of a second, which was all he was down when he hit pit road because he had pitted just 2 laps after Elliott took the lead. Denny Hamlin is the current leader right now, staying out. You never know if a caution is going to come out in the middle of green flag pit stops. Truex is about another roughly second behind the 9 of Elliott, as he did not have a fast stop in comparison to the 18, despite the fact they pitted at the same time, and also despite the fact that Truex was actually about a car length ahead of Kyle Busch when they first hit pit road. Bubba Wallace is in the pit.
Stop. So maybe you do protect that tire a little bit on those first 5 or 10 laps to be able to make it last to the end of this race so that loose condition doesn't get so severe at the end.
I thought that was going to lead to more pit stops. That's why I unmuted it for a second. I thought more people were coming in with the 23. It looked like he was the only one to pit that lap. Made himself into the top 10, but didn't want to give up more time on some of the other leaders that had already pitted that were already in front of him. Plus, that could potentially help him gain some spots on drivers who were in the top 10 that haven't pit yet, like Kurt Busch, Denny Hamlin. Kyle Larson, Christopher Bell are now on their way in.
Larson, his last report, really good in 3 and 4, even when I'm making a pass. So he's gotten this car righted, as we noted before, came through the field. So he'll take on 4 tires here and throw in more Sunoco fuel before the end. The 20th Christopher Bell is on pit road as well. His car was tight, and then middle of the corner, they wanted a correction for that. A little bit of problems now finishing up for Larson.
Problems trying to get the left rear tire tightened up on the 5 of Kyle Larson. Remember, that crew had lost a rear tire back at Sonoma, and they have a new tire changer, I guess, on that 5 car this week. Denny Hamlin is going to pit from the lead.
He must have just decided they're losing too much time. If it does run green, it's going to cost him too many spots. So now Hamlin on pit road. That'll hand the lead to the car he owns, the 45 of Kurt Busch. Marty.
And Denny Hamlin coming down pit road. Sam McCauley, the interim crew chief, said we're ready to pit.
We got a car spinning.
We got trouble somewhere on the racetrack. Junior has just mentioned it's Chris Buescher. Oh, Moltz gets clipped. There's a tire off on the racetrack. That's going to bring out a yellow. Caution in the middle of green flag pit stops. The right rear tire has come off of the 17 car of Chris Buescher. He is down on a rim. The tire is rolling on the front stretch. And Kurt Busch is going to pay off big time with Ryan Blaney, Joey Logano, Austin Dillon, Michael McDowell, Brad Keselowski, Cole Custer. They have not pit. And the caution is out. They will be the leaders on the restart. And everybody else trapped a lap down after pitting earlier. Ethan Waldron, see you in the chat for the first time. Bud Long, Super NASCAR Bros, Rick H, welcome to the stream. Race is on USA Network right now. For those of you wondering, major damage to the right rear. Buescher was having a great day. He was in 9th place prior to the green flag pit stops. But the right rear tire has come off the exit turn 4, slams the outside wall. And obviously with the tire on the track, the caution has come out, trapping over half the field a lap down during green flag pit stops in the final stage. Luckily, nobody hit that tire that was rolling up against the outside wall off the exit of turn 4. Amon Bevman, welcome to the stream. Rooting for Austin Dillon to get a top 5. He's there now with the caution coming out at the right time. He's been outside the top 20 most of the day. Restart's going to be nuts. Yes, it is. You're going to have a lot of the cars that were outside the top 10. I mean, Kurt Busch was in 11th before the pit stop started, and he's going to be the leader. Well, we don't even know that Kurt Busch is going to be the leader because everybody who is still on the track has to pit now. And those drivers, those drivers are obviously going to have to race each other off of pit road. 4-week suspension, yep. Crew chief, tire changer, and jackman likely. Tony Stewart won the SRX race at South Boston Speedway last night. I saw that. And I also saw he tried to start a fight with what's his face? Ernie Francis Jr. I don't know why he was so upset. It looked like there was a wreck that happened in front of him, and Ernie turned down into Stewart, likely trying to miss the wreck because cars were checking up in front of him. And then Stewart got upset about it and wanted to fight him after the race, essentially, for turning down into him. Even though he went on and won. Good old Tony Stewart. As soon as pit stops happen for the cars that have not hit pit road yet, of course, you guys will get to listen in. Buescher was actually 3 wide on the outside of turn 4 when that tire came off. 21 of Harrison Burton's likely going to get a penalty. Actually, he would have been on pit road before the caution came out, so I think he'll be all right. He might actually cycle to the lead. Hamlin was on pit road when the caution came out as well. I'm not sure if he was on the lead lap or not. So we're going to have to wait and see exactly who's going to cycle where. I'm not sure of how many of the leaders that were on the track when that caution first came out may have actually cycled back to the lead lap before the caution waved. But here are the pit stops for everybody else who have not already pitted.
But a great break for these 3 drivers, Parker.
Right, he looked very low. He had a big gap between him and second place with Ryan Blaney. Kurt Busch very happy to handle that car, especially when they get in clean air. Ryan Blaney working his way back to the field after they had that pit issue earlier, just still a little bit tight in that car, Marty.
And Joey Logano with the lucky break as well. Paul Wolf puts his fists in the air when that caution came out. 4 fresh Goodyear tires for them. They've been struggling with a very loose race car. And remember, they made a move earlier this week to get track position. We'll see if they can keep this track position that now they've been given after this caution.
Kurt Busch is going to win the race off pit road with the few cars that still had to pit during the caution that did not pit under green. Logano gained a spot on the 12 of Ryan Blaney. McDowell lost a spot in there as well. Those are the only drivers who lost spots in the top 10, at least, of the cars that pit. So waiting for our leaderboard to finish cycling out. I'm not sure who is going to be the leader and who isn't going to be the leader with this caution. It's going to depend. There were some fast cars on the track that had already obviously pitted that weren't a lap down because they had gotten back on the lead lap prior to the caution. They're only going to have a few lap older tires than those cars that'll restart behind them, but I'm not sure how many cars were actually on the lead lap and how many were trapped a lap down. That is our 9th caution of the race today. The free pass is going to be going to the 20 of Christopher Bell. So he was the first car lap down. But that's the second time Bell's going to have to restart the rear of the field now because of getting the free pass. So second time he's going to be outside the top 20 on a late restart. Following the wreck here. Raw Toast, welcome to the stream. He's rooting for Truex. NASCAR Decals 34, Cody Overturf. The channel is USA Network. It's where the race is on right now. NYC Songman, thank you for the $20 super chat. Great show, you're a lifesaver for us cable-free NASCAR people. No problem. I wish I could be doing the commentary next week, but I will be at Mid-Ohio for the IndyCar race next weekend, and I will not be able to get home before the start of the Cup race. So no live commentary for the Cup race next weekend. I'll see what I can do with the Xfinity Series race on Saturday. I have to work on Saturdays. I'm not sure what time that starts or what time I can get home by exactly, but next Cup race I'll be doing live commentary for, though, will be the following weekend, and it will be taking place at the Atlanta, now Superspeedway. So that should be a fun one. And that is on the USA Network in 2 weeks. So that will be the next Cup Series live race commentary. I'll be trying to do the Xfinity race commentary that weekend. I will also be at Mid-Ohio for the NASCAR Camping World Truck Series race, which is that same weekend as the Atlanta Xfinity and Cup race. So if I don't, again, it's going to depend on scheduling time of when that truck race is and when the Xfinity Series race is, on whether I can do Xfinity Series commentary that weekend or not as well. I'll have all the community, or in the community tab on the channel, I will have all the live stream scheduling done for next week tomorrow. And then the week after that, obviously the following Monday. Every Monday I post that on the community tab. Race highlight video from today's race will be on the channel with my commentary covering it. If you're wondering what other content's on the channel, if you are new, also live streams during the week on the NASCAR video game side with this realistic commentary that you are hearing for tonight's race, all just to get me more repetition with commentating realistically, of course. Starts a race at 5 p.m. Morons. 27 Troy, you're welcome to the stream. Emily Greer, welcome. Nathan Wall, welcome. Have fun in Mid-Ohio. Great track, just beautiful. I'd go, but I have to work. That's unfortunate. But yeah, it's crazy. It'll be there 2 weeks in a row. And I'm surprised they didn't run the truck and IndyCar race on the same weekend. That it's different weekends back to back. But and it gives me something to do for an extra weekend, I guess. Alrighty. Heading to the restart. Kyle Busch will elect the outside lane. He'll be on the front row with Elliott down low. Hamlin, Truex in row 2. Row 3 is Harvick and Chastain. Green flag back in the air. Row 4 is where Kurt Busch and Logano are, the cars that just hit pit road. They're going to have just a little bit fresher tires than those in front of them. Oh, Harvick gets out of the gas, stacks up Logano on the outside lane, who's going to get passed by Kurt Busch in the 45. One car down low is the 6 of Brad Keselowski. He'll shoot himself into 5th place. Chastain going to try to cross him over. Keselowski with a block going down towards turn 3 as he squeezes the 1 of Chastain. Can't stay in front of him. Side by side for the lead between Chase Elliott and Kyle Busch as they nearly touch off turn 4. 38 laps to go at the line. Elliott will lead that lap by inches on the inside with Kyle Busch up high. Side by side for third as well behind him between the JGR Toyotas of Hamlin and Truex, with Hamlin on the bottom near the yellow line and Truex up near the wall on the outside. Chase Elliott clears Kyle Busch off turn 2 as he leads the 3 Joe Gibbs Toyotas behind him. Chastain to 5th and Kurt Busch, the first driver of those who just pitted, is up to 6th. Chase Elliott is going to hold on. Kyle Busch on the outside. Denny Hamlin down low. Hamlin has led the most laps today with 115 laps led. And Truex, who won the first 2 stages, is in 4th, trying to get around the 18 now as Hamlin clears Busch for second, rather. Hamlin almost overdrove turns 1 and 2. Busch is going to close back in on him on the back straightaway. Curious to see how hard he'll battle him, considering the fact that the idea is that one of these 3 cars needs to get to victory lane for team owner Joe Gibbs and not let that 9 car get away. Hamlin's keeping himself within close proximity of the 9 of Elliott right now. 36 laps to go. Chase Elliott trying to get his second win of the season. We are 12 minutes away from hitting the 7-hour mark on today's stream when we started our pre-race coverage at 4:45 Eastern Standard Time. I did not expect any of this to happen today. Oh, contact, big block. Hamlin and Kyle Busch made contact on the front stretch. Busch was down on the apron. Sparks were flying. And I don't think Kyle's going to be too happy with his teammate. He's probably going to make sure he clears him off the exit of turn 2 as they nearly wrecked each other. That's going to allow Elliott to pull away a couple more car lengths, and Busch is clear, back ahead of Denny Hamlin once again. An aggressive move nearly gone wrong from Denny Hamlin, wrecking 2 of the cars who have led a lot of laps today. Does Kyle Busch have anything for Chase Elliott? Chase Elliott was good on the really long run during that last run, but that was after they had about 50 to 60 laps on their tires. This situation's a little different. A few laps after the race start, where the Toyotas have been the best in that situation. But Elliott does have the clean air advantage for now. Raw Toast, welcome to... you've been in the chat, but thanks for the $2 super chat. Better commentary than Fox, thank you. Appreciate it. Jonathan Wilson, I see you in the chat for the first time. Crazy how much of an advantage this clean air at this track seems to be. Clean air on any track is an advantage for the most part. I only mention it because obviously I have to because of the commentary reasons. But yeah, here, Gateway, kind of that track. These tracks don't have super high banking, and they're narrow enough that even though there's multiple grooves, it's still easy to get in the wake of dirty air behind another car. And that's why it's of a pretty big advantage at a Nashville racetrack like this. Even though it does have progressive banking to a certain extent, you're seeing drivers work multiple lanes. Versus a track like Kansas, for instance, or Homestead, that is much wider in the corners. That has multiple grooves. It's a little easier to get out of the wake of dirty air, even though that's a multi-groove track and this is as well. About 0.2 of a second is the difference between Chase Elliott and Kyle Busch. It looks closer than that out of the front of the 18's onboard camera. He is going to charge really hard into turns 3 and 4 this time. It's going to allow Chase to win the race back to the gas, and Busch maybe overdrove it a bit, and Elliott's going to widen that gap out into the tri-oval. Kyle Busch is trying something different right now as he's got 30 laps to try and get around Chase Elliott. Elliott's running that middle to upper groove while Kyle Busch is rounding the bottom. Hamlin is up a little bit higher than the 9 of Elliott, a little bit further back. I think that was the 9 car spark in there as he may have bottomed out in the middle of the corner. In turns 1 and 2 that last time by. Probably had the air pressure set really, really low on this last restart. Got to be careful with that, the tire issues we've seen this season, although we haven't had any tire failures today. Just that tire issue with the lug nut not being secured on the right rear tire of Chris Buescher, which brought out that last caution as his tire had come off. Kyle Busch gains a lot more ground through turns 1 and 2 that last time. 0.1 of a second is the margin of the race lead. A little bit different line as he waited a lot longer to round the car to the bottom of the corner that time, really arcing it off was Kyle Busch through 3 and 4. And if they race each other hard enough, I'm sure Denny Hamlin will be right there as he's only 0.8 of a second off the lead. Now Elliott takes Busch's line away going to the bottom of the track. Kyle going to try that middle to upper groove, which is going to get him a little bit better drive off. But Elliott actually was able to gap him compared to the last time they were on the back straightaway the lap prior. Elliott running the bottom again. Kyle Busch having to go to the middle groove where Elliott was running before when Kyle was first closing in on him. Elliott's been able to manage the gap on the 18. He's not pulling away, but he is keeping him about a car length and a half to 2 car lengths behind him consistently. Now Elliott goes to the middle groove, trying to change his lane, put Kyle Busch in the dirty air again, and he's able to gap him. With Elliott changing his lane, it is definitely hurting the 18 of Kyle Busch little by little, and the 9 of Chase Elliott is holding on for all attempts and purposes. Levi Houseman, welcome to the stream. 0.4 of a second is the difference between Elliott and Busch now. Busch back to the bottom, and after Elliott started to quickly pull away from Busch after putting him in the dirty air, Elliott goes right back to that middle to upper groove while Busch is on the bottom, even though Kyle Busch is a little bit better on the bottom and better overall when he runs the bottom versus Chase Elliott. With 25 laps to go, full screen commercial break right now. We'll go through the full field running order one more time in today's race, and then we'll take you to the finish when NBC comes back from the commercial break. Chase Elliott has the lead right now by 0.3 of a second over Kyle Busch, and by 1.1 seconds over third place Denny Hamlin. Martin Truex Jr. is in 4th, and Ross Chastain rounds out the top 5. Kurt Busch is in 6th. Michael McDowell having a great rebound after a great day early and fell back. Now he's back up to 7th. Kevin Harvick in 8th. He's been in the top 10 all day. Ryan Blaney back up to 9th after a spin earlier in the stage. And Austin Cindric having a quiet but good day as he rounds out the top 10. Make that Brad Keselowski in 10th now as he's just passed Cindric. Cindric back to 11th. Joey Logano in 12th. 13th is Austin Dillon. Kyle Larson back to 14th. Daniel Suarez in 15th. Eric Jones in 16th. Tyler Reddick 17th. Justin Haley 18th. And Christopher Bell back in 19th. Cole Custer rounds out the top 20. Stenhouse is in 21st. Allmendinger 22nd. Almirola 23rd. Bubba Wallace 24th. Gillen in 25th. Harrison Burton 26th. LaJoy 27th. Ware 28th. Yaley is 29th. Chris Buescher in 30th. Ty Dillon 31st. Balicki 32nd. BJ McLeod 33rd. Chase Briscoe 34th. William Byron in 35th. And Bowman out of the race in 36th. Both Byron and Briscoe many laps down after separate incidents today. Byron had some sort of mechanical failure earlier, and Briscoe had his issue on an accident with Ty Dillon after contact from Ross Chastain earlier in the race in Stage 2 as well. Again, the battles between Chase Elliott and Kyle Busch right now. Hamlin is slipping back a little bit as he is 1.5 seconds off the lead now and not able to keep up the pace that the 9 and the 18 are putting down late. 0.3 of a second is the difference right now between Chase Elliott and Kyle Busch. Probably about 6 to 7 car lengths as well as the difference. 21 laps to go this time by. They are back on the full screen.
But Jeff Burton, you know.
Never mind. I keep forgetting in my ear that the radio communications between drivers is actually showing up on my TV about 10 seconds before everything gets to my ears. So sorry if I've done that like 3 times a day and I don't know why. I never usually do that. For that reason. Kyle Busch not as fast as Elliott the last 2 laps, and Elliott's been able to pull ahead about another 1/10 of a second. Busch couldn't go all the way to the bottom line that last time with the lap car of Ty Dillon down there either, and that also slowed up Busch on this lap. Elliott has a 0.6 of a second lead and just trying to hold on. Busch maybe overdriving the car a little bit, wiggled off the exit of the corner as well. And lost more time to Elliott that last lap and throughout the tri-oval on the front stretch. Kyle Busch is definitely losing the 9 to Chase Elliott. Couple 1/10 of a second slower this following lap compared to the 9, and Elliott is just pulling away right now, hoping that Kyle Busch doesn't get a second win to run him down in these final 18 laps. And of course hoping that this race stays green at least long enough to get to the white flag, where then at that point the next flag would end the race, whether it would be the yellow or the checker. Busch picked up the pace a little bit though and was 1/10 of a second quicker than Elliott that last lap. I'm not sure what he or Elliott did different, but he did close that gap down just a bit from him losing a little bit of time. Now he's down to 0.6 of a second into turns 1 and 2. So kind of fluctuating back and forth right now as the 9 and the 18 on overall speed. Kevin Harvick is running down Michael McDowell as the 2 Fords are about to battle for 7th place, both coming in off top 5s at Sonoma 2 weeks ago. Translation to a much different concrete 1 1/3 mile oval, and they're both having great days again today. Harvick's been in the top 10 all day. McDowell was in the top 10 pretty much right before the rain came, and then since then for the most part as well, excluding the fact that he was falling back before green flag pit stops, but that lucky caution had put him back inside the top 10 with a fast pit stop during the yellow flag conditions as well. Watch me fly to World Series. Welcome to the stream. He's pulling for Harvick late. Dragon Lord, welcome to the stream. Yeah, I can't show the race for copyright reasons. Harvick finally gets to the inside of Michael McDowell for 7th. Next car in front of these two is Kurt Busch, but he's about 3 seconds ahead of him. It's going to be tough for either one of those two to run Busch down. It's probably the highest position that they could battle for from now to the end of the race without a late caution. lead us back to 9/10 of a second between Elliott and Busch at the front of the field. There will be a post-race following the race tonight where you get to hear driver interviews. Even though this is going to end much later, any driver interviews in the post-race you guys will get to listen to. We'll go through the full field results and, of course, my predictions from the very start of the day over 7 hours ago. And when the live stream started, you guys will get to see how that all fared and the fantasy as well in the fantasy league. See how you guys shaped up for those of you playing. So we'll still be going through the full post-race show afterwards before I eat a ton of food because I've not eaten much in the last 7 hours with the stream. A couple granola bars, that's been it. Trying to keep the coverage for you guys and keep you updated during those long red flags earlier on in the day. 13 laps to go now. That is all the longer Chase Elliott has between now and his second win of the season. Not sure how much more lap traffic he's going to have to deal with the rest of this race and how heavy it may be, but right now he's got mostly clean air in front of him except for a couple of the back marker cars he'll catch from time to time, which for the most part is staying out of his way. Ryan Blaney's also kind of closing in on Michael McDowell at least for 8th place after spinning very early in the stage. In fact, he restarted on the restart with 92 laps to go after his own spin back in 27th. It's amazing that he has rallied. He was actually one of the cars that stayed out of the pits as well, hoping for that caution to come out when it did, so that helped him cycle through most of the field, but he's still running pretty good and still looking to regather himself in the top 10, right back pretty much about where he was running that 7th and 9th range at the time of his spin earlier. So pretty much getting the most out of the car's speed from what it was that he had earlier on in the day. Mr. Fly to the Sky, welcome to the stream as well. Farmer Group, welcome. Thanks for subbing. .3 seconds now between Elliott and Kyle Busch as Elliott is setting sail. 10 laps to go right now in this race. Battle for third going on between Denny Hamlin and Martin Truex Jr. And we have a caution on the racetrack once again. The 77 car has blown a motor, heavy smoke. I think that car might have been on fire because his window net is down already. Even though he is still running onto the pit lane. 9 laps to go. Caution is out at Nashville. Our 10th yellow of the day, and this is going to set up a wild late race restart. The restart second half of this race especially have been insane. A lot of 3x3 racing. And I think you have to stay out on this. Tires have mattered, but it's going to be interesting because there's only going to be a couple laps to go. Who will pit? Who will stay out? These guys have about 40 laps on their tires. And there are still 26 cars on the lead lap. So caution is out. The 77 of Josh Bilicki had blown a motor, heavy smoke. I think there might have been a fire because he dropped the window net down well before he got to pit road. So that might have been the reason for the caution. That and, of course, potential fluid on the track when you see a smoke pouring out of a car that much. Yeah, heavy smoke as he ran that bottom lane. And you probably couldn't even see if you were oncoming traffic as well through the heavy puff of smoke with the caution. You guys will get to listen in on the pit stops this time as they're working their way off of turn number 4. Kyle Busch is going to pit along with the JGR Toyotas behind him. Some of the cars are pitting. Some of them are staying out.
This is going to be interesting.
Marty.
Wow, look at the cars that came down pit road and the lonely few that stayed out on the racetrack. Actually, there's a number of them that stayed out on the racetrack. So you heard the Tennessee Titans call for Kyle Busch's race team. Well, he vetoed that and said M&Ms. We'll see what that means. Meanwhile, Denny Hamlin immediately came on the radio and said, we're pitting. They considered the fact that if we could stay on the front row, that we would stay out on the racetrack. 4 tires for Denny Hamlin. That 2-tire call for Kyle Busch. That's what M&Ms means, by the way.
Kyle Busch had a 2-tire pit stop, likely because a lot of the cars actually stayed out on the racetrack, and he had already lost track position, didn't want to lose any more. Pretty much everybody behind Busch ended up taking 4 tires on pit road. Chase Elliott stayed out. He'll continue to be the leader on the restart. We'll see how much the tires will play in effect when they go back to green flag. And it won't quite be an overtime restart. They'll probably have a few laps to go when they go green. If I had to imagine, probably about 3 or 4 to go when we get to the restart. Camden 511. Thanks for tuning in. Almost 500 viewers watching late at night. Thanks for everybody staying up late to watch this race and watch the live commentary live stream. Most importantly, appreciate the support as you guys always give me. This is now the 3rd straight race on the channel where we could hit over 500 people watching if we get to that point in the late going here. So appreciate you guys tuning in. That is definitely a stream record for the live race commentary side of things for the Cup Series. It'd be over 500 in 3 straight races, and it is now the 7th straight Cup race in which we have had over 300 people watching. So again, great appreciation. We had a lot of viewers out last season on the channel and on these live race commentaries, but we had a lot more the last 2 races I did last season, and brought it back this year. And from the get-go, from that Busch Clash earlier this season, I don't think we've had less than 200 people watching any one of these live streams. So greatly appreciate it. And again, this is, of course, my journey to becoming a NASCAR commentator, so couldn't do it without you guys. And hit that like button, subscribe for more daily NASCAR content. 219 likes on the stream so far. Just over 500 people now watching. And yes, over 7 hours into the stream. And we will still have a post-race following the stream. Here's an interview with Alan Gustafson.
That's what we're going to see. That's what we're here for. You changed that car so well over the rain delay. How impressed are you at how well Chase has driven it?
Yeah, I mean, he's capable every week. We just finally got the car where he wanted it and got the track position we needed and, did our jobs on pit road. So happy, really proud of the team, really happy to be in this position. And, yeah, it's going to be fun. We'll see how it plays out.
All right, guys. And they radioed to him. They said, Chase, all you got to do is clear and skate away. We'll see if that happens.
Now, Chase Elliott has 10-lap older tires than everybody behind him because he was one of the cars that pitted before the second to last caution we had from the Chris Buescher tire incident. Kurt Busch will be on the inside of row number 1, and the 45 car has the 10-lap fresher tires. But of the drivers who just pitted, you have to go back to Kyle Busch in 11th place, is the highest running driver that pitted, and he only took 2 tires. So Hamlin in 12th on back will be the drivers on 4 tires. We're going to have 4 laps to go on the restart, which tells me that that's not going to be enough time for those guys to get through the field, I don't think, unless we get repetitive cautions in the late going of the race, which is obviously not impossible. On the front row, though, it will be Chase Elliott and Kurt Busch. Kurt Busch will be on the inside. Chase Elliott will be on the outside. Row number 2 is going to be Kyle Larson and Ryan Blaney, with Larson on the inside and Blaney on the outside. Remember, I did pick Larson to win today's race. It has not gone his way so far, but maybe he gets a late race, great restart to get the win. Joey Logano, Austin Cindric, Joey Logano, row 3, with Logano on the inside, Cindric on the outside. Again, there's a little bit of a delay between what I'm saying in the chat and what actually appears on YouTube for you guys. So be sure, if you are in the comment section, try to refrain chatting about the potential winner of the race as much as you can until it's put out there, at least for you guys to see. Into the Geico restart zone. The green flag is back in the air. Good push on the bottom from Larson to the back of the 45 of Kurt Busch. Blaney was not there on the 9 of Elliott. He looks to go to the outside. Elliott thought about throwing a block. 3 wide and tight. A little bit further back. Logano had to get out of the gas, stacking the field up behind him. Elliott is clear off turn 2 on Kurt Busch in the 45. trying to drive away now. A lot of blocking going on at the back of the pack. 3 wide and tight into turn 3 again. Racing for position, contact. One car is around into the wall. Cole Custer and Keselowski get tagged. Is that going to bring out a caution or will they stay green? The 6 car has maybe an issue of some sort. He's very slow. They're going to try to keep it green for now. No caution. 3 car lengths is the advantage between Elliott and Kurt Busch. Blaney another 2 car lengths behind Busch in 3rd. Larson 4th and Cindric is 5th. The 6 car has an issue. He is trying to make it back to pit road. He is on the front stretch heading towards turn 1 right now, and he is smoking. 2 laps to go. You can tell NASCAR's really trying to keep this green right now. The 6 car is down on the apron in turns 1 and 2 on that excess pavement. He's out of the way, but he can't stall out on the back straightaway. Into turns 3 and 4. For the second to last time, Kurt Busch to the middle to upper groove. He is charging hard. He wants a shot to catch Elliott. He also wants his second win of the season, but he lost ground through 3 and 4. White flag in the air, 1 lap to go, sponsored by Credit One Bank. Chase Elliott has about a 5 to 6 car length gap over Busch into turns 1 and 2. First he was battling Kyle Busch. After the caution, now he's battling Kurt Busch. Keselowski still slow on the backstretch. He is down to the grass. They probably should throw the caution. It's already on the final lap, but they should throw the yellow for the 6. They did not. They're going to end this thing under green. And the checkered flag is in the air. Chase Elliott is going to win at Nashville. Kurt Busch is going to finish 2nd. Ryan Blaney 3rd. Larson 4th. And Ross Chastain is going to round out the top 5. Denny Hamlin 6th, Austin Cindric 7th, Christopher Bell 8th, Joey Logano 9th, and Kevin Harvick will round out the top 10. Elliott has just won his 2nd race of the season. Over 600 people watching at the end of the race. Over 600 now for 3 straight Cup race live streams on the channel. Appreciate it, guys. It was a late one. It was a long one today, but we made it through. Over 7 hours, and we still have a post-race to go. Don't go anywhere. Again, like and subscribe for more daily NASCAR content on your way out if you have not already. I know some of you probably want to get to bed, but you'll get to hear interviews from all the top finishers that NBC will interview, or I guess on the USA Network, an NBC affiliate. Elliott with his burnouts on the front stretch right now. Both wins on ovals this year for Elliott, something he has not done since he won the championship back in 2020 at Phoenix in that season finale, but he is getting it done. He came in as a regular season points leader. He's obviously going to add on to that points lead with the win today, and quite a few stage points at that. Struggle at times, but once the race got into the nighttime, he looked like one to beat, and especially in that final stage, once he got to the lead, it was smooth sailing from there. He held on in that last restart as well, survives and wins. A lot of people booing in the chat. I didn't realize we had so many Chase Elliott haters. He is the most popular driver in NASCAR, but Vince Dwyer, thanks for tuning in. No problem. Thank you for tuning in. Championship move by Blaney pushing Elliott to the win. Well, I mean, the car that's second in line usually tries to... And actually, I don't even think Blaney pushed Elliott. It looked like Blaney tried to go 3 wide to the outside, and Elliott threw a block on him. So I wouldn't even say Blaney pushed Elliott. Elliott just had such a great restart. I thought when he threw the block on Blaney, he was going to lose the bottom to Kurt Busch. But Busch, I don't know if he had a mistake in turns 1 and 2. Elliott was still able to clear off turn 2 by a little bit on Busch. Bread Racing, welcome to stream. Here's Chase Elliott with Marty Snyder.
Chase Elliott winds up winning. What were you thinking when that last caution came out?
I figured it was coming. I was hoping not, but Ryan gave me a great show. Appreciate him doing me a solid there and getting us out front. So just so proud of our team. We had a kind of a setback there about halfway, and was able to get our Napa Chevy dialed back in and get back in the mix. So it was a long day, fun day. Thank you guys so much for hanging out. Man, they're fired up. I love it. Just So proud of our team, and we've had a pretty rough month and a half. So just nice to get back going in the right direction. Getting a win's always huge. To do it in a really cool city like Nashville is even better. So looking forward to that guitar. Thank you guys for coming out. Y'all have a big time tonight.
Well, you first took the lead at lap 245. How did this car come to life after the rain delay?
Yeah, we were able to work on it there a little bit after our penalty and got it going a little better. So just stuck with it. Thanks to everybody at Hendrick Motorsports too. You know, they've been working really hard over the winter and through the spring to try to keep up. Engines have been running great. You know, obviously great support from Chevrolet. So looking forward to getting home, seeing my family, say to mom and dad, and hopefully you know, enjoy this week. These things are hard to come by, man. You have to enjoy them, and you never know when or if you'll ever get another one. So super thankful and looking forward to next week.
You know how to play a guitar?
Not really, but I'm willing to learn.
There you go. Because the trophy here in Nashville, obviously a guitar. These Nashville fans hung around. Chase Elliott delivered the win for them.
Crowd definitely roaring live at the Nashville Superspeedway right now. And again, we'll see if we get any more interviews here before USA goes off of the air. Of course, this wasn't originally supposed to be on the USA Network, so I would not doubt if we don't get many post-race interviews, if any at all. They will have a Post-Race America show on Peacock, which I do have, but for sake of this stream going a little bit long, I don't want to go through all that. I'm not going to lie. We've been streaming for over 7 hours. It is midnight. I need to get something to eat still before I go to bed. But we will go through the full finishing results still. We'll take a look at how my predictions went at the start of the race in the fantasy for those of you playing as well. But Chase Elliott is your winner today at the Nashville Superspeedway. He led 42 laps, led 2 different times in today's race as well. Half a second was the margin of victory. Average race speed at 110.41 miles an hour. And we did get to the conclusion of all 300 laps today despite multiple delays. Over 7 hours in the stream and almost a total of 7 hours from the time the race started earlier today. But Chase Elliott is a winner. Kurt Busch ends up finishing in second place today. Ran top 10 at times, was running 11th before that final caution, so he kind of lucked into a good finish and a good restart at that. Or it was actually, he was 11th before the second to last caution. Then he was in 6th when the last caution came out. And ended up getting a second place finish. But he was strong for most of the day, as were most of the Toyotas, despite the fact that most of the Toyotas did not have great finishes, because I think pretty much all of them, except for Kurt Busch, hit pit road under that caution. Ryan Blaney ended up third despite having a spin, who brought out a yellow late in the race with about 90 laps to go or so. He still came back to finish third. Kyle Larson ends up finishing in fourth, and Ross Chastain, as mentioned, rounds out the top 5. He was in the top 10 all day long for the most part as well. Denny Hamlin finished in 6th. He led the most laps today with 115 laps led. Austin Cindric ends up finishing in 7th. Good run for the rookie. Christopher Bell had a very roller coaster of a day. Still got a top 10, finishing 8th. He was at the back because of a pit road issue, both under green flag at one point and under caution at one point, and still finds his way despite being outside the top 20, getting the free pass to finish inside the top 10. And he was one of the cars that actually pitted during that last caution as well and still got up into 8th. Joey Logano finishes in 9th, and Kevin Harvick rounds out the top 10. One of the better runs for Harvick this year. He ran top 10 from the start to the finish. 11th place was Eric Jones. Bubba Wallace in 12th. Michael McDowell, who fell back on that last tree start, unfortunately finished 13th. He was in the top 10 most of the second half of the day, so that's kind of tough for him. Austin Dillon finished 14th. Daniel Suarez 15th. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. 16th. Eric Almirola 17th. 18th was Tyler Reddick. AJ Allmendinger 19th. Corey LaJoie 20th. Kyle Busch fell back to 21st on that last restart. Something must have happened to him. So he finishes 21st. Truex finished 22nd. Truex won both Stage 1 and Stage 2 today. 23rd is Justin Haley. Todd Gillen 24th. Harrison Burton in 25th. 26th was Cole Custer. He was the last car in the lead lap. Cody Ware 27th. JJ Yeley 28th. Keselowski was slow at the end there. 29th. Chris Buescher had a tire come off late in the race. He ended up finishing 30th. Ty Dillon, 31st. 32nd, B.J. McLeod. 33rd was Josh Bilicki. Chase Briscoe finished 31 laps down back at 34th. And rounding out the field was Bowman, who was actually the only car that ended up DNFing in today's race. Rounded out the field, both Byron and Briscoe finished over 30 laps down off the pace after incidents they had earlier. Mechanical issue with Byron, and Briscoe got in an accident earlier on in the day. Now I have Law and Order playing in my ear. I'm going to close that off for a second. That's going to bother me. All right. I'm probably going to turn the TV off too, because that might bother me also. Gonna play some Led Zeppelin tonight. It's technically in the morning. Well, maybe not there. They still have another hour before it's Monday. It's Monday here. And we are just finishing up our live race commentary. We only had 7 different leaders in today's race, but quite a few lead changes between them, especially with the JGR Toyotas through the most part today. So those were the top finishers, but we do have to go over and review my pre-race predictions for the drivers who I thought would run well and not run well today. I was right on the 2 don't haves. I got them wrong. Alex Bowman was one of them. He wrecked early. Was running even before he wrecked outside the top 15 as well. And Martin Truex Jr., who won the first 2 stages, might have scored a lot of stage points, but I predicted he would not finish in the top 10. And although he led a lot of laps, won 2 stages, I was still right in the sense that he did not get a good finish. He finished 22nd, so I am going to pat myself on the back on that one. Didn't look like it. I know some people may say, well, that's cheap. He actually ran well, so your prediction was wrong. That's not the case, because even if a driver runs good and I predict them to run good and they finish terribly like Truex did today, I still do the same thing there, so I'm pretty even with that. It's all about where you finish. It's not where you run most of the day. And Martin Truex Jr. did not finish great, so I went 2 for 2 on my predictions on the don't-haves today. Both finished well outside the top 10. The 2 sleeper picks I had going into today's race, I started off with Stenhouse. He finished 16th. I said he was going to get a top 10, so I was wrong on that one, despite the fact that he has been good on the intermediates this season. Most of the intermediate tracks were the 1.5 miles he ran well, excluding Dover, but Dover is a concrete track. This is a concrete track too. Fortunately, Stenhouse did not have the speed. He was a little bit better in the nighttime because he was actually outside the top 20 most of the day during the day. So he did pick up the pace a little bit there towards the end, but still not enough for a top 10. The other sleeper pick I had, I have to remember for a second, it's been over 7 hours. Man, I cannot remember. I have to look it up. It's been a long time. Over 7 hours ago. Who was it? Who else was the... Somebody might have to remind me in the chat. I have to pull it up on my Google Docs real quick. I cannot remember. Kurt Busch. Yeah, he finished second. He had a great day. Kurt Busch was also one of the sleeper picks coming into the race. He had an 8th at Nashville last year. Was very quick in practice, as was most of the Toyotas. I expected most of the Toyotas to run well. For the most part, they did. But Kurt Busch was the sleeper pick, and he finished in second. Scored a lot of stage points today as well. So props to Kurt Busch for that second place run, making me look good there. So 1 for 2 on the sleeper picks. That gets me a 3-1 record overall so far. And the 2 must-haves were Ross Chastain, Kyle Larson. Chastain ran top 10 most of the day, ended up finishing 5th. I was right there. Larson was my pick to win, and he ended up finishing outside the top 10, I believe. No, actually, he finished 4th. Okay, so I was right there as well. Larson got a top 5 also, having a solid day. Even though he did not score as many stage points as I thought he would, and didn't have a shot at the win there late for the... Well, he did have a shot, considering they had that last restart. He stayed out of the pits. But before that, I think he fell outside the top 10 before that last caution came out. So, luckily enough for him, he still got a 4th place finish. And, yeah, I was right there. So, 5-1 on my predictions this week. Pretty good. I think that's 3 weeks in a row that I've only gotten 1 prediction wrong and the rest were right. So, starting to trend in the right direction overall on my predictions this season. Been on a hot streak with them. Didn't predict the winner right, but at least he got a top 5. And like I said, 3 for 1 of the guys I said who were going to have top 10s. 2 of the sleepers that went 1-1, 2-0 on both the must-haves and the don't-haves this weekend. So pretty good on the prediction side, which means my fantasy team probably did pretty good as well. I forgot to change my lineup. That rain delay I had a chance to, and I forgot because I had Kurt Busch in my garage. So I didn't get points for him, unfortunately. Actually, no, I didn't. This is the KRC League, I do believe. It is. Well, that's unfortunate. Yeah, that's unfortunate. So Kurt Busch was in my lineup, but not actually in my lineup. Unfortunately, I had missed out on points there. I would have put him in for Byron, who was well off the pace. I forgot. When I do these live streams, I forget that I mentioned about the fantasy throughout the course of the stream, but I forget to actually adjust my lineup throughout the race of the drivers I picked going in. Larson had a top 5. Elliott won. They were both on my teams. Chastain had a top 5. He was on my team. As far as the bonus points go, I had Chastain over Suarez, Harvick over Almirola, Larson over Byron. So I got 30 out of the 40 bonus points. So good there. The only one I missed, I had Reddick finishing above of Austin Dillon. That did not happen. And outside of Daniel Suarez not having as great of a day as what he started off, he didn't get any stage points either. And, of course, Byron having his issues early. If I would have had Kurt Busch in for Byron, that would have been a really, really good team this week. Suarez would have been the only one that finished outside the top 10. If that was the case, could have, would have, should have, I guess. Wasn't as good as it could have been there. So, yeah, Kurt Busch had the 5th most points of any driver today. Alright, so on the upper right-hand corner of the screen, you'll see the standings from this week. Inside Uranus, who had led in the regular season standings for the most part throughout the course of the year, has now fallen back a little bit in the standings, but he picks up today. He gets the win. Actually, tied for the win between him and Juan at 238 points. Let's click and see what team he had. He had Ryan Blaney, Denny Hamlin, Ross Chastain, Kevin Harvick, and Kyle Larson. Great team. All of them finished in the top 10. And he had Logano in his garage, who finished just outside the top 10, I think. So, yeah, pretty good team for him. Obviously, why he had 238. And then one had Chase Elliott, who won, Blaney, who finished in 3rd, Larson, who finished 4th, Hamlin, who had a great day but finished outside the top 10 there. And then Daniel Suarez, who unfortunately did not have a great day for him. He had Byron in his garage, which I wish I would have as well. But yeah, those two tied for the win. P-Shat Motorsports finished in 3rd with 228, 10 points behind them. Jordan 1199 finishes with 210 points in 4th. And Sauce Mafia and Austin Dillon fan, who led the regular season point standings coming into today's race at 205 off the lead. Again, if you are still watching, be sure to get into this fantasy league. I think there are only 100 entries open. There are 193 of you guys still watching in this post-race analysis. So be sure to join. Chance to win 2 tickets to any NASCAR race if you're choosing in 2023, excluding the Daytona 500 if you win either the regular season or playoff championship. Obviously, if you're not in the league right now, you're not going to win the regular season points championship, but you can practice for the playoffs because you're automatically entered into the playoffs as long as you are, of course, in the league when the playoffs start. You will have a shot to win that championship. So, chance to get some races in under your belt. Again, I think this website only allows for 100 people to be in your league, and I don't think we're there yet. I think we're still shy of 50, if I remember right. Let me pull the league standings up. Coming into the week, there was a tie for 20. It looks like we have about 30 people in the league right now. And if those people that have not played that are at 0, I will eliminate them if we get to 100 entries as well. So again, a chance to win 2 tickets to any NASCAR race if you're choosing. I will buy them. I don't know if Inside Uranus is in the chat this late at night, but he won the regular season championship last year and ended up getting 2 tickets to Fontana. So he would be able to attest that that is a true thing. And I usually try to go, will try to go to that race. Obviously, last year's the first year I did that, and it's only this is the 3rd year. It's the 3rd NASCAR season I've had the channel. I've had the channel itself for a little over 2 years, so I'll be doing it again this year for next year as well. Coming in, I was 8th in points. Trying to think here. So Sauce Mafia and Austin Dillon fan will still be the leader. He was 94 points ahead going into this week, so he has 9 weeks left to hang on, but it looks like it's going to be right around a 60-point lead for him going into this week. So that lead got cut down quite a bit despite he had a top 5 today. Mace Gaming, mad with Kyle Busch. Yeah, unfortunately he did not get a finish he definitely deserved, as well as Truex there with that late caution. Ryan Attest, welcome into the chat. Sorry if I didn't shout all you guys out from the end of the race to now. Parker Kilmick, welcome. And just getting done, Soch 808, thank you. Your commentary is better than listening to Burton on NBC. Thanks for tuning in, and appreciate any comment I get about the good commentating, really. Anyway, shape or form. Reapers, see you in the chat. Charlie, all in for today, welcome. Jeff Burton, not late. Maybe find Carl Edwards. I don't think Edwards would want to do it. I think he's far enough removed from NASCAR now. He's probably enjoying his life the way it is. Spending time with the family and everything. Jeffrey Snipes, caution didn't need to be thrown. A caution for the blown engine, I am alright with, because there was a lot of smoke, and he was still on the track in turns 3 and 4 when it happened, and there were cars behind him, so I think you had to throw the caution there for that reason. There was definitely a major visibility issue in that corner when the smoke first blew. And then with the Keselowski incident, I thought there should have been another caution for him. Maybe not initially when that wreck happened. I am glad that they kept it green. They might have gotten to the white flag in time, but he was literally in the grass just trying to stay out of the way, and he was putting. Like, had to have been going less than 50 miles an hour on the backstretch in the grass. So even if it was the final lap, I think they still should have thrown the yellow by then. Once the leader got to the white flag, because as the leaders were exiting turn 2, Keselowski was very slow. If somebody would have wrecked, battling for position on that last lap on the back straightaway, that could have been serious. So, yeah, they should have definitely thrown the yellow on the last lap, which would have froze the field. The race still would have ended. There wouldn't have been a late race restart. So that's really that was the caution I think they should have thrown that they didn't throw. And I'm not upset with the Bilicki caution, because I do think that should have been a yellow. Looked like he was going 20. I think the camera made him look like he was going slower than what he actually was, but he had to have been going about pit road speed at least. Bouncing in the grass, and he was in the grass trying to stay out of the way because the apron's so narrow at Nashville. Yeah, they definitely should have thrown the caution there at the end. Thanks for everybody hitting that like button. Make sure you do so if you have not already. This is going to end the stream tonight, well, really this morning. Technically, 262 likes as of right now. Thank you so much for tuning in. Longest stream in channel history by far. I don't think we've ever gone... the live race commentary, we've gone longer than 4 hours before. But we have never gone this long. I'm trying to think. There was another... New Hampshire last year, there was a rain delay. And I don't think I stayed through with you guys through the rain delay, because we knew the race was coming back on because the rain was going to clear up. Tonight we didn't know, so that's why I stayed on the air and stayed through it. So thank you for everybody tuning in tonight. It was a blast for sure, and hopefully you guys tune in again next time. Next live race commentary for a real race for the Cup Series is going to be at Atlanta in 2 weeks, because I'll be at the Mid-Ohio IndyCar race next Sunday, and I will not be home for the very start of the Cup race at Road America, so I don't want to schedule it and then not be here in time, trying to rush out of there. I will try to get home as soon as I can, regardless. If for some reason I do get home before the start of the race, then I will definitely get that commentary to you guys, but if not, plan on a no-go for next Sunday, and likely not for the Xfinity Series on Saturday next week, unfortunately, because I'll be at work, and I think the trucks are off next week, so... Unfortunately, I won't be able to do a live commentary for a real race next week. We'll still have action during the week on the channel, of course, and race highlight video from the grandstands from a bunch of stuff yesterday at my local dirt track, as well as next week for the IndyCar race at Mid-Ohio, and again, still content throughout the week as always as well. But I will see you guys at Atlanta if I don't see you guys before then for the Cup race. That will be on the USA Network when the time comes around. So again, if you're not able to tune in like tonight, definitely show up for that one. And it should be a fun one. Superspeedway racing once again this NASCAR season. Good to have a Superspeedway back in the month of July, I will say. Even though I'm not too fine with the changes they've made with Atlanta, It's not the 4th of July weekend, it's the weekend after that, but it's pretty close to it, so at least kind of some traditions there with some way, shape, or form. It's going to be a hot one there like it was in Nashville earlier today, I'm sure. Alrighty, that's going to end it. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in here tonight. All 600 plus of you guys there at the end of the race, and I will see you guys next time.